All right. We're about to start. Hey, everybody. So, again, we are live today with another Woke Millennial stream. It is Wednesday, March 3rd, and we are back. We're making it through. It's the middle of the week. Half more of the week to go. So, whew. But I'm really excited for today. I have a lot of topics to talk about, and I want this day to be more so focused on news topics, current events, and kind of let's go through it, discuss, talk about it, learn some more. And so I just want to right now just give a lineup of what we're going to be discussing. So we'll be discussing the topics Dr. Seuss. So I heard today about Dr. Seuss and how the books are 6 books are being not published anymore due to the racism, the negative stereotyping of people of color that are in a few of the books. So we'll be discussing that. And also we'll be discussing Jackson, Mississippi. So with the whole, what is it? The whole, where it's just leaving me. What happened with Texas, the last week with the blizzard, and you had the electricity going out and people not having access to things like electricity, water. And what we didn't hear about during that time is how, Jackson, Mississippi has been affected. And apparently, with all that happened with the blizzard and how it affected the water sourcings, the pipes, these people have been without water, and it has gotten little attention when it comes to mainstream attention. And I just want to come on here and talk about it with you guys and look at the article and what they are saying. So look forward to that. Also, we're going to talk about Texas and how Texas's government thinks it's a good idea at this time to reopen 100%. We'll be discussing how that is, how ridiculous that is, how irresponsible that is, and yeah, we'll be diving into that. Also, we'll be discussing how Biden and in Congress, how they have decided to do means testing on the $1,400 that was supposed to be $2,000 to begin with, but means testing the $1,400 that Congress has decided is enough for people in a pandemic, but apparently not. Certain people don't need it, right? I guess they determined that they see that during this economic crisis, global pandemic, that less people need help, not more. And so we'll be discussing that and the hypocrisies that go along with it. And lastly, I wanted to discuss an interesting topic that I saw. So apparently, the actress Taylor Joy, she was the star of The Queen's Gambit. She's been in other TV shows as well, and she was put up for a Golden Globe award. And there was an article written in Variety magazine that kind of praised her as being, one of the first women of color to get a particular, Golden Globe award, and how there has been backlash with that, because many would say that she is maybe from Argentina, but does that mean that she is considered a person of color when she looks phenotype white? So we'll be discussing that too. Anyway, so I guess without further ado, I'm just going to jump on right into it. First, we must say hello to the Chi-Chi. Ooh. Hello. Did you say hi, Chi-Chi? She'll be here on my lap. She oftentimes is just like, ugh, when I stream, she'll go to her crate. Usually by the end of the stream. But anyway, I always like to say, hey, alright, you guys see Chi-Chi shows the dog on my lap. So let's just dive right into it. So first thing on the agenda, I'm wanting to talk about the Dr. Seuss. issue. So let's go over here. Get that pulled up for you guys to see. Hopefully too you guys can see me better. Yesterday's stream was a little bit I guess the what's it called, the bit rate was not that good, and so hopefully today it is better. Sorry about that. There was not much we could do. We weren't really playing anything extensive, you know, or any game that needed too much, you know, speed, bit rate. So I don't know what was going on. So hopefully it's better today. Let's see. So here I was going through Twitter this morning, and ooh, he says the stream looks fantastic. That's what we like to hear. Oh, sorry, I can't really see the chat on this window, but it'll be okay. I'll read them out when I see them. Anyway, so Dr. Seuss. So I was going through the timeline on Twitter and this morning, and I'm just looking through, and here I see, you know, Dr. Seuss had a long history of publishing racist and anti-Semitic works. I go, okay, yeah, I can see that. Now, 6 of his books will no longer be published because they portray people in ways that are hurtful and wrong. The business that preserves the author's legacy says. Okay, so I click into the article, of course, and we are going to do the same. So I'm like, I hope it's not McGilligoxpool. I hope it's not McGilligoxpool. I hope it's not McGilligoxpool. It was my favorite. What do you know? McGilligoxpool is on the list. And so I'm racking my mind. I'm like, Chiquita, what in the world? I can't think of anything that stands out in McGilligoxpool that was racist, but I'm like, maybe there was the artwork. And so I read the article, and here, let's just read it together. So it says, 6 Dr. Seuss. Actually, let me just pull it up on my other computer. That way I'm not looking across screens. Actually, it's fine. I'm going to look across screens. Anyway, it says, 6 Dr. Seuss books will no longer be published because they portray people in ways that are hurtful and wrong. The business that preserves the author's legacy said. The titles are, And to Think That I Saw It on Mulberry Street, If I Ran the Zoo, McGilligoxpool, On Beyond Zebra, Scrambled Egg Super, The Cat's Quizzer. All right, just note, I only know one of those books. I don't recall reading the other ones. Maybe, I think, no, I won't say that. I feel like I may have read If I Ran the Zoo before as a kid. But again, the real one that stands out to me is McGilligoxpool. I like it. I'll discuss. Anyway, so it says, in a statement, Dr. Seuss Enterprises said it made the decision after consulting educators and reviewing its catalog. Ceasing sales on these books is only part of our commitment and our broader plan to ensure Dr. Seuss Enterprises catalog represents and supports all communities and families, it said. The announcement was made Tuesday, the birthday of the famed children's book author. Seuss-born Theodore Seuss, Lord, I'm not the best with names, y'all. Geisel, okay, is one of the best-known authors in the world. The man behind beloved classics like The Cat in the Hat, Green Eggs and Ham, and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, among others. Over 650 million copies of his books have been sold worldwide, the Washington Post reported in 2015. But Dr. Seuss had a long history of publishing racist and anti-Semitic work, spanning back to the 1920s, when he was a student at Dartmouth College. There, Dr. Seuss once drew black boxers as gorillas it confused me when I first read it because I was like, black boxers. And I'm like, oh, boxers. Okay. So there, Dr. Seuss once drew black boxers as gorillas and perpetuated Jewish stereotypes by portraying Jewish characters as financially stingy, according to a study published in the journal Research on Diversity in Youth Literature. That study, published in 2019, examined 50 books by Dr. Seuss and found that 43 out of the 45 characters of color have characteristics aligning with the definition of Orientalism, or the stereotypical offensive portrayal of Asia, or portrayal of Asia. The two African characters, the study says, both have anti-black characteristics. Now, one thing I will say, because I also looked on other news sources as well, or articles on this, and I was also looking to see kind of, I read the McGillicuddy's Pool again, and okay, I'll go through that with you guys. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Keep reading. Anyway, my question though is, I wish that this article showed pictures, examples of this, but as you will see, you don't really see what they're talking about when it comes to the art portrayed in these Dr. Seuss books. So, I mean, that's one thing I feel like is lacking, and I wonder just why they didn't want to show it. Was it because it would look bad on Dr. Seuss, or do you think that it would, or if they thought that it would maybe make people feel like, oh, it's nothing? I don't think that's the case. I feel like maybe it has to do more so with trying to preserve the image of Dr. Seuss. So, which is interesting because they wrote this article. But I think it's good. Let the truth come out about, you know, people who we have in history of looked up to as being, you know, more noble, right? Or more that we idolize. Like, I'd rather these truths come out so we can kind of see and come on to these, I don't know how to really put it, where we can come and look at it with kind of like better lens, right? The books that we're reading, knowing that he was born, right, in the early 1900s, right? If he was in college in the 1920s, he was more than likely born, you know, earlier. I could look it up, but whatever. So it's coming from a particular era. Okay, so it says 2 specific examples, according to the study, are found in the books. Sorry, it says 2 specific examples, according to the study, are found in the books. The cat quizzers, Are You Smarter Than the Cat in the Hat? And If I Ran the Zoo. In The Cat Quizzer, the Japanese character is referred to as a Japanese, has a bright yellow face, and is standing on what appears to be Mount Fuji, the author wrote. Regarding If I Ran the Zoo, the study points out another example of Orientalism and white supremacy. The 3 and only 3 Asian characters who are not wearing conical hats are carrying a white male on his head, or on their heads, in If I Ran a Zoo. The white male is not only on top of and being carried by these Asian characters, but he is also holding a gun, illustrating dominance. Okay, that makes sense. The text beneath the Asian characters describes them as helpers who all wear their eyes in a slant from countries no one can spell. Like, come on, Dr. Seuss. The F? Anyway, they wear their eyes on a slant? Okay. Yes. Be gone. Who no one can spell. Okay, the study authors wrote. The study also argues that since the majority of human characteristics in, sorry, y'all, I don't know what's up with my reading today. Forgive me. And I don't know why I feel like every time I stream, my nose starts running. Oh, it's so frustrating. Because I hate like blowing my nose on the camera. Let me just grab some tissue. And anyway, the study also argues that since the majority of human characters in Dr. Seuss books are white, his works, inadvertently or not, center whiteness and thus perpetuate white supremacy. Because I mean, if his books, and even looking at, when we'll look at that too, McElligot's Pool, you do see that it does come from more what looks like southern or like white communities, like, and that could be where he's from, but also know it's from America, and in America we do have diverse populations, and you just always see, just again, it's all centered around the white kids or the white characters. And yeah, I mean, it does eliminate you know, kind of that experience of like those who view Dr. Seuss as this American writer, and yet you don't really see the diversity that is America. And when you do see diversity, it is seen in a stereotypical or racist way, or talked about in a racist form that is negative. And I can concur, I see that. You said, should they be written or edited and still, should they be rewritten or edited and still published or nah? Or edited and still published or nah? I'm going to answer your questions at the end of the article. That way kind of can go through it, and then we can kind of talk about it and discuss it. So here, earlier this week, a school district in Virginia made headlines for allegedly banning books by Dr. Seuss. But Loudoun County Public Schools, located in Ashburn, said it is not banning books by the famous children's author. It's just discouraging a connection between Read Across America Day, which was created to get kids excited about reading, and Dr. Seuss's birthday. Both fall on March 2nd and have often been historically connected. I wonder why. Anyway, it seems like it's very much a part of perpetuating Dr. Seuss books, linking that to learning all American kids read Dr. Seuss. When you think that Dr. Seuss is there to support reading, he's about kids, right? Better future. And it's just kind of ironic to me that now it's coming out, right? And showing how it has been, you know, it has leaned a little bit on the ways of discrimination, and yeah. And also too, I don't know if it's in this article, but it says that Dr. Seuss Books is one of the highest paid authors that aren't alive. And they like brought in, is it in this article? Man, it was in another article that I was reading. It was the second highest paid book seller that was not alive anymore. So, who runs this Dr. Seuss Enterprises, right? Are my questions. Because that sounds like a sweet old deal. If you're, you know, Read Across America Day, that's going to be pushed in all these elementary schools around the country, right? And it just so happens it's on the same day as Dr. Seuss, a famed author. So, of course, people who are Dr. Seuss fans, or, of course, the business that now runs Dr. Seuss's, publishing. That sounds like a little sweet, like, money. Anyway. So, let's see here. Let's just finish reading this. Almost done, I think. Yeah, we're almost at the end. So it says, yeah, they've been historically connected. I remember that too. As you guys as well in school. It's always push Dr. Seuss books. That's why I like Dr. Seuss books. I liked the rhyming. I liked the stories. They were silly. The art was interesting. Anyway, Research in recent years has revealed strong racial undertones in many books written/illustrated by Dr. Seuss, LCPS said in its statement, which links to a school library journal article from 2018 about the National Education Association focusing its Reading Across America efforts on diversity, not Dr. Seuss. Ding, ding, ding. So, yes. So right here, let's go to the chat. Let me switch up these sheets real quick. Oh, one of my chat box isn't up on the screen. Oh, I'll just read it. So it said, should they be written or edited? Written, rewritten, or edited and still published, or nah? So with that, I would say it depends. So as we're going to read, because why not? We have story time here on the Woke Millennial stream. At least it'll be our first story time. It depends on the book. So I feel like for the images or the books that have racial images in them, why don't they go in and edit the image? Now, for those who may say, well, Gina, it's not original. You're messing with, copyrighted material, XYZ, blah, 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 right? I say, okay, but don't we also have movies inspired by Dr. Seuss, and they take the story and they change the artwork and it's perfectly fine? My thing is, why can't on some of the books, because some of them just have racist things written into them, but for those books that do have those racist imaging, that was more, people liked it or more palatable back in the 1920s and 30s and 40s because it's a racist country. Why, they could go in and just change the art, and literally all it could say is rewritten for or re-illustrated to better da-da-da, right? Especially if the story in and of itself is not pushing or has racist undertones in it, versus, dare I say, the book that is How I Ran the Zoo, or I Ran the Zoo, or whatever. If I Ran the Zoo, and it actually has written in the rhyme, right, about, so I'm just trying to look for where it was. Oop, oh, sorry. It's here. Yeah. If I Ran the Zoo. Right? So, yeah. So in this regard, it's not just that, there was an illustrated drawing of, this white man with a gun standing on these Asian characters' heads, right? It's also saying how it describes helpers who wear their eyes slanted. It's talking about their features and how apparently they think it's a choice that they look this way. It's very ignorant, and countries you can't spell. I could see us doing away with that book. And if not, taking it out and or changing it, but having a disclaimer, I would say is good. People might say it loses its authenticity. I say, well, what's the point if you're still going to be supporting the same author in their books? You can just, of course, get rid of the book or just say that you're not going to publish it anymore, right? Which is fine too, because those of us who've read the books. I'm not saying that, Miguel Agok's Pool is a must-read book, right? So, I got to read it. I took what I took out of the book. keep it moving. I don't feel like other kids have to read it, but I do think that it was a book that had a good message to it. And so if it's more so because of the fact that there is a particular scene in the book or an image in the book that was, could be considered a racist drawing, I feel like then just change it. Literally, it's fish. I think it's because, and I looked it up too, because I wanted to know specifically McGillicuddy's Pool. In this article, I think it brings up 2 of the books, right? But I wanted to know why particularly McGillicuddy's Pool. And so I went through, I found the PDF, and I did read it again, and I was looking for, the undertones, or if there's any images. And I felt like I did see at least one space where it would be offensive. So I then searched on Google, McGillicuddy's Pool, racist, why? And it really wasn't, it just kept giving me articles about, what we just read, how the 6 books are leaving. And so then I went from that search to the images of that search, and I did see this one screenshot of the fish, and that was the one I wondered too. I was like, this is probably what they're talking about. And so I feel like that's really my only confirmation that that is what they're talking about in reference to McGillicuddy's Pool. And so, yeah. Let me just switch over here. Actually, before I do that. So, I do want to go just because I like the book in of itself and I haven't read it in a while. I was like, it'd be fun to read it on stream. And so, what I would say is, if it's leaning toward negative stereotypes, if it isn't promoting particular groups, especially those marginalized groups, in a humanistic, real way that doesn't either objectify them, stereotype them, right? If it is doing that, then it's not needed. So, yeah, I'm not, when things are hurtful and things like that, like, you can get rid of them, that's fine. We have plenty of other books. Like they said, Dr. Seuss, there are many. But I will say that if there was a way, like just thinking, hey, are there any other alternatives? I would say that, yeah, there's alternatives, because it's not like they're canceling Dr. Seuss as a whole. So if they're still going to have the books out, why not just go in and edit these negative stereotypes, or be taught, hey, the original one was no longer so, the people who run the Dr. Seuss legacy, blah, 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 they went in and did this change, and then they explain why. It could be a learning lesson in that regard. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Let me see. It says, I think most Dr. Seuss books are recolored and edited anyways from the original. I mean, hey, there's that too. So, some particular books, yes, I feel like they can just be gone, non-published. I feel like books like McGillicuddy's Pool, it had little Eskimo fish here. And again, we're going to read it, but let's just go down to here. You see? Because I was looking, and I'm just like, okay, well, this guy looks like a white character, as you normally see as a white Dr. Seuss character, but I'm like, the fish do have that little bit of the slant, and I guess as a kid not catching it, but then also thinking, well, I guess they are Eskimos because it says Eskimo fish, but why is there Eskimo fish without the Eskimo? And then I thought, well, how problematic are drawing fish that look like this? I mean, these are actual questions, like we're here on the stream. And again, progressive, I'm very much, hey, no to discrimination, you don't need it. And And I'm also kind of reevaluating myself too, thinking about it out loud with you guys, because I'm like, hey, here's something that I do, do like, and it is being, I guess, censored, and you can no longer have it published anymore. And so, just trying to. And we're gonna read the book too. And if you all see anything else more in this book that is problematic, bring it up. All right, let's talk about it. But I feel like for this particular scene, since it isn't, see, it says some Eskimo fish from beyond Hudson Bay might decide to swim down, might be headed this way. It's a pretty long trip, but they might, and they may. Right? So that, as you can see, just that in and of itself is not racist, no undertones that I can sense. It's just here the image. So this is what I mean by an example of where they could go in and just literally the little faces, just go in and change them and make them look like normal fish. I mean, my question is, why aren't they doing that? So that would be my biggest thing, is to ask, okay, well, you're doing this, okay, why did y'all choose to do that and not change the actual works? Since, again, Dr. Seuss and things that have been associated with Dr. Seuss, like Horton Hears a Who, The Grinch Stole Christmas, Green Eggs and Ham, all these adaptations of the books, why can't there not just be a re-adaptation of these particular books? And the ones that have these drawings in it, they're no longer available. I mean, it does make it seem, and it may, have us leave out something about Dr. Seuss, right? I mean, yeah, I guess it could possibly make him out to seem like a quote unquote better than what he was, in that we're not seeing these racist stereotypes being either said or put in. But if the whole point is just to get it out, and they're fine with, not publishing them anymore, then I can't see what the importance of that. I mean, I guess that was the whole intention, right? The whole intention was to make Dr. Seuss look better. And also for young people not to, of course, see this, think it's okay, or internalize these negative images and stereotypes. So, I hear it. It's very interesting. But let's just go in and read the book, because why not? It was my favorite book. And I'll tell you guys why. I like this book because it questioned authority, right? And you'll see here at the beginning that there's this boy, and then a farmer comes, and the farmer is just like, hey kid, what are you doing? You're wasting your time. Didn't they tell you that it doesn't work, right? You can't catch a fish in McGillicuddy's pool. You're a fool. And the kid is just like, why? Right? And as a kid, when adults tell you things and they just say, oh, you're being, you're wasting your time, or that's futile, and yet you still like question that, and like, no, I believe that. What if, I mean, you're saying that, but how do you know? How do you know it's true? Right? It could be all these different things. And what makes your way more right than me? And it's a book of faith too. I felt like, yeah, you don't believe that there's something that could be here in this little old pool, but this pool has the potential, or it could have the potential, to house these amazing different fish, and they could be coming right now, and yet you are so jaded you wouldn't even try. And as I was reading this book earlier, it kind of reminded me of kind of how in this day and age, right? Like, I feel like as a kid it was good to have these books because it had you to question authority, right? And to think, hey, maybe not everybody who is, older than you or may appear to be wiser than you is always right? And how there could be things that those people you would consider wise are missing. Or they're just trying to, people who are been seen as in places of power are just trying to push you to break your faith or believing in in something or doing it because, hey, people who have been doing it or known about this in this particular case forever. Hey, welcome to the woke millennial community. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. But where's our Dr. Seuss? Yeah, and welcome to the chat. And so it felt, and we're talking about Dr. Seuss. We're talking about particularly McGillicuddy's Pool and why I somewhat simped for the book. But I understand if the artwork and illustration, how that's problematic, and that can go. I can throw that out. I like the story. And so how it kind of has you to think outside of the box. And it reminded me of how it is today, right? And how they say, oh, with other things that people who are adults or people who are quote unquote experts or been around longer, what they say, like this idea that, oh, there can never be a third party, or, oh, people have tried that, it always fails. And, how I'm, thinking, but no, it can be. Like, it can be. Period. Why? Because truth tells us in other countries, they have multiple parties and it works. You see how that, but if I listen to, no, it doesn't fail. If you do, it's always going to be a Republican win or vice versa. And what ends up happening? We don't get anything. It ends up being a self-fulfilling prophecy. But here, like the boy in McGillicuddy's Pool, I believe there's so many. You say no. How can you say no? You don't even know. And there's variable, reasonable paths that could get you a fish in this pool that you haven't brought up or thought of. Have you thought of it? Hey, let's not give up faith here. Right? I'm going to still sit here at this pool. And so, yeah, that's why I like the book. And so we're going to read it. We're having story time. All right, strap in. We're reading McGillicuddy's Pool. Excuse in advance. I read it through once before this stream. So, I hope my reading skills are better. Okay. Let's see how I can do this. Okay. Oh man, and my screen is blocking some of the words, but you guys can see the illustrations. And again, while we're reading this, keep your eye out, those viewers and ears open too, if you think a particular image is what they're talking about and why it should be, or if it has racist undertones, and why it's being put on the unpublishable list now. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just reading through. So it goes, it now looks to also kind of the aesthetics. You see the old man, he clearly is a farmer from rural America, and here's a kid that also looks like he's from, of course, the town, and it's a little rural town. And anyway, here's this kid who believes. Okay. He goes, young man laughed the farmer. You're sort of a fool. You'll never catch a fish in McGillicuddy's Pool. The pool is too small, and you might as well know it. When people have junk, here's the place that they throw it. You might catch a boot, or you might catch a can. You might catch a bottle. But listen, young man, if you sat here 50 years with your worm in your wishes, you'd grow a long beard long before you'd catch fishes. The devil is a lie. I'll stop. And there's some wisdom to that too. Anyway, answered Marco. It may be you're right. I've been here 3 hours without one single bite. There might be no fish, but again, well, there might. 'Cause you never can tell what goes down below. This pool might be bigger than you or I know. Okay, this might be a pool like I've read in books, connected to one of those underground brooks. An underground river that starts here and flows right under the pasture, and then, well, who knows? It might go along down where no one can see, right under State Highway 203, right under the wagons, right under the toes of Mr. Ambrose, who's hanging out clothes. It might be flowing, perhaps, who can tell, right under the people in Stevens' hotel, right under the grass where they are playing croquet, then under the mountains and far, far away. This might be a river, now mightn't it be, connecting McGillicuddy's pool with the sea? Then maybe some fish might be swimming toward me, and such a thing could be, they certainly would be. Or if such a thing could be, they certainly would be. Oh, I love this book, y'all. Anyway, some very smart fellow might point out the way to the place where I'm fishing, and that why I say, if I wait long enough, if I'm patient and cool, who knows what I'll catch in McGillicuddy's pool. I might catch a thin fish. I might catch a stout fish. I might catch a short fish or a long, long, drown-out fish. Any kind, any shape, any color or size, I might catch some fish that would open your eyes. I won't be surprised if a dogfish appears, complete with a color and floppy or long floppy ears, woofing along, and perhaps he might chase a whole lot of catfish right to this place. I might catch a fish with a pinwheel-like tail. I might catch a fish who has fins like a sail. I might catch some young fish, some high jumping, oh my gosh, words. I might catch some young fish, some high jumping friskers. I might catch an old one with long flowing whiskers. I might catch a fish with a long curly nose. I might catch a fish like a rooster that crows. I might catch a fish with a checkered board belly, or even a fish made out of strawberry jelly. I might catch a seahorse. Now, mightn't I now? Wait, I might catch a seahorse. Now, mightn't I now? I might catch a fish that is, or who is partially a cow. Some fish from the tropics, all sunburned and hot, might decide to swim up. Well, they might not. Racing up north for a chance to get cool, full steam ahead to McGillicuddy's pool. Now here's this, the image that is in question and problematic. Some Eskimo fish from Hudson Bay might decide to swim down, might be heading this way. It's a pretty long trip, but they might, and they may. I might catch an eel. Well, I might, it depends. A long, twisting eel with a lot of strange bends, and oddly enough, with a head on both ends. One doesn't catch this kind of fish as a rule, but the chances are fine in McGillicuddy's pool. I might catch a fish with a terrible grouch. I might catch an Australian fish with a kangaroo pouch. Who wants to catch small ones like mackerel or trout? Say, I'll catch a sawfish with such a long snout that he needs an assistant to help him about. If I wait long enough, if I'm patient and cool, who knows what I'll catch in McGillicuddy's pool? Some roughneck old lobster, some gristled and muscle, or all gristle and muscle, might grab at my bait, then would I have a tussle. To land one so tough might take 2 or 3 hours, but the next might be easy. I might catch some sort of fast-moving bloke who zips through the waves with an over-armed stroke. I might and I may, and that's really no joke. A fish even faster, a fish, if you please, who slides down the sides of strange island on skis. he might ski on over and pay me a visit. That's not impossible, really. Now is it? Some circus fish, fish from an acrobat school. Just making sure I'm looking at the fish. These fish, they look like a normal fish. Okay. Some circus fish from an acrobat school might stage a big show in McGillicuddy's pool. Or I might catch a fish from a stranger place yet, from the world's highest river in far off Tibet, where the falls are so steep that it's dangerous to ride them. So the fish put up floats and they float down beside them. It's cute. From the world's deepest ocean, from way down below, from down in the mud where the deep divers go, from down in their mire and the muck and the murk, I might catch some fish who are all going lurk. Oops. Ah. Escape. I just had to go back. We cannot skip ahead. Okay. Just to make sure. Whales! I'll catch whales! Yes, a whole herd of whales, all spouting their spouts and all thrashing their tails. I'll catch 50 whales, then I'll stop for the day, 'cause there's nothing that's bigger than a whale, so they say. Still, of course, it might be that there is something bigger, some sort of a kind of a thingamajigger. Okay, that was a tongue twister. Is fish a fish that is so big, if you know what I mean, that'll make a whole whale look like a tiny sardine. Oh, the sea is so full of a number of fish. If a fellow is patient, he might get his wish. And that's why I think that I'm not such a fool when I sit there and fish in the McGillicuddy's pool. Yay! Okay. Oh my gosh, I just love that book. Guys, it's so good. It kind of brings me back, like, and especially in this time of politics too, like, it just reminds me of, like, people with forced to vote, like, oh no, it wasn't supposed to be, or it couldn't be, or oh, they can't do X, Y, Z is the reason why you're, still suffering, and, like, why we don't have minimum wages. They're not doing and taking risk, and people are continuously always saying, well, oh, it can't be because of this. But the question is, have you tried? Or all these excuses, all right, based upon what other people told you? Because if you really do think on it, all right, like the kid did, it could be leading to a river. It could be, connected to the ocean, right? There could be that a random bird, I don't know how things work, but it could be, right? And the kid, you can see, is rationalizing it, like, wait, but fish are everywhere, and who's to say that there isn't any here? And it's only until we try it that we'll see. But if you're always believing that it's not going to be or that can't happen, then you're stopping it altogether. And I like how in this book it's that childlike innocence and curiosity and willingness to try. And this is just a kid wanting to fish, not people who are trying to get, things that are needed, right, for our society to thrive and to do better. And kind of just seeing how not taking a no for an answer and is questioning that authority. And it says, hey, who are you to say? Do you know everything? Have you? Because miracles happen, right? That kid was, rarities can occur. I believe in that, right? That we can't see to the bottom, but there are other things that we can't see to the bottom of that, or that appear to be small, that are linked to bigger, right? Or connected to bigger bodies of water. And maybe in that you can find a fish could come around, right? Maybe somebody puts a fish in it from another town and just like, hey, let this fish want to live here. So again, I just think that it's very much like I like the book, and I feel like I can see how in life like that. Maybe the reason why I liked it so much is because I was a kid that questioned, and you know, having faith is important, and not everybody, just because they're older than you, right, or what appears to be experience, knows everything, right? There are things that people who are older don't know, and maybe it's because they're not thinking it through like you did, and not to question that, like, or to undermine that. And so, yeah, I'm sad that it's not going to be available, but Macaulay Culkin lives in my heart, and why couldn't he not just draw normal fish? I'm bringing this back to Dr. Seuss. Trying to get the message out there, right? Throw in some racism. Anyway, but yeah, let me go look at the pool. LOL, I feel like you're still talking in the poem cadence. Am I? I like reading poetry. I like things that rhyme and reading them. And I remembered, what was the other, because it's bringing me back to like elementary school and the days of reading and stuff like that. I remembered, who was that guy who wrote poems? Silverstein. Yeah. I should read some of those one day. Man, I'm this close to probably just going over there. I love these poems. I'm doing this for myself. You guys, forgive me. I hope you guys enjoy. I want to see the certain particular poem. All right. It's called Peanut Butter Sandwich. Bruh, I love peanut butter sandwich. And Sarah Cynthia Sylvia Stout. I'm literally taking a ride down memory lane. Which one do it first? Peanut butter sandwich. How do you spell Shel Silverstein? It's be embarrassing. Peanut butter sandwich poem. Okay, I can write. Also, too, anybody watching, add into the chat, got any questions, anything to add on what we're talking about, or any of the books that you liked as a kid now not being published anymore. Which one is it? Let's see. Okay, I'm excited. I'm just reading it because I haven't read it in a while. I'll sing you a poem of a silly young king who played with the world at the end of a string. But he only loved one single thing, and that was just a peanut butter sandwich. His scepters and his royal crown, his regal throne and golden crowns, were brown and sticky from the mounds and drippings from each peanut butter sandwich. His subjects were all silly fools, for he had passed a royal rule that all that they could learn in school was how to make a peanut butter sandwich. And then one day he took a bite and started chewing with delight, but found his mouth was stuck quite tight from that last bite of peanut butter sandwich. His brother pulled, his sister pried, The wizard pushed. His mother cried. My boy's committed suicide from eating his last peanut butter sandwich. The dentist came, the royal doc, the royal plumber, banged and knocked, but still those jaws stayed tightly locked. Oh, darn that sticky peanut butter sandwich. The carpenter, he tried with pliers. The telephone man, he tried with wires. The firemen, they tried with fire, but could not melt that peanut butter sandwich. With ropes and pulleys, drills and coils, with steams and lubricating oils, for 20 years of tears and toil, they fought that awful peanut butter sandwich. Then all of the royal subjects came. They hooked his jaws with grappling chains and pulled both ways with might and main against that stubborn peanut butter sandwich. Each man and woman, girl and boy, put down their plows and pots and toys and pulled until crack! Oh joy! They broke right through that peanut butter sandwich. A puff of dust. A screech, a squeak. The king's jaws opened with a creak. And then, in a voice so faint and weak, the first words that they heard him speak were, how about another peanut butter sandwich? The end. Okay. And that's a good old story about how people don't learn. In particular, maybe those in elite, right? He went through all that, and what's the first thing he asked for? A peanut butter sandwich. Ain't that telling of some people? Anyway, literally went through all that just to do it again. I think of people who lost half a lung to smoking cigarettes, and then right after they get recover, they smoking cigarettes. So, anyway, that's probably where I liked it. I like, oh, that poem, Chi-Chi? What is it, Chi-Chi? He usually doesn't bark. It's okay, Chi-Chi. For he has passed a royal rule. Okay. And then just one more I remember liking as a kid, which is another Shel Silverstein. Shel Silverstein. Sarah. Ugh, I'd rather it look better. Oh my gosh. Oh, it looks like homework. I was like, flashback. Trigger. No, not the worksheets. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, I want to speed along. We do have other things to talk about today, but again, I'm having fun with this, so why not? It's another worksheet, but whatever. All right. Sarah Cynthia Sylvia Stout would not take the garbage out. She'd scour the pots, she'd scrape the pans, candy the yams, and spice the hams. And though her daddy would scream and shout, she simply would not take the garbage out. So it piled up into the ceilings, coffee grinds, potato peelings, brown bananas, rotten peas, chunks of sour cottage cheese. It filled the can, it covered the floor, it cracked the window and blocked the door. with bacon grinds and chicken bones in drippy ends of ice cream cones? Prune pits, peach pits, orange peels, gloppy glumps of cold oatmeal? Pizza crust with withered greens, soggy beans, and tangerines? Crust of blackened, burnt buttered toast, grisly bits of beefy roasts? The garbage rolled on down the hall. It raised the roof, it broke the wall. Greasy napkins, cookie crumbs, glops of gooey bubble gum? Cellophane from green bologna, rubbery blubbery macaroni? Peanut butter, caked and dried, curdled milk, and crust of pie? Where are we? And crust of pie, moldy melons, dripped up, dried up mustard, eggshell mix with lemon custard, cold French fries, and rancid meat, yellow lumps of cream of wheat. At last the garbage reached so high that it finally touched the sky. And all the neighbors moved away, and none of her friends would come to play. And finally Sarah Cynthia Stout said, "Okay, I'll take the garbage out." But then, of course, it was too late. The garbage reached across the state, from New York to the Golden Gate, and there, in the garbage, she did hate. Poor Sarah met an awful fate that I cannot now relate, because the hour is much too late. But children, remember Sarah Stout, and always take the garbage out. The end. Anyway, I like that one too. Consequences. See, at the end, it wasn't like she was saved or everyone in the city helped clean her up. It was no. Now look at what you did. You made it ridiculous. And now, there's nobody that can help you. You literally created such trash and garbage around that nobody's trying to talk to you anymore. Be a friend. So anyway, moving forward, I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was a slight rabbit trail, but I do like reading poems, and Dr. Seuss reminds me of childhood, and I guess given that it was National Day of Reading yesterday, it's kind of sparked what I used to read as a kid. Anyway, moving on. So next on the list, I do want to transition into something more serious, and this is having to do with what's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. So I was going across on Twitter, and I found a tweet talking about, or from this woman and people from Jackson, Mississippi, who were saying, hey, why is nobody talking about how, or why is this not getting national coverage, that one, like the capital city, you know, of an American state, right, has been without water for what's going on 3 weeks now. And so we're going to talk about it. And let me just pull up the article. Or let me first pull up the tweet. So here. So I was going across my timeline, and here I saw this. 3 weeks without water in Jackson. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. The more I see either the total lack of acknowledgement from the rest of the country or dismissive responses from the rest of the country, the more upset I get. Click on it. That makes sense. She says the blackest city in the black state, the blackest city in the black state in the country, which I think she meant blackest, but I'm not sure if it's blackest state. But anyway, the blackest city in the black state in the country has been without water for 3 weeks, and it's being paid dust by the rest of the country. People are suffering. No water following a a weather emergency. Homes were damaged. We're in a pandemic. People don't have jobs and no water. If any other capital city in any other state was going through a water crisis, the rest of the country's response would be totally different. Well, clearly it depends on the city and how diverse that city is. People say something, but yes, I hear what you're saying here. Because we see environmental racism happening. People don't talk about it. Right? Alive and well in Flint too. That's just being. What they did with handling Flint is just absolutely atrocious and a huge indictment on this country and its failures when it comes to its people, its citizens, and its infrastructures. Anyway, it says there's a total lack of care and empathy towards Mississippians from the rest of the country. People are suffering. 3 weeks without water, and people make jokes about it because it's Mississippi. Within the state, people make jokes because it's Jackson. People are suffering. That's funny. And then here, other people are tweeting. Literally, the first I've heard of this. Why is this happening? Someone writes, the city and state leaders have limped along, patching the water's mains for years, and the cost to fix the whole system is like $2 billion. The big freeze that hit Texas also affected Mississippi and caused critical failures in the water mains bursting. Speaks to how much our political thinking is based on spite and lack of understanding. Always easier to point the finger than to lend a hand. Okay, so here, just kind of was reading through, and so I'm like, okay, let's look up some articles and read about actually, what's going on. And so here I went to the Mississippi Today, Mississippi News paper, online news, and let's just read. Let's read what they got to say. It's not a long article, so let's do our due diligence. All right, and actually, I'll read it like this. With all those texts, and then I can switch back and forth. Okay, so the title of the article is, and this was written on March 1st, 2021. It says, thousands of Jackson residents enter third week without running water. Thousands of residents in Jackson are still without water service 2 weeks after a historic winter storm slammed the state, freezing and bursting many water pipes in the capital city. Officials cannot estimate how many residents are without water in Jackson, the state's largest city that is at least 80% black, and they cannot say definitively when water service will be restored. That's highly upsetting. Pockets of West Jackson and a majority of South Jackson are the areas hit hardest by service disruptions. A reality official attributes to the distance between these neighborhoods and the city's water treatment plants. A realty official attributes to the distance between these neighborhoods and the city's water treatment plants. Over the course of the water crisis, 80 water main breaks and leaks have been reported across the city. As of Sunday night, the city's water maintenance department had completed 51 repairs. Crews completing the repairs have described city pipes, some over 100 years old, as brittle, underscoring the need for a vast overhaul of cities' aging infrastructure. We are glad to see that the process is working. While it isn't working to the speed we would like to see, we are glad to know that we are on the right track. Of course, I'm like, what official is saying this? Sounds a little bit like propaganda to me. Jackson Mayor. Sorry, I'm not the best with names. Jackson Mayor Chokwe Antar Lumba said during a Sunday press conference, "We are not happy until we can restore the water service to every single last person in the city." Meaningful infrastructure repairs have been put off for decades by city leaders. So exactly, it's just like, okay, I hear you, but what are you going to do? What weren't you doing before that led to this? If you really care, we'll see in your actions how fast you move. Like, it's just... people don't have things like water. Huge failing of the government. So what are people paying taxes for? If not the main things that we need in order to survive, right? You would think that our community, our societies, right, that we pay taxes into, right, the richest nations ever in human history, right? This one, you would expect clean, running water, right? Safety, right? Access to education, good education. You expect things like, what would you call it? Like the highways, the roads to be taken care of. But essentially things like in access to food, healthy food. Can't even do that. You thought that water pipes weren't one of the big things that you all needed to fix. But these people don't go to jail. These people don't get in trouble. They get little smacks on the wrist. They either leave their job and then get another job that's either high paying at one of the companies that clearly help to fund their campaigns and whom that elected official did a lot of favorable legislation for in said city, state, whatever. It's despicable to me. And yet these people, again, they all knew and knowing climate change is a thing. It is happening and it is going to continue to happen. And yet still, no preparedness. And people suffer. The innocent people suffer. The children. That's what two, just like, I'm going to keep reading. It says, meaningful infrastructure repairs have been put off for decades by city leaders who have had to craft budgets in recent years with a diminished tax revenue base. Lumba has estimated that updating Jackson's water system to prevent future crisis would cost around $2 billion, which is more than 6 times the city's annual budget. This is what is our federal government doing? Where is if Jackson don't do something to fix all of its aging pipes here, I'm afraid we just might be the next Flint, Michigan. One resident said on the city's Facebook page. City crews traveled around areas of South and West Jackson yesterday, opening up fire hydrants to release trapped air out of the water system that had built up after water reserves were depleted during the winter storm. Charles Williams, Jackson's public Works Director, said on Sunday that the city had restored water pressure to its targeted 90-pound per square inch at the O.B. Kurtz water treatment plant. Along with maintaining that pressure, recovery now depends on their ability to distribute water throughout the system. Many residents have complained on the city's Facebook page in support lines that car washes near their homes are still operating while their neighborhoods are still without water. Car washes near their homes still have water. Stop saying conserve and do something. Stop the car washes. We have lived with inadequate water for years, a resident wrote on the city's Facebook page. Citizens have experienced significant leaks due to burst pipes. Are asked to keep copies of the plumbing statements for their repairs so they can apply for a leak adjustment to their bills from the Water Sewer Business Administration. The entire city is still under a boil water notice, and residents with water services are being asked to lower their consumption as much as possible to speed up the restoration of the city's reserves. Ultimately, because I was reading back over that. This was over here. So where we're at. The entire city is still under a boil water notice, and residents with water services are being asked to lower their consumption as much as possible to speed up the restoration of the city reserves. Ultimately, what we need from the state and federal government is long-term support so we can weatherize these faculties, Lumumba said. No update has been given on when or if the state will request federal disaster relief to aid state and local relief efforts. What else would they plan to do? And how long is it going to take for them to ask for what they clearly need? Because I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to save that to the end. Let me just finish reading through this. On February 23rd, Governor Tate Reeves said that county and municipal agencies were working on damage reports and that he would request federal aid when those were completed. As of Monday afternoon, damage reports were still coming into the governor's office. For Reeves to request a federal emergency declaration, a cumulative threshold of $4.5 million in reported damages has to be reached. Didn't they already say it was like they would need $2 billion in repairs? They've already figured that, so I don't know what they're talking about. It says for Reeves to request a federal emergency declaration, a cumulative threshold of $4.5 million in reported damages has to be reached. Last week, the state secured more tanker trucks of non-portable water for Jackson, and Reeves deployed the Mississippi National Guard to assist with Jackson relief efforts. Last week, that means they went over a week without water. They didn't call it in. They thought, oh, it's going on a week. We don't need the National Guard. Or like day 5, day 6. I feel like, where's the expediency here? Non-portable flushing water will be available on Monday from 9 to 6 at the following locations. That's the end of the article. We're going to go back up here and see. Where did it say the 2 billion? Bloomberg has estimated that updating Jackson's water system to prevent future crises would cost around 2 billion, and that's more than 6 times the city's annual budget. So to hear it say, for Reeves to request a federal emergency declaration, a cumulative threshold of 4.5 million in reported damages has to be reached. This sounds disgusting to me. Like, I hate this bureaucracy. The people need water. Like, if you already know, this is BS to say we're waiting for damage reports before we ask for federal aid till we actually help. They're sitting here saying that it could be another Flint because the pipes are so old. Like, and so they still haven't reached, and this is by Monday because this is when it was written, this article, a cumulative threshold of 4.5 million in reported damages has to be reached, right, before Reeves requests a federal emergency declaration. So we'll see. How long does it take to accumulate? How long do people have to be without water before it's a declaration? Like, how much more does the mayor need to say, hey, the pipes are busted, they're old, they hang? Like, it makes me sick. It's so upsetting. And here again, these people of color, it says this city is Jackson, Mississippi, right? 80% black. You gotta wait. You have to wait before we emergency. We know you don't have water. We don't see water coming back for a minute. We don't. What did it say here at the top? It was like they don't know when it's gonna end. Service disruption, yeah. Like, oh my gosh. And when can our federal government step in? This is what I mean. Failed state. Failed state. Failed state. So I'm just reading back over, looking at this article. This doesn't give peace of mind. And it shouldn't be this way. We are greedy, hoarded wealth. Again, this country is one of the richest nation that has been. No excuses, but they'll find some. They'll find a lot of excuses not to actually just step in and do and to help. You'll find so many excuses for why this is not being covered on national news, to push leaders to taking action, the action needed. But what is this governor want to do? Bureaucracy. We have to reach 1.4 million in damages before we actually ask for help, the money we clearly need to do what needs to be done. This just shows me they're taking their own sweet time. They don't care about these people. Babies not having access to water. Kids, the elderly in these neighborhoods. Let alone these people, working class people. Do they have to pay for these bottles of water? Is the city going to reimburse them? I mean, they said for the leaked pipes they would. So I feel like I don't know what much more to say other than I'm just disgusted and it's very upsetting. Get Jackson, Mississippi water. Government, do your job. But it feels like no matter how many times you yell that at the screen or anywhere, they march. But even then, when you see that there have been marches or protests, they can also be ignored. But what happened in Flint, and they're saying this could be another Flint, that's like, Flint has been managed so horrendously. And again, there's other, like they've said too with Flint, that Flint is not the only one in the U.S. And here we have another example of it happening again. But let's praise the Biden administration. Let's praise this country. All the while, those they have like this can write tax breaks to millionaires, billionaires. Like this. The war, we fund it like that. You want people to wake up and see it. I see it's disgusting. You feel like, what do you do? What can you do? We can, but they don't want to. Those who run things, they don't mind for just to break and get old and break. And if the people die, well, they might as well do it and decrease the surplus population. Is that not one of those unspoken truths about our government? Or how they think? And they might as well do it. We have a tax, or we have an incentive for people to die because corporations can make money off of people who die. They're like some employees, like current employees. So if they're gonna die, we might as well do it. It says, I feel like how they give huge cost estimates, like, okay, but it's needed, so exactly. I don't care how much it'll cost. Make it happen now. Many lives are at stake. We have the willpower, we have the people, we have the equipment to go in and get it done. The only thing holding us back is money. Something, one, the U.S. has so much of, and two, something that's technically not even real. We boil it down to it. But it says, also, isn't this one of those times they could invest and give Americans jobs? I'm saying this, it all boils down to want to. This isn't a city where you would have a lot of oligarch. Well, yeah, they have their factories and stuff in Jackson, so. But like, this isn't, it's an 80% black city. We've seen how our government reacts and responds to cities of color, particularly in poor places, poorer cities, very slowly and with little urgency or care. Since we literally just gave Iceland millions of dollars to expand their airport so the military could land there if needed. Oh, I know. Just people wake up. Wake up. It's allowed to be this way. It's purposely left this way. $1 million. And it said the governor's not asking until it reaches 4.5 million in reported damages. I don't even know if that is, what does it say? Let's click over here. No update has been given on when or if the state will request federal disaster relief. They don't care. If you don't think that the governor doesn't talk to the mayor of Jackson to know that they're going to need federal funds, disaster relief, because the damages are so high. But no, he wants to act. Well, we don't know if we're going to do it or not. It says on February 23rd, Governor Reeves said that the county and municipal agencies were working on damage reports and that he would request federal aid when those were completed. Because I guess today they have time. They don't have time. Well, just wait. Wait till the courts come. People line up 9 a.m. to 6 for non-portable flushing water. We don't know if we're going to ask for relief. We know it's going to cost $2 billion roughly to get it fixed. But we're going to act like we can't move yet. We can't do anything yet. It says here, as of Monday afternoon, damage reports were still coming into the governor's office. For Reeves to request a federal emergency declaration, a cumulative threshold of $4.5 million in requested damages has to be reached. It's taken a long time. So, I mean, I don't know much more to say on this topic other than as our government's egregious. You see, to the federal level and state and local in this country, and particularly in this case, Mississippi. And just pray for these people. And if there's any help anybody, I don't know who's listening, can do to help, let's say they're in need of it. So I just wanted to read that and update you guys and let you all know what's going on there. I feel like it is important to know and talk about because these people's lives matter. They do. And the fact that the people who govern them don't see that is the issue. Oftentimes people like socios. So I do want to transition on. Of course, if you have any comments you want to talk about related to this particular topic, pop them into the chat and I will read them. But let's move on over to other states. And speaking of state incompetence and leaders of these states' incompetence, some may say willful incompetence or willful not neglect, but willful actions. So, getting it pulled up. And let me also check too, if on YouTube, if anybody has been writing. If you all have, I'm sorry if I have not been able to get to your chats because I'm, for some reason I don't see it. Okay. So that's good. And just check over here before we move on to the next story. Okay. I have all these tabs up. I'm trying to figure out where in the world is it? Oh, here it is. Good old Keith Oberman. You know, slight segue or quick side note. I remembered first because I didn't know who Keith Olbermann was, and then it was during the 2016 election time that he was doing these kind of like attack videos, kind of like about Trump and Russia and all this stuff. And I just thought, oh, the way he does his reporting is very interesting, his style. And I looked at other videos that he had done, and I kind of liked it. He explains, like, he'll call out the people's lie, like he'll tell the truth, and then he'll run the clip of them saying the opposite. And I thought that was such an interesting way of organizing the information rhetorically, in that I feel like it's better than what we normally see. Like, oftentimes when people report something, they'll show the clip, like, today this person said this, and then it'll show the clip, and then it'll say, you know, if there was anything wrong with it, or if it was like, yeah, false, like they'll say it after, right? So actually this isn't the actual stat, blah 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 blah. But here Keith Olbermann would be like, didn't do you know that this and this and this and this and this and this, and it's almost like you can't even refute it. So if the person does say, right, it's set up in such a way, if they say the opposite, it's clearly that they're lying, right? Because you were first primed with the truth versus first being primed with the lie. Like, to an extent. Does that make sense? Anyway, but clearly this guy, Keith Olbermann, Russiagator, come and find out it was just all BS. And so here he comes, right, up here on my timeline in Twitter, and he has the audacity to say this. Why are we wasting vaccinations on Texas if Texas has declared or decided to join the side of the virus? Really? One more time. Why are we wasting money on vaccines? Wasting vaccines. He says wasting vaccines on Texas if Texas has decided to join the side of the virus. Do you see what I mean? Like, he, I would say, is skilled in, you know, writing, right? He knows about the rhetorical, right? He knows how things work, right? He knows that that's very problematic because, one, you're saying Texas as if it isn't full of human beings. You're making it seem like this inanimate object, right, or this just landmass that is Texas, is, we shouldn't waste it on what? The hills, right? The square footage of Texas. What do you mean by Texas? You should just say what you mean. We shouldn't be wasting our vaccines on Texans. Texans. If Texas government decide to join the side of the virus, and we're supposed to take you seriously. So the people in one of the biggest states should suffer because their government is doing something that the people did not decide and vote on to do. You sound stupid, you sound ignorant, and what would you call it? A lack of humanity, like a lack of empathy. Cruel is what I dare to say. This tweet is and what he is asking for, and very counterintuitive, because if these people don't get the vaccine, and then those in other states who still haven't gotten the vaccine, and they travel and go around all this stuff, and the variants that are newer spread around and grow, like, you're sounding you're sounding a little Keith dumb, purposefully. So here, let's just see. So here it says, you're not going to read all of it, just some of it. And it says, Governor Abbott lifts mask mandate opens Texas 100%. Now, again, for those of you all who have been, have listened to the stream at least once or so before, you might have heard me talking about this. But keep in mind, corporate-owned life insurance. Isn't it interesting after the whole thing happened and things break down in Texas, and, people, or the cost of electricity, all these things, right? Now you find it, let's just also open it up 100%. No masks. Knowing that there's deadlier versions of variants of COVID, pretty sure have been found in Texas. Pandemic still alive around, biggest state, millions of people. No. Now who can gain with more spreadings and deaths? But those that make money from it. Hold on a second. I am getting a phone call. Sorry, y'all. Good question. Hello, Mama. Hello. Do you not see me? Well, I'm on. I'm live. You got me live. Nope. We're going in on Texas and how Texas has to lift the mandate, or has lifted the mandate, and it wants to open 100%. So anyway, I'll talk to you after, or join in, unless you have any questions. Okay. Bye, Mom. I cannot end it. Okay. So, my mom just called. Sorry about that. So, let's going back to it. Yeah, Texas is about to open up. So let's just read this, and we'll go and I'll show you guys what I believe again, and I believed had been happening really from the beginning, and how it ties to this, and what things that they're not talking about when it comes to opening up. So here it says, Austin. It says Governor Greg Abbott. If I'm saying his name wrong, oh well. Greg Abbott today issued an executive order lifting the mask mandate in Texas and increasing capacity of all businesses and faculties in the state to 100%. One more time. The Governor Abbott today issued an executive order lifting the mask mandate in Texas and increasing capacity of all businesses and facilities in the state to 100%. The governor made the announcement at Montelago Mexican restaurant in Lubbock in an address to the Lubbock Chamber of Commerce. With the medical advancements of vaccines and antibodies, therapeutic drugs, Texas now has the tools to protect Texans from the virus, said Governor Abbott. Listen to these liars from the pit of hell, these liars. Listen to this. We must now do more to restore livelihoods and normalcy for Texans by opening Texas 100%. Make no mistake, COVID-19 has not disappeared, but it is clear from the recoveries, vaccines, reduced hospitalizations, and safe practices that Texans are using the state or that state mandate are no longer needed. Today's announcement does not abandon safe practices that Texans have mastered over the past year. Instead, it is a reminder that each person has a role to play in their own personal safety and the safety of others. With this executive order, we are ensuring that all businesses and families in Texas has the freedom to determine their own destiny. During his remarks, the governor discussed the incredible advancements, I can't even highlight it, that Texas has made that allows the state to open fully and lift the mask mandate, noting the rapid increase of vaccines. Nearly 5.7 million vaccine shots. Sorry, I feel like this might be too loud. Y'all let me know in the chat if I am talking too loud. Into this mic, it is a little close. It says nearly 5.7 million vaccine shots have been administered to Texans, and the state is now administering almost 1 million shots each week. By next Wednesday, about 7 million shots will have been administered in Texas, and over half of seniors in Texas will have received a vaccine shot. By the end of March, every senior who wants a vaccine who hasn't died already should be able to get one. The vaccine supply continues to increase so rapidly that more and more Texans will soon be eligible to receive a vaccine. The governor noted that Texas has a surplus of personal protective equipment and can perform over 100,000 COVID tests a day. The state has invested in a variety of antibody therapeutic drugs that have kept thousands of Texans out of hospitals. Texans have also adopted daily habits that reduce the risk of COVID-19. Oh, could it be the masks wearing a part of that? Adopted habits that reduce the risk of COVID-19 exposure and infection. More than 2.5 million Texans who were lab confirmed for COVID-19 have recovered since the beginning of the pandemic. And experts note the total number of Texans who have recovered from COVID-19 is likely 4 to 5 times that amount. The number of active COVID-19 cases is lowest since November, meaning more Texans are recovering from COVID-19 than contracting it. Well, could it be that it's because they have these mandates still there? To me, this just sounds like they want the numbers to go back up again. They're using this as their plausible deniability for why they're not going to do it. But that's only sounds to me. And again, knowing what I know, what is legally allowed in this country, why do they do anything in this country? All right? It's to oppress and gain power. And power in a capitalistic system is wealth and money. So if there's money to be made and involved, then you will see them throw out this the baby with the bathwater, or throw right under a bus. I know that's very visual, but that is exactly that. The little they care. Anyway, it says, this is all from the governor's blah blah. So, if COVID hospitalizations in any of the 22 hospital regions in Texas gets above 15% of the hospitals, it almost seems like they want it to reach that again, because it's too low right now. The money they were making off of those hospitalizations and deaths have been going down. They need their plausibility, deniability for them to go back up, and I'll tell you why. Just give me a second to finish reading. It says hospitalization, 15% of the hospital bed capacity, if it reaches 15% in that region for 7 straight days, a county judge in that region may use COVID-19 mitigation strategies. They might use it. They might. They may. It says, however, county judge may not impose jail time for not following COVID orders, nor may any penalties be imposed for failing to wear a face mask. You're working for the corpse now, the oligarchs. They want you to spread it. You're doing the job for them. If restrictions are imposed at a county level, those restrictions may not include reducing capacity to less than 50% of any type of entity, for any type of entity. Now, what are you talking about, Jakina? What do you mean that they have an incentive for us to die? What do you mean that they're doing this on purpose and it's because actually they're using the excuse of it going down and saying, well, we're going to open it up because that's plausible deniability. They know what happens when they let it all go. It will spread. Those hospitalizations will go up. And when they do, they'll say, Texans need to work. We told them that they could close it down if they wanted to. And they'll do all these excuses. All the while, people allowed today, gone. No jail time. Oh, your employer wants to pack you in and say, we don't do masks here. We're not supplying you with masks. I didn't see it anywhere did it say that you had to be supply. It just says that there was a surplus of personal protective equipment. What does that mean? What does that mean? Every single business has a surplus. Every single place has a surplus of PPE. If you need it, but we're not going to require you to use it at all. Garbage. Please see the difference. I'm just making sure that my volume, yeah, y'all can't hear anything. But here, I'll talk about it all the time, and I will continue to do so, because here you will find what you don't see on national news, no politicians talking about. It shows the depth of the corruption in this government. Look at right here. Why your company may want you dead. Now, this was done in 2012. Companies continue to profit from life insurance policies on what? Unaware employees. Y'all little sheep thought y'all could get away with it? You think that the government is doing all what it's doing and its lack of aid, right? It's willful neglect, right? It's huge, what many would call incompetence when handling, which really is willful, not incompetence, willfully there so that more people get hurt, catch COVID, and in their hopes to die. Now, you know why I say that? Because it makes no other sense. Hello, Texas. You think that it's best during its time to reopen? I know you got those, a lot of them corporations in your ear, government, that know about corporate-owned life insurance. They don't like seeing it go down. They don't like seeing death rates go down. They don't like seeing hospitalizations go down. They have money in the health insurance industry. But most particularly, what they're not telling you and what they're banking the most on right now during the pandemic is their corporate-owned life insurance policies that they have on the majority of Americans. But you don't know about it. What it is this? So you say, Jakina, how do you know? What is this? What are you talking about? Like this can't be a thing. Like, what? And I have to look to you and I say, oh, yes, it is. Take it in. It will make it for me knowing about this, it makes sense. Everything that the US has done since the beginning of this pandemic all makes sense when you realize that our government and its oligarchy, our politicians work for these oligarchs. These oligarchs are sociopaths. Greed drives them. They don't care about us. They only keep up the appearances so that we will go on with our day-to-day lives, right? We get a little bit upset, but we think, oh, we have a government that supports us. Oh, our government cares. City on a hill. Crap, garbage. We're a failed state. We've always been run by oligarchs. And so it was back in February. I'm pretty sure it was February. It could have been at the end of January, but February of last year. Something like they make money off of people's death, like, but where? And I tell you, it was one night I was watching YouTube, I was on YouTube, and I saw this Michael Moore documentary, and it was called Capitalism, a Love Story. And something in me was like, just watch it. And it was there that I learned of corporate-owned life insurance. I said, oh, I see. So one, they're going to use plausible deniability, even though other countries, other businesses in other countries handled it so much better with the lockdown. Watch it spread. It only makes sense. If corporations, these greedy corporations run by most corrupt people, know, because they know they bought this insurance on their employees and continue to do so. If ever a time came that a pandemic would come, to them, that is payday. To them, they see that as cha-ching. We hit it, jackpot it. It hit during this time. One, they were already saying that we were due for a pandemic to come along. But anyway, they already been buying up life insurance policies on us. Oh, so now you're telling me a pandemic comes? That's plausible deniability. That could speed up these deaths. And that means the odds of me getting a check for someone dying from COVID, the chances go up, right? Than what I would normally have, like the normal amount of deaths of their employees or ex-employees is usually a particular amount, each year. But you throw a pandemic in the mix, right? Those deaths at the end of the year that are actually paychecks, right? Good old paychecks that they got from these life insurance policies that they took out on their employees that more than likely did not know was on them. Now a pandemic comes, what incentive would they have to speed up or to get PPE? Especially these big companies. What? Their incentive is to make this, eke it out as long as possible. We'll say, oh, we're not requiring our employees at Walmart to wear masks. I know it's April, but the government's still going back and forth. Some states say yes, some states say no. We're just going to listen to the state governments, even though they knew what they were doing, and they knew that they were allowing it to spread in these grocery stores. These grocery store workers weren't wearing masks. These fast food workers weren't wearing masks. These factory workers not wearing masks. People catching COVID, being put in close proximities. Oh, I remember. They know exactly what they were doing, but they were playing dumb. They were playing dumb. And they were trying to do it for as long as possible. Why? So they can get these numbers up and it to spread. Eventually they'd have to. And they did. Right? Now you see employees wearing masks. But you have to prime the ground, prime the earth. Needed, right? Get it nice and primed, have the virus all in the U.S. And then we'll do something. Plausible deniability. Did our Congress, anybody do anything? Have they warned you yet? Did they say, hey, listen to health experts? Don't listen to your job. Don't listen to the politicians. Don't listen to lobbyists. Why? Because they know something you don't, which is they have a cash incentive for your early demise. Don't listen. When they say, oh, masks, you don't have to wear them. Oh, it's fine as long as you're 3 feet away. Come on, go out, eat. Young people, go fly, go travel, party it up. All the while, did you know that for young people, life insurance policies are way higher if they happen to die? No. Did you know that more than one company have life insurance policy on you at a time? Do you think the people in Texas don't, or the politicians in Texas don't know about this? You don't think the corporations knew when they weren't lobbying Texas to reopen 100%? And then nobody's held accountable when those numbers go up? It said no jail time. They protect their friends. Their friends are their oligarchs, or the oligarchs, the elite, those who run companies. All I can think of when I'm hearing about Texas. Here, again, I like to show Wall Street Journal article back in 2002. 9/11. Some of the first life insurance payouts went not after the terrorist attack, 9/11. Some of the first life insurance payouts went not to the victims' families, but to their employers. And now, these aren't little checks. These companies, ranging maybe on the low end, usually for older people, $100,000, $200,000 policy on them. Younger people, $500,000 policy. You already know how this country feels about its elderly. Barely want to give them Social Security. Oh, and the amount that they're taking up in Social Security and Medicaid, I think that's it. No, Medicare, Medicaid, whichever one is for retired people. So it's 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill them off. We more than likely have insurance policies on them, right? They've been buying it up on many Americans for years. Here it says companies coverage of lives of low, and these aren't even like the people at the top, right? Where if like, oh, a CEO passed away, right? You have to have a policy, right? It takes time to hire somebody else that can replace the job. No, it's on you, more than likely. Yeah, that entry-level job. Oh, the one that they treated you like crap. Oh, the one that didn't give you health insurance. That job. Oh, yeah. They were like, you were used as a pawn. Thank you for coming and applying, and thank you for working. I don't care, really. Especially if they're big enough. Who cares about the retention rate? Because either way, they already got them. They'll take your Social Security number when you give it to them, your personal information. They will go take it to these insurance firms, throw you in the pool, the life insurance pool that they have with all the other employees. And also note, our government allows for them to do this without you knowing. And if you do know, that was only so they don't have to pay taxes on the money. And they even sneak that by. Loopholes in getting consent for this. Now you tell me 500 people, the number of people passed away, I'm pretty sure during that horrific attack in 2001 was like 2,000. And all I remember hearing on the news back in November, December, January was, these are like 9/11 numbers every day. And our country doesn't care, but we went to war. over those deaths. And all I can think of is this article that said 2 million? Yep. Where is it? The after-tax charge $2 million related to the September 11th attacks. Hartford confirms, which is a life insurance company, confirms that the payout itself was greater than the net charge and that it went to its employers. Texas, why are you reopening 100%, knowing that people aren't vaccinated yet? Why can't you wait? Who's in your ear? Who's pushing you to reopen? Who wants those numbers to go back up? Could it be those who are making millions off of it each day? Banks. Did you know banks? Oh, they have a lot. They put a lot of money into their clerks, cashiers, life insurance policies on them. Oh, yeah. And they can do more than one. The bank finds out, oh, a person has a life-threatening disease. Time to get another life insurance policy. Gotten caught. I have many articles. Again, always like to show it. Oh, where's my mouse? Dead peasant insurance still alive in corporate America today. Yet I have yet to see one article come out in won't say that. What big news organizations have come out with articles on this? Why is no one investigating? And that's why I call all the politicians BS. They all are corrupt. Why? I don't care how many times they say, yes, $15 minimum wage. Oh, we need Medicare for all. F that. You don't care about us. Why? Because you've yet to inform the people that there's been a cash incentive, a reason. People are confused. How can we have these numbers so high? How is there it's so much more than other countries? Why has it been so horribly mismanaged? Why aren't they giving us help and relief? It's almost like they want us to struggle. It's almost like they don't care that we died. Like Americans have died. Family members died. And they're sitting here playing with us for a $2,000 check, which isn't $2,000, it's $1,400 check. Playing with us when it comes to minimum wage, all the while their friends have made billions upon billions upon billions of dollars from this pandemic and those who've died. It says 70% of Fortune 1000 companies in this country are known to have corporate-owned life insurance. Now, can you look that up anywhere? What companies do have it? No. Our government doesn't mandate them to show. They don't have to. They can keep it all a secret. All a secret. Now, real quick, I'm going to pull up this article or the tax form. This is what the point of what I'm saying this is for Texans. Watch out. Don't trust them. Don't trust the government. Continue to mask up. Continue to wash your hands. Continue to try to avoid spaces until either you get a vaccine or most of the country has the vaccine. Don't listen. They want you to be hospitalized. They want you to die. You know why? Because if they didn't want it, there wouldn't be a tax. There wouldn't be a cash incentive for you to die. They would have told you. They would have stopped this. They would have halted the amount that these companies are getting, right? Because it's immoral. A pandemic and y'all are being the richest ever and you don't even care about these workers. You don't even know them at all. And you haven't produced or been lobbying for safer environments. Instead, you're doing the opposite and been caught advocating to open up, open up, open up. Be wary. Watch out. They don't care. They're not warning you. They're using plausible deniability. Oh, it's because it's gone down so much. They know that's all BS. Have people start going out and not wearing it. What's next? Are companies allowed to tell their employees they're not allowed to wear a mask? Because right here you said no jail time for anybody. It says, however, county judge may not impose jail time for not following the COVID-19 orders, nor may any penalties be imposed for failing to wear a face mask. I just wanted to pull this up real quick. I have them saved in my drive, my Google Drive. Again, if you have any questions, leave them in the chat. Let me see here. I'm just looking at this real quick, or pulling this up. I wanted to show the, for those who are like, no, Jaquina, it can't be so. Well, granted, here are some, I showed credible news sources. But here I also want to show, here. Hold on a second. Oh, look! I didn't even know I had all these comments. Hey. Hey, cuz. Hold on. Let me just show this first before I go and read the chats on YouTube. For some reason, I have supposed to have a unified chat here on my software, but for some reason I can only see the messages from Twitch, so I have to go over there manually. Let me switch over screen real quick. Here, that's form. What is or employer-owned life insurance? Same thing. Corporate-owned life insurance, employer-owned life insurance, dead peasants insurance. There's a lot of names for this type of insurance, but here we go. That way they can get a good old, don't gotta pay taxes, tax break form. Government knows all about it. You hear my little notes? And the businesses can continue after the employee quits. Do they give us a say? Can we option out? Can we say no? No, I don't want these companies to have a life insurance policy on me. The answer is no. No, but maybe your family can sue the company after. Like, look into it after a relative dies and say, hey, did anyone take out? Did the business take out? I mean, there's lawyers that look into this. And then, let me hear. Yeah. These articles. Yeah, you need a lawyer. Maybe you can try to get some of that fund that a corporation took from your relative. And there have been court cases where they fight it, and this is where one of the guys who represent people, families, of corporate-owned life insurance. But anyway, let me just go over to YouTube real quick. Thanks for bearing with me. Let me read. So it says, it's weird to like see myself. Actually, let me move this over. Let me just read over here. Alrighty. It says typically when speaking about the government states are generally stated. Government states are generally stated, just like when people say Southerners. It is politically correct to group them together. No? I'm not sure to what you're referring to there, Joy. It says, question, what do you think the ramifications will be with Texas taking this monumental step, given that it is such a large state that has been drastically impacted by the closing of businesses? So I would say the ramifications, well, the ramifications just being on a effect on the people and businesses, I would imagine that COVID cases will go up. Well, if you do get any more, or like the economic benefits, right, the financial benefits of it may rise, and people can see, hey, Texas, people are back to work, people are off unemployment, but at what cost? I feel like this is the reason people are advocating for opening up, is because our government refuses, on purpose, by the way, to do what needs to be done in order to protect people. Other countries knew the importance of getting a UBI, knew the importance of meeting people's either their current their current pay, or at least 80-90% of it, right? The government is actually working for the people to keep them safe, because that's what a government is supposed to do. The U.S. will refuse to do so. And again, I say it's because they wanted it to spread. These corporations who really do run the government, right? The oligarchs and do their donations and their lobbyists, right? And you can see it through the actions that our government, our officials, like what they fight for. And oftentimes they fight for their oligarchs. They fight for their, They fight for their, the businesses that pay them. And so here, dramatically, I would say that I'm trying to figure out how the best way to put it. We should never be put in this position where, yes, it might reduce unemployment levels, right? It may rev up like in the economy, but with that, people will also more than likely suffer, right? The least among people who have health issues, those who are older, right? And it's all for plausible deniability. They could do the right thing, right? If they told us and they paid us to stay home, right? If they were clear with what the health officials were saying, right? Wear a mask. Back when Fauci was saying, you don't have to wear a mask. Like, they were going back and forth with the messaging, right? It wasn't a clear message. It was purposely people from other states, Republicans, you're seeing different messages from Democrats. You're seeing a different message from your president. You're seeing it. Oh, companies want to reopen. People are literally, you do a shutdown. You literally don't pay people. Tell them that they're not allowed to work or have their businesses run. Of course, they knew that people were going to cry out to reopen. And that right there gives them their plausible deniability. See, the people want it opened, not the fact that people just want to be able to stay safe and to keep up their living. They don't want to go hungry. They don't want to lose their house. They don't want to get sick. And it's a disgusting game that they're playing. And so, I hope I answered the question. And so, Ing Marie on YouTube says, and I'll go over to Twitch in a minute because I see that there are some questions there. It says, maybe They're banking on natural herd immunity. And the fact we all know to stand back, wear a mask, wash hands, and use hand sanitizer has become a norm. Well, with herd immunity, using that, which again is what they wanted, I could tell that from the beginning, they chose herd immunity, or they chose it. That's why they moved so slow, is why they said, go out, it's fine, you don't need a mask, it's fake, right? Then also too, from the same group, right, government, people who we would consider leaders are saying, hey, is it even real? Like, is it even that serious? At the beginning. And what happened? It spread more and more, and people have died. We're now at the number of 5 million. Or, no. 500,000. Sorry, 500,000. 500,000 people dead. And to make it seem like, oh, people know how to do this. They know the importance of washing hands. I would say we can only hope, because the messaging was not unified. You had certain groups over here saying, actually, it's not real. You had other groups saying, it's not that dangerous. Others say, I don't want to wear a mask. All right? There were some who say, I'm not leaving my house. All right? Or every time they do it. But where has you seen, like, on a grand scale being enforced on the procedures to rightly take? Is what we're now in a year into the pandemic, and now you can say people have gotten the hang of it, but to what cost? 500,000 gone, and give or take, if the number is accurate, give or take, right? It could be that number is a little bit higher, it could be a little bit lower, depending on if people, what the real cause of death. But what we see is that, I'm going by the official numbers, 500,000 people are gone. And all I know is it did not have to be this way. How do I know that? It's because other countries did not suffer. Bigger countries did not do as poorly as we did. Why? And then to hear that, oh, they're actually making money off of it, the deaths, and people aren't talking about it. Hairy eyebrow. All the way up. Or squinted, however they do the hairy eyebrow. Hairy eye. Right? So, no, like, even banking on herd immunity was irresponsible. Irresponsible. Because they knew X percentage of people would die. And so, here, I just trying to read through. To your point, this lift of restrictions will quickly open the door for people to fall back into their normal germ-filled habits. Yeah. And then it says, I hope not. I'm not. And then here Joyce says, the people still have a lot of power. The number of protests to reopen schools and businesses shows this. On the flip side, people can still wear a mask and keep their distance, which is true. I'm just saying, is that what the people who are making these policies and reopening, is that what they actually want? They know there will be people and people who don't believe and don't trust in it, but they're doing it on purpose, it feels, in hopes for, because there's no purpose of saying you don't have to wear a mask right now. Literally, it's not like most of the country is vaccinated yet. What's the rush? What is the rush? What is it? Because what we'll see, is that the numbers go up in Texas. The deaths go up, and all I see with deaths going up is more corporations making money. Blood money. And I say people should be protesting and demand that there be reports done into these corporations, those who own corporate-owned life insurance. There should be a investigative council put together to look into these companies, these these companies that own corporate-owned life insurance, and see how they acted. Were they purposely negligent, willfully negligent? How much did they gain? The people should know, and our politicians should be pushing that right now, but instead they've said nothing on purpose. You look it up, look up corporate-owned life insurance. It is real. And so here it says, it continues, it took Trump months to make the national call on COVID. Exactly. However, people had already started to wear masks. We have some power. That is true. My thing is, it's our leaders that are supposed to be the ones ensuring and making sure that we're safe and the people have what they need. Our government didn't send us masks. They should have. None did. They were saying reopen. It's okay. So you can go into clubs in different states, restaurants. No masks. It's fine. I remembered, was it in Tennessee? Yep, I think it was back, around Christmas time. We had some of the highest per capita rates with COVID. Places were open. We were open. People walk around with no mask. You go into, even today, like you can go into the grocery stores, not grocery stores, into gas stations. Either people aren't wearing masks or the employees aren't wearing masks. And these are people who encounter people from various places and dealing with whatever is going on with their health at a time, all the time. Irresponsibility. Could I do that? Like, would I see that in another country? Particularly, I think of places where my best friend is from, Malaysia. No, you can't do that. Why? They actually care about their citizens. While McDonald's employees were allowed to just be all out, no mask on, no protective anything at the beginning, all the way up until I would imagine, I think it was maybe into April, before they had to wear a mask and start putting up the shields. That was not the case with McDonald's in other countries. They made sure that their people had masks on and that they had the protective screens there. McDonald's knew, but they could take their good old sweet time in the U.S. and act like they didn't know. Oh my gosh, we're just waiting on our government. We're waiting on the health officials to see what we're supposed to do. I'm glad that people are smarter. I'm glad that there were people who listened, and in many ways that saved their lives. Now, for those who did not know, or those who were put in places like the essential workers, right, who did not have the proper equipment, couldn't be socially distanced, it's not fair for them. And our government did not care about them, is all I'm saying. And then here, it says, Florida's open. Many people wear masks. I wear if needed though. I keep a distance and wash my hands. And Joy says, do you think other states will follow? Schools are opening up across the country. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if other states don't follow. Because why? They're beholden to the oligarchs. Again, it's not like corporate-owned life insurance is just on people in a particular state, right? There are certain corporate-owned life insurance, policies that are a little bit different in each state. Note that Georgia has no restrictions on corporate-owned life insurance at all. And I, again, back at the beginning, thought it was interesting how Georgia was one of the ones that were like, You don't need a mask. The governor acted like he didn't know how to put it on. We want to be open. I said, Georgia, makes sense, governor. Georgia, one of those states, the high numbers, COVID, people dying. Did anybody say, hey, could it be because a lot of the people in Georgia, like corporations, have life insurance policies on them? I guess that is what I'm saying. They want to reopen. They're doing such a slow job of getting it done, doing the right thing on purpose. On purpose. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the woke millennial community. I hope you're enjoying what we're talking about. And let me just answer your question real quick. I'm in YouTube right now, and so I'm reading through the comments there since I didn't know there was so much chat happening on the YouTube because we're streaming there as well, not only Twitch. You said, hola, ¿cómo estás? How are you? I see you you're from City Encarnacion, from Portuguese. I speak Spanish, but I use translator. So last time I was on stream, a couple of streams ago, we had Spanish speakers as well. And unfortunately, only un poquito español, or I habla. See, I can't, it's hard because I studied Spanish when I was in high school. It was a while ago, and it wasn't taught very well. But it was back in high school. In college, I studied Japanese, and I studied abroad in Japan. And so what I've realized is a lot of what Spanish that I did know, I don't, because, or it gets hard for me to dejumble it from the Japanese in my head. And I feel like even just now speaking Spanish, I was putting it in a Japanese format. So I'm sorry. Where am I from? I'm from the U.S. I'm currently in the good old state of Tennessee. Oh, okay, you understand. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah. So thank you for joining and following. And let's see. And I do talk a little fast, so sorry if I do that. Let me just move on over through. And funny spell on Twitch, I have not forgotten about you yet. I'm just trying to get through the YouTube comments. Let's see here. I still, yes, so to answer that question, yes, other states will follow. I'm pretty sure there'll be some states, particularly those that are Republican run, because that's more along their brand of not really caring and being pro-business, and they can get away with doing it a little bit more, and they get their possible deniability a little bit better. And they kind of twist it in such a way, like it's usually easier for them to get away, like Republicans, officials to get away with these type of things, which is why you saw states like Georgia and Florida opening up, in Tennessee, that have taken very long or had lax policies when it came to mandating, lockdowns or wearing masks and things like that. So yeah, my neck is twisted. So here, I believe they will. Folks are moving out of dim states because of the restrictions. Parents need to work, stress out over online schooling. And then Joyce says, let's all just move to a remote island and say, screw the government. If only. Unfortunately, there is always a level of corruption with you have levels of power. I guess it means within levels of power. There's corruptions. It was true in the Bible, and it is true now. The Bible warned us of this powers that are here now and today. It says, I don't know this, or Ing Marie says, I don't know this until you told me, Kina. And then she says, true, Joy, just give it time. And then Joy says, continue to be a speaker of truth. Protect yourself and don't trust the government who feeds you lies. Exactly. Don't do it, bruh. Don't do it. They have very little care. Very little care. Let me see over here on Twitch. It says, say, wow, nice Tennessee. Nice Tennessee, amazing. Your light blue hair suits you very well. Thank you. I love to wear different color hair. I'm a wiggy, so I have a lot of wigs. And this is the first time I've really gotten blue hair, and I'm like, I like it. And I like it in the little short bobs. Usually I'm used to wearing it more long, so I'm glad you like it too. Let me go. Keep on going down. It says, thanks, cuz Jahina is such a passionate protester. Well, thank you, cousin. Wow. Let me keep reading through. Is the company's public rationale? What's the company's public rationale for doing this? Do they admit to this? Well, the rationale is it's a sure bet. It's like, it's a, how do you explain it? It's a pay to play. So it's like they wrote the laws that came to like insurance and how it'll work. Why wouldn't they, like, we already have life insurance policies. They just figure out a way that they can capitalize on something that they know is 100% guaranteed, right? That we can at least know as of now. You know, there isn't medicine that has, you know, reversed aging. They know people live, they know people will die, right? And they figure out a way where you can pay to play, because not everybody can just, I can't just take a life insurance policy out on the CEO of whatever company working for. You cannot do that, but they can do that on you. You see? And we have the red tape. They don't. And these are things that, well, they don't want us to know. This is why it's not public knowledge. This is something that is faux pas, even within the industry, like the life insurance industry. People don't really talk about it. Again, it explains it in these articles, research. And it's, in many ways, I feel like it's cheating. It's a way of gambling something that you already know is going to happen. You are going to win. As long as you can continue to pay on that policy, you will cash out. Why? Because it's a guarantee. People will die. Now, how fast they do it and with what, and then the number at which, the amount of people that it occurs to within a certain amount of time, that's up in the air. They don't know. But what I do with a pandemic, they know pandemic. Again, Bill Gates was talking about a pandemic before. Literally, I think it was on last January, Netflix. There was a documentary that came out that was talking about the pandemic, which I was watching because I knew back in November about the pandemic in China. And I was telling at family gatherings, hey, y'all watch out. There's a pandemic, it's coming. And it's just interesting. Anyway, slightly rabbit trail. I digress. You add a pandemic to it, something that is natural, right? Or something that it came naturally, right? It's not like, you know, they put poison in the water, right? Where they can be linked directly to mass death, right? It wasn't like, you know, there was an infrastructure, you know, catastrophe where they could literally be linked to it. But something like a pandemic where, again, all they have to do is not do anything for long enough. And they know people will die more so prematurely than they would have before. Whereas before, if you got a life insurance policy on someone, you may have to wait, these companies may have to wait 20 years. Now, 20, 30 years, depending, right? Now, they can go collect that real quick. Whereas someone who was working, let's say, for, let's see. Let me throw up the screen. Let me put this here. I'm looking for the list here. 70%. So 7 out of 10 of these companies more than likely have life insurance policies on you. Here, let's say that you worked for I'm just going to randomly pick, because again, a 7 in 10 chance. A JCPenney's. Let's say you worked at JCPenney's, and let's say you may have worked there for a year or so, or maybe you were in your 40s back in the 90s. You worked for JCPenney's, and as a cashier, whatever, it was an after college job. They get a life insurance policy on you. Now note, we jump forward 30 years. You're 40. You were 40 then. Now it's 70. Isn't it so interesting how it's pandemic swept through the nursing homes, and how Cuomo is now being found to have been lying about the amount of nursing home deaths? This was taking place. They were buying it up, these corporations, 90s, 2000s, all the way till now. They can still have those same life insurance policies they had even if you worked for a company 30 years ago. You don't think they all gathered together? Again, this is my theory, right? They knew that this was coming, right? Back in, November, we'll even say, right? November of 2019. The oligarchs, this is coming. How are we going to handle this? And they were like, we're going to lackadaisical, act as though it's not already here yet. We're not going to shut down when it came to flights coming in. Nothing. Like, it was just completely mismanaged on purpose. Why? Well, we do have these policies that we've bought on these people, and if we allow it to come in, then even if it came to the health, they were talking about how there can be some leftover effects to people's hearts after people have gotten COVID. They don't care. Like, either way, they have money in places that they'll have money in places where no matter what they would benefit, right? Insurance company, the stock's gone up, healthcare industry's gone up, life insurance industry's gone up, all during these times. So anyway, like I said earlier in the stream, if they're going to die, then they might as well do it and decrease the surplus population. That's how they view it. Their actions since then, thus, have not proven anything otherwise. They have acted as if they've made money off of this whole time. They have not acted. Again, you can compare it to other governments that have done more, acted faster than the U.S. has, that has ample resources. Ample resources. Why? So these people in these nursing homes now, of course they don't mind. They wanted it to hit their nursing homes. They're eating up the Social Security. They're eating up, what is it, Medicaid? I think it is, Medicare, Medicaid, right? If they're going to die, they might as well do it and get us that check while along with it. Cuomo, they were telling people, even though they knew asymptomatic people could still spread COVID, allowed people to go back into nursing homes. I wonder why. Do these people have life insurance? Are you friends with the people there in New York, all these headquarters of these big corporations, Fortune 1000 companies, Fortune 100 companies in New York? That's all I'm saying. And just really making sure Texans don't trust. Don't trust them. Americans don't trust, right? Trust health officials. So here, I'm about to listen to Hamilton, Helpless. Isn't this enough? You will never be satisfied. History has its eyes on you. Government. Bruh. Hamilton. I do love Hamilton. That is my musical. And it's irony, but it has such truth in it. Granted. And it will repeat itself. And it has. Because history has repeated itself over and over again. And people are so confused. Maybe real quick. I do have, yeah, I still have enough time. We can also transition to, because what the other topic I want to talk about is the $1,400 and how less people are getting it now, because I keep having faith in people that continue to show over and over again they're not trustworthy. They don't care about us. We keep putting our faith in liars. Like, you see them over and over get caught in lies, but the media will trick us into giving them second chances, or just not telling us of their history in a correct way, so that we have these false, what would you call it, expectations of these people that are in places of power. And so every time we keep getting okie doked. No, not much anymore, but there was time people continue to get the okie doke instead of seeing it for who they are. They're not here for you. They don't serve you. They're here to trick you into thinking that they work for you. They don't. Progressives, currently right now, the ones in government or in Congress, lip service. Their job, their brand is progressives. What's the difference between a brand and a real person? Oftentimes you see a brand, and we see it many times with actors, right? You're like, oh my gosh, I love this person as an actor, da, da, da. And then you see them in real life, you're like, wait, they're not anything like that. Or you find out that they're meaner, or that, they might not have been as generous of people that you thought they were, but their brand. We need to stop being hooked onto brands in this country. The branding. They know exactly what to say. You don't think that they have the best when it comes to PR, when it comes to marketing, when it comes to market research, when it comes to psychologists, sociologists? These people know how we think and how we move and what it takes to get us to be on their side, to brainwash us. They know about the rhetorical triangle. They know things that you normal people don't. They know how to hook it. If you hear somebody saying something true to you, or you're more than likely to believe it, right? Or if they sound like you, right? If you see someone tweeting, Medicare, healthcare is a human right. That's what these politicians will write. Healthcare is a human right. All people should have healthcare. I say, thank you for telling me something I already know. Now you, politician, what are you doing other than trying to get clickbait? Because people will sit there and click on things that align with their views. All the while you do nothing, but in our heads we think, oh yeah, so-and-so is for Medicare for all. So-and-so cares about the minimum wage. They care about incarcerated people. They care about the wars. But all the while, when you see their actions, going back to, biblical Bible, Yeshua was telling us, don't focus on words. People can be deceived by the words. It's the fruit that you should be most concerned with, the action. They're not fighting for us the way that they can right now and should. They're literally, how obvious, what a time to be alive. How obvious can it be that they are flagrant, hypocritical liars? They only wanted to use you for a vote, and even then they really didn't care about it, because again, the way that they're moving right now, let me switch the screen. The way that they're moving right now, you can tell they don't care. They want to lose in 2022. They want to lose in 2022. Why? So that there's not so much pressure on the Democrats. They're being outed right now. You can't have all three branches and then say you wanted something and they are literally self-blocking. A parliamentarian, That's going to stop you from your campaign pledges? Because that's going to stop you from getting help to those you look dead in the face to? Instead, we know you're struggling. We know you need help. We're here to help you. We will fight. And literally, these psycho sociopaths will sit there and say, we're sorry. This random guy who's not elected, whom I don't have to listen to, said no. So I guess all that I believed in, all that I worked for, all those people that I deceived, sorry guys, we did the best we could. Blame Manchin, blame parliamentarian, even blame Biden. So right now, instead of a Republican Party, right, the dual parties being against, oh, it's a Republican because they run the House, or blah, 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 because there's the mixed forms of government, not mixed forms, but divided Congress and whatnot. With that, at least they can point it on Republicans. Now, the Democrats have to stand it, and they have to come up with their own bad guys. And literally, they've put in Joe Biden, he's already primed the field and saying, oh, I'm all about unity and the same people who will screw you over and light your house on fire. We have to, and not give you aid or health care during the pandemic, right? We want unity. If they don't agree on it, then no, bipartisanship. When those same people will do whatever they need to do to get what they want. And they did. They don't care about you, Democratic Party, those in office. You just serve to help them keep the career that they like. Keep them getting paid. They're $14,000 a month. Well, people sit there on unemployment, millions in unemployment. Minimum wage hasn't increased in 10 years. So that what? Their friends, their oligarchs can double their wealth within that time. And they'll make every excuse in the book for them. And they'll make every lie to get you to continue to believe that they're for you. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Not $15. Now you hear it. And here we'll transition on to the next topic. But real quick, says boss. We got funny bone. Funny spell. Sorry, I feel like there's so many comments. Haven't really read through them. Let me see. It says, I like how they give huge cost estimates, like, okay, but okay. And also, isn't this one of those times they could invest in giving Americans jobs? Oh, yeah, we read that. That was in reference to Jackson, Mississippi. We literally just gave Iceland millions of, okay, I think I've read these. We also have to ask ourselves, why are the large multinational corporations still operating, but the small businesses were forced to close? Almost like they wanted to eliminate competition. Almost like they wanted people to lose their jobs. Not their jobs, like, yes, that. But almost like they wanted people to get businesses or restaurants to shut down on purpose. People to get kicked out of their homes and not be able to afford it on purpose. Why? So that they can go in, those who have money at this time can go in and buy it up, the real estate market. They wanted this. They thrive on our suffering in the housing crisis. They make their most money off of screwing us over and hurting us. And our politicians make way for it. And they'll give them trillions of dollars doing it and give you dust. They'll say $2,000 vote for us, they'll come out immediately. Have you got a $2,000 check? No, don't plan on it, because they're not going to give you $2,000, it's going to be $1,400. Oh yeah, if you make means tests. Again, this is what I'm saying, they don't care about losing. Because if they did, they know that people are not going to vote like they did before. or last round, because they're not doing on purpose what they said that they were going to do. They literally promised 2,000, 2,000, 2,000 and said no. Then they said 1,400, right? They try to play us for dumb, right? Oh, sorry, that 600 Trump sent. Yeah, you know, that administration we called the worst thing ever. Blah, blah, blah. We're going to use that, you know, that back in, when did we get that? December? I think it was December with the $600. Now it's going on March. We're going to still add that $600, right? 1,400. Oh, those same people who got the 600, y'all don't need the same help. We're going to means test you and make it so that those who did receive $600, $1,200 under Trump, right, 1,800, won't be eligible. So if you are a Georgian and you are being told over and over again, go vote Biden, you're good for $2,000. Not only will you not get the 1,400, dust. They know that will anger people. They don't care. They want it. They like that balance. They only lie to you to make it seem like they don't want it. They don't mind Republicans. They didn't mind if Trump won again. Be honest. Like, they literally pushed for Biden, someone who was unpopular. He was unpopular. If we go back to primary, he was unpopular. But they said, we want him because he knows the inside game. And he's playing it right now. We know he won't actually give you. Bernie, he might mess around and actually give you guys something. Now, I'm not letting Bernie off the hook because he has said nothing about corporate-owned life insurance. But I digress. Bernie, on the other hand, he may actually mess around and give y'all $15. He might mess around and give you health care. He might mess around and cancel your student loan debt. No, we need to have an alternative, somebody in our pockets who knows to lie to you. Say that he's going to do those things. Not healthcare, because Biden never promised for us to have Medicare for all. But I digress. Student debt cancellation, higher minimum wage, $2,000. We'll have someone who will say it, and shamelessly, they won't. They won't do it. Biden. Everybody. Who needs healthcare? Who needs it? It's almost so ironic. People today, I'm like, well, y'all voted for Biden. Everybody rolled over and voted for Biden. I did not vote for Biden. No way on earth would I vote for Biden. He disgusts me on high levels. His egregious actions over the years. And I knew, like, of course he's not going to. I knew it. He's not going to do it. They lie. They lie. Okay, I'm moving on. Let's bring up the article. Let's move on through. And I'll get back to the YouTube comments. I just want to get through here first. So it says here, going through Twitter today, some op-eds this morning reacting to stimulus news. Democrats have decided to send checks to fewer Americans for no actual good reason. It's like reading the article. Literally would only save $12 billion. Now, we all know on the bigger scheme of things, they will drop huger numbers for less important issues. Joe Biden just yanked away stimulus checks from 17 million Americans. Do I look surprised? No. Just waiting. Truth reveals itself in time. So I click here on the article. It's a quick read. So I was going to just read through it real quick. It says, Joe Biden just yanked away stimulus checks from 17 million Americans. During the campaign for the 2 Georgia Senate races, Biden repeatedly promised to pass $2,000 stimulus checks if the Democrats won. After they did, the administration argued that $2,000 really meant $1,400, in addition to the $600 that had already gone out in the December rescue package. Whether that is true or not, now Biden is inarguably breaking his promise. Again, no shock. Under pressure from moderate Senate Democrats, he has under pressure. He has reportedly agreed to cut down the formula under which the checks will be sent out. In the previous packages, the amount started phasing out at $75,000 in income for individuals and $150K for joint filers, and vanished entirely at $100,000 and $200,000, respectively, as of 2019. Right, their 2019 information. Now the phase out will start in the same place but end at $80,000 for singles and $160,000 for couples. The $1,400 promise clearly implied at least that the checks would go out according to the previous formula under Trump. But now singles making $80K to $100K and couples making $60K to $200K will get nothing. The Washington Post, Jeff Stein, reports that roughly 17 million people who previously got checks will not. Because it's not like it's cost that's doing it on purpose. They know to say that, oh, are you dumb? I don't treat politicians like they're dumb. I don't. I treat them that they're smarter than they appear to be. Period. I give none of them that benefit of the doubt. If I can see it, and I'm not elected and I haven't been in government office, they know. They know people will be upset. They don't want the votes. The question is why? Because it's only $12 billion. Out of a $1.9 trillion package, it's only $12 billion. We'll get there. The supposed justification here is that the moderates want the aid to be more targeted. In fact, this formula is horribly inaccurate because the income data the IRS uses is from the year before the pandemic, unless people have already filed their taxes. And by the way, if your income decreased in 2020, you should do that immediately. This formula is therefore doubly wrong. There are no doubt millions of people who have lost jobs and should qualify but won't, and a smaller number that have gotten raises and shouldn't qualify but will. And this change will only save a pitiful $12 billion. Okay. The survival checks are one of the most popular government programs in American history. Polls have them at something like a 4-to-1 approval. Moderation for Senate Democrats apparently means breaking their party's promises in the service of unpopular, pointless actions that make their president seem less generous than Donald Trump. Ooh, it's a Gigi. She's back. Let's see. Yeah, Gigi. She's so sweet. Anyway, but yeah, that's what's there here. And now people are calling for progressives to not vote on this relief bill. Do something. We'll see. I lean on the non-optimistic side of it. Oh, he's so sweet. Anyway, but they're calling for it. That would make sense. If they were actually true to what they stood on or stood for, you would use this power to say, no, you're going to put in the $15 minimum wage. No, everybody gets $2,000. And actually, if they really were about something, force it so that people get a UBI, or force that people raise the unemployment amount that people are getting for unemployment. They literally said, and again, note, we are an oligarchy. The reason why they don't want to give higher unemployment and raise it to 400, I think that was what they were saying, 400, is because the corporations, they don't want to be forced to compete at those rates. So what they're saying is, if you give them more, people will more than likely not. Why would they want to go to work or apply for jobs that are going to pay them less than what they get in unemployment? Say they don't, and so the businesses, they don't want to raise their pay. Again, something that if we had a mandate minimum wage increase, this wouldn't be an issue. But what? The corporations get to have a say, right? They say, sorry, you're paying the people a little bit more of a living wage than we're willing to. And that's not even a livable. You're not allowed to raise it. Politician. We pay you. We rule you. We are you. We're friends with you, right? They live in the same neighborhoods. Most of Congress is rich. Those are their friends, their neighbors, their colleagues, their alumni. But we don't see it that way, but that is how they treat each other. That is the truth. But we keep on saying it, oh, corporation, they wouldn't work for, they're for the people. But you don't realize you're just using the word corporation, so in your head you think building, not a human being. But actually, they see it as the face of the person who runs it, their board. They know who they are. Those are people. Those are their friends. And they do things for their friends over you. Almost every single time, said a study from Northwestern. Showed that Congress votes and acts hugely disproportionate to the will of the people. They do for corporations. And what we have gotten done is because it so happens that what corporations want and what we want happen to override, right? Corporation don't like ye, more than likely not doing it. If it would make your life better and uplift you, a large amount of people, they won't do it. They have it the way they want it. We are wage slaves. We are debt slaves in this society. So there's that. For those of you all who don't know, that's current news going on with our government and how they failed us again. Oh, you don't see it. This is what it looks like to have Democrats in all three branches, with more progressives in the Democratic Party than ever before. That's what it looks like. We'll see if they fight. I have very, very low confidence that they will. But if they do, hey, I'll give it to them. But are they going to hold their votes? Are they going to say absolutely not and use their political power to get a general strike or to have protests, mass protests? Say, hey, they promised you all $15. We promised you. We're going to do a strike. We're doing a protest. We are going to withhold our votes on this package deal. You need our votes. We're not going to do it until you put in what we request, what the American people need and what they demand of us. Will they do it? Could they do it? Absolutely. Ooh. Oh my. Makeup. But absolutely. Absolutely. Let me just go. Let me check over here in YouTube. Just so make sure I've read everything. The sad part, since when did this originate? If you're talking about corporate-owned life insurance, it's been around for a while. It was known, corporate-owned life insurance at the beginning. It's been around for decades, but it hasn't really been until the 90s where you see it rev up. Again, I don't have the particular source to pull up where it talks about this, but at the beginning, it was used by companies to insure the lives of high-ranking officials, right? So people who are on the board, you know, the executives, the CEOs, and the justification for this insurance was that, hey, if anything suddenly happened to this important member, right, a vital member of this company, the board, they're going to be out of luck, right? And so there needs to be, you know, cushion there that could either money, because they are valuable, to either be able to pay for a new person to fill their spot, to make up for whatever revenues lost until then, right? Until that position is filled. That was the justification. And it was typically the person who was insured, right? That higher ranking individual in the company, they knew that this was happening. They agreed to it. They were like, yeah, we know everybody here on the board, we all have life insurance policies with the company, via the company. But what you saw happen in the 90s, right? Corporations, you see them rewriting the rules, right? You see these life insurance companies now allowing for these companies to start taking out life insurance policies, the same, corporate life insurance, but expanding that umbrella to then cover not just people who actually, if something happened to the company, it would actually affect the company, but to also rank and file workers, literally insuring janitors' lives, right? That's why you have it saying janitor's insurance, because company was caught and it had even its janitors, they had life insurance policies on. That's where it came from. Poor, peasants insurance? Dead peasants insurance, right? This term was coined after it was found in an investigation with Winn-Dixie. I think it was the insurance people who were doing the books for the insurance policies. In the file, in the Excel sheet, they had the people who had whom the company had corporate-owned life insurance on, they were ranked under as dead peasants. That's how they think. That's how they thought of the people. That's how they think of us. That's how that name got on. But it has been around for a while. It's just it expanded in the 90s. They got in trouble even with the IRS. Walmart was caught. Winn-Dixie was caught. You know, because they were being so flagrant with it. Like the reason they got caught. And if we watch the documentary with Michael Moore's documentary Capitalism, a Love Story, I can actually just pull up the clip. It's because they got messy, right? The insurance companies, I think it was insurance companies, they messed up and would send the checks to the family's home instead of to the corporation itself. So families, after their relative died, right, and out of nowhere in the mail they see this check that makes Walmart, and then you see $80,000, $100,000 check for the death of, they're like, oh my gosh, what is this? And so people start to look into and get their lawyers, and then this is where they start to be exposed. And you also, in the documentary, it shows this happening to a young woman who worked at Walmart, who was 23. She worked in the bakery, not even for a year. She dies of something, a health issue at the hospital randomly, and the family gets a check in the mail for Walmart. It was Walmart's check, but it was for her death. And they got nothing. They said they were left with medical bills. Walmart gave them dust. You also saw the documentary Bank. This woman's husband worked for this particular bank, and while he worked there, he had, I think, some type of a tumor or cancer or something had happened that caused him not to go be at work. And I'm not sure if he went back to work and then he ended up passing away, but somehow the bank took out 2 life insurance policies on him. They were like, just one. They heard about the diagnosis, revved that up to 2. The bank was getting, I think it was $4 million, over $4 million life insurance policy that they had out on this man that they knew was going to die. This is why I'm saying it makes absolutely no sense. Or it only makes sense, right? They are banking on people dying, that they have put money into, that the pandemic has only fattened their coffers. They had no shame before. You think that they have any shame now? You think they're trying to lose out on that bag of money? No. And they stayed quiet, staying real quiet. Now I'm here to speak it all out and let you all know, so you all better make decisions and don't just better know the type of country you live in and know the type of policies that are allowed. These companies are allowed to do this to us. We have no recourse. We cannot look up and see. I cannot say, type in my name, my information, and see how many companies have a life insurance policy on me. I don't know how much it is. All I do know is that for young people, particularly women, they have the highest value. All they need to hear too, young people did die of COVID. Now, is it the biggest group affected? No, it's 65 or older. But again, note that they started revving up these policies, getting millions of people in these policies starting back in the 90s. They got caught in 2006. They were smacked on the wrist by the IRS, and they were told, hey, if you you can't just keep doing this and getting, paying no taxes on it, right? So if you want to continue to make money off of people's dying, your employees dying, your ex-employees dying, because yes, no, just because you leave the company does not mean that the policy leaves you, right? So the ex-employees, all you have to do, if you want to have no tax, you don't want to pay us taxes on it, that's fine. That's fine. You just kind of got to get consent. And that can be, anyway, it's very loose when we say consent, right? If that means it's just put into the document, right, in the little fine print when you're online and you're just clicking through when you were hiring. Look at it. And you just signed. You didn't really know what it meant, but you signed it over. That's consent. Now, die. Tax-free. $500,000. Tax-free. $100,000. Tax-free, depending on how big the policy is. So I hope that answered your question. Biden is racist. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Biden is. I can't see how not. And just because you have a black friend, you're cool with black people, does not mean that you don't harbor racism. And you can see by his actions, the 94 crime bill, how he talked about it recently, how he felt about it. He's not apologetic. He sat there and lied about being a part of, he lied about being arrested trying to see Nelson Mandela. He lied about going to churches on Sundays to be a part of the civil rights movement, those protests. They were like, we never saw Biden. He lied and said he was at the highest percentile when it came to graduates. He was not. He had to walk that back. There's tons and tons of lies. These are just some of the ones that are popping up to my head. Especially in reference, to black people. Ooh, he used to lifeguard at a black pool. Okay. And when given, even with him at that time, getting that little access into the black community, what did you turn around and do? That didn't give you more empathy for the black community. How do I know? Because you sat there one on the Congress floor, and it was like, I don't care how these kids, you people on the street, how they've been treated, their life story. I don't care about them. I only care if my kids are safe. Throw them in prison. We don't care about what led to the crime or what led to it. Throw them in jail. Give them 3 strikes. It says, hey, that's not fair if he doesn't remember things correctly. The man has dementia. That's funny. Well, when he did remember. No regrets, no shame. So, let me just hear. It says, let me just go back over to YouTube again. So it says, the sad part about this is you have the power to do the same thing if you start a business. Would you, if it came down to your business or morals? So note, no, I can't. It's blood money. No, it's immoral. I would not get life insurance policies on the people in my business lest they were part of the executive team, executive board. Period. And if I did, 1, it would be very open. Everyone would know about it. And 2, I would figure out a way to cheat the system to give that funds to the families. I wouldn't want it. How could I feel any good or any joy knowing that I made money off of someone's demise? I can't. Like that it doesn't stick well, it doesn't feel well, especially if it's someone that I didn't know. Like, it's not like a relative passed away or like a parental, right? Where at least it would be helping, right? Or that person got it on themselves. That's very different. If you're an employee working for me or like working with me, then my incentive is to make sure that you have a long and healthy, happy life. You're getting paid as much as I'm able to do so, a livable wage at the very least. No. It's a cheap game. Or not cheap game, how would you say it? It's like very low-hanging fruit. Again, people, they know their employees are going to die, and I can't imagine. I want my employees to trust me, not to feel that there's any intent, negative intent. Hey, oh yeah, gas stations, gas station workers, delivery drivers, high-risk ones. Oh yeah, they have life insurance policies on their employees. All they have to do is maybe don't make the glass as thick. These companies, instead of having 2 people working the night shift, just 1. See, all they have to do is kind of increase the hazard levels a little bit, where they can not, possible not ability. What, we didn't know. Oh my gosh, someone at our store had gotten robbed and dang, we should have put in that extra layer of glass. Yeah, but it's past now. We didn't mean it. How could we? We want people who want somebody to die. We're so sorry. We're so sad about what happened. They're not sad. They're not sorry. The people at the top, they knew exactly what they were doing. And they do it again. And they'll write that check. And also note too, there's no restrictions on how they spend their money. They've literally been caught taking that corporate life insurance, the payout, and writing it and giving themselves bonuses. Executive, extra bonus. You don't think they're doing that right now? Come on. It keeps on saying how, the richest have increased their wealth by exorbitant amount. I wonder how much of that just come from COVID deaths and then their life insurance policies that they've gotten collected from it. It's a very interesting connection. We all know that the pandemic was rooted in corruption. Or I find it very interesting to see how much big corporations benefit from this. Yeah. And then it says, it says, "Hola, mi prima." These, okay, girl, you speaking Spanish? For our Spanish speakers, go over to the YouTube channel. Read the message. Lo siento. Oh, I see. Lo siento, no puedo hablar mucho en español. I hope I did not dice that up. But thank you for helping to get that translated. It says, you said, "Hey, I did work at JCPenney's. That's a scary truth." Exactly. I didn't know that, but yeah, it's on the list. High chance that they have life insurance policies. It says, "This has been great. I love hearing your passion for social justice. It's needed now more than ever. Thank you for bringing those issues to light. Your sociological and pastoral ancestors are proud." Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Joy. Now I feel led to share and to spread these truths that I find. Because, I mean, I feel like if nobody else is, I'm here. And at least can say that, hey, I'm out here trying to spread this and tell people about corporate-owned life insurance and the dangers of it. And in the environment that we're in right now is very ripe for the taking, right? And we as Americans thinking that under this guise that our countries, our politicians care, or that our company that we work for or have worked for years cares about them and wouldn't subject them to a harmful virus or allow it to happen to them so that they can get plead plausible deniability, they get sick, they die, they get a check. But that's the society we live in. I was gonna bring up, I think I've gotten to all of the YouTube messages or the chats. Oh yeah, and so then again, because I've been watching, I've said I watched that in February, so it's been a whole good year that I've been watching. We'll see, the truth will come out in time. We'll see how they move. So it could have been, right? They could, if they were to have, even though I expected this to happen, right? Using plausible deniability, not doing what's needed, allowing for COVID to just keep spreading, hospitalizations, it to get up to 500,000 deaths. What? Who? Right? Even though I knew, I was like, well, we'll see. Let's see. What will they do? Well, if it is true, well, they'll try to use plausible deniability, right? They'll try to, justify why their inactions and watch them only do one good time. I would say I was shocked if I saw them do a second check. And then we'll see if they're going to try to get around it. Watch politicians not say anything to us, but watch them try to get these oligarchs off, just in case it's found out about these policies and people are going to demand action and justice. And then look, lo and behold, I show this too. Let me move this screen. I saw it back in December 1st. Lawmakers unify to give corporate donors a license to kill you. In the holiday spirit of bipartisan unity. Bipartisan, again, don't trust the Dems either. They both are the same. Their branding's a little different, but when it boils down to it, they don't work for you. In the holiday spirit of bipartisan unity, a group of Democrat and GOP lawmakers joined together to try to shield their corporate donors from lawsuits when they kill more workers. I said, that it's going perfectly. I said, oh, there it is. I said, of course this is what they're going to try to do. Real quick, before people are talking about it, they're going to try to get these people off. They literally were saying that for the next, that people couldn't sue them for next 5 or 7 years or something. Where is it? It's been a minute. Let's read through it. I'm doing do. I want to go too far down. Here. Nope. Wrong one. Yep, see these take-home infections? They knew this would happen. When you have the leaders of the biggest corporations coming together and being like, yep, don't do much. We're going to push our politicians to not do much. Push our politicians, send out mixed messaging. That's what they did with their power. And then they're pushing at this. Of course, this will be the case. Now, what ended up happening, though, it didn't pass. I then said, interesting. So it's going to be smuggled in another bill, legislation to get them off the hook. Will be smuggled in again. You just won't. It won't be. They got caught here. See, these articles came out. They're like the audacity, and I say, of course, the audacity. Yet no politician was saying these people are holding up at the time. Back in December, when they were talking about getting that $600, they were talking about holding this up, that up, ate up, so that they could get this in. I said, we should be in the streets. They have the audacity to hold up our COVID relief, right? So that they don't get held accountable for their willful negligence. Willful negligence. They were sending workers back into work, no masks, very close proximity. I know this because I had relatives who had to go to work and work in them. They were doing it on purpose. They wanted to, have their something and eat it too. Have the cake, eat it too. They wanted to get away with the amount of deaths that they were part of spreading. Get the cash, get those the payouts, and then not be held. No one could sue them before corporate life insurance gets out. This is what they're doing. This is what devils do. I call the oligarchs devils, right? They come to kill, steal, destroy. They're liars, deceivers, and they hide behind politicians. And also, I call politicians devils too. But, interesting. So now, that didn't pass. I think McConnell was just like, fine, no. So again, for a later date. Now here comes Cuomo. Come to find out about the nursing homes, but also, did you know that Cuomo, they were also part of trying to write. He was also a force in pushing so that these corporations don't get liable for the deaths. He was pushing for the legislation. I said, oh, there you go, again. I said, oh. So he underreports and was actively working to get them off. Again, he's New York, where a lot of our headquarters. He, of course, knows about corporate-owned life insurance. He's trying to get them off. I said, no, our government is trash. Trash. Should have seen it sooner, but hey, sometimes a pen is in need. Sometimes, but even then, like, somebody needs a Panvic. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Will people rise up? Will people demand for more? Hold their politicians to account on things that they say. Will we do general strikes? Mass protests. Those are what is needed. But again, they have us in such a way. They know it's hard for Americans specifically to do a general strike or protest. Why? Because we're just paycheck away from not having food, not being able to pay rent. Before the pandemic, it was a $400 emergency. Most of the U.S., if there was $400 emergency, they'd be out. They know that. They keep the minimum wage where it's at so they don't have enough. They don't give us health care because they know that's an incentive to keep them locked to the corporations that they work for. We'll see. Lord. It says, hey, that's not, oh yeah, I already read that comment. So, okay, I feel like I'm ranting on corporate life insurance. That is my topic. I research it. I've done the research, so I love to talk about it. It's on the stream, so again, I feel like I think I'm good for right now talking on it. Y'all have any more questions, leave them in the chat, and I can answer them. I did have one more article I did want to talk about, and I think it's an interesting topic, and I don't know, I just saw it on my timeline, and I'm like, interesting thoughts. So here, I'm gonna bring it up. And this is a little like, this is on a slightly different note. So we're no longer really talking on political and corporations and things like that. Here it is. So I came across this tweet this morning, and here it says, wow, just because an actress is from Argentina doesn't make her a woman of color. And so I click into it and I'm like, huh? So I then, oh, okay. How do I do that? One second, y'all. Hold on, I need to set something up real quick. Great, sorry about that. I'm back. Okay, so here, I clicked into it, and I read, Argentinian Taylor-Joy is the first woman of color to win the category since, and this is referring to the Golden Globes. It says, Argentinian Taylor-Joy is the first woman of color to win the category since Queen Latifah in 2008. And only the fifth woman of color to win overall since 1982, when the category was introduced. Epatha. Okay, I'm gonna rate. I don't know. All these people were the other previous winners. Okay. So, right, girl, bye. So I'm like, had me like, okay, yeah, she doesn't put a good taste in my mouth, then she would be then in, because race isn't real, right? It's a construct, and race many times doesn't have to do with one's ethnicity. It's more to do with their facial features, right? It doesn't matter if you know, are half black, half white, right? To an extent, when it comes to race, if you can quote unquote pass, if you have the features that align up with European features, then you are white, right? Meaning that, and how I think about it is, if I was just a random person, like, or if the person was just like a random person I didn't know and I just saw them walking on the street, what would I peg them as? What's the first that came to my mind, right? And that's the category one falls under. Now, that can be different for different people. Some people might say, hey, she actually looks, or like looks black or whatnot. But it's the overall, what is a person's race? When people see you, the majority of people see you, what category? And so there are people, again, racially ambiguous, where it's hard to tell. They realize that, hey, there's not really a majority. It's split up between different races, right? They're just racially ambiguous. And that's not so much linked to their ethnicity. It's more on the features, right? Which we use to define race. And so, what are those called? Like, it comes to me, the word. So anyway, so I, of course, was reading down to see kind of what other people say. So I like to take you on the journey that I went through. I also have an article up so we can kind of read about it. So it says, woman of color, but the color is eggshell. Anyway, no. She goes, it says, she seems fairly self-aware, which I would consider horrifying at all, or would not consider horrifying at all. So apparently, she doesn't consider herself to be, we'll just read. In the meantime, she does admit to curating her career in one aspect. Taylor Joy identifies as Latina, but says she very wary of auditioning for Latina roles. I am aware of the fact I don't look like a typical Latin person, and that's not fair, she says. I don't want to be someone that you can just sub in for that role when I'm really white and blonde. Knowing what you look like can be horrifying, but sometimes it's necessary wisdom. And so it says she has some color on her lips. That's true. And so I guess before moving forward, it's interesting because it's because of, the history of racism and discrimination when it comes to Hollywood roles on television, movies, and how many times that they try to whitewash it, right? We've seen this since the beginning of film, where you would have actors, right, early actors, that would do blackface to imitate people, or black people, or people of color. And so we see how they have excluded black people, people of color, in just using white faces or white bodies and saying, hey, that's fine, and we're not really, the people who watch these films don't get to actually see what people really look like. And in many ways, it's erasing a truth, right? Or it's erasing a group of people by doing so. So if you just exchange, like in the early Aladdin, I forgot what it was called, a movie. We watched it in my films class, and it was, a white guy with a tan, and then the only real people of color were the peasants, right? You get a erasure of actual Indian people. It's taking away an opportunity for them. However, this has also been used too to frame our minds, like how certain groups look and react, right? If you've never had an experience with a group outside of seeing them on screen, then it's like in mind, like that's just how humans work. You're going to ping those particular characteristics with people of that group until it gets filled with something new, right? And we can see how that's problematic, because if the only time you've seen, and this is more so talking about earlier film, seeing a Indian person is a person who was from India, but they weren't actually Indian, that's problematic, because in your head you're associating certain things with the wrong group, right? Or you're losing a truth that is important. And what do I mean by that? I remembered when I was growing up and I had moved to a new school and I was in middle school in 6th grade, and I had my first Hispanic friends or Latina friends. And they were telling me, no, Chiquina, like, there's people that are your skin color, like, that are Mexican. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, like, there's black people, like, people who look like you. They're in Dominican Republic. They're from Dominican Republic. And in my head, I'm like, really? And I remember going over to their houses, and they would watch, Lord, now at the time, Telemundo, or like the Latina or the Latin version of MTV, and seeing black people speaking Spanish. And I remember it blowing my mind. I know it's so ignorant, but at the time, again, I was 11, so calm down. But I was like, wait, what? So wait, there's black people, there's black Latino people? Like, who knew? Who knew? I didn't know they spoke Spanish. New to me. It's weird that I didn't know, because in my head, right, you would think that being a person that watches movies, even at the time of being a kid, film, television, you would think, oh, I know what a Latino person looks like. I know what Hispanic people look like. But actually, I didn't. And it wasn't because of any fault of my own. It's because they weren't shown. They're not seen. And then to come to find out, there was like 40% of Latin America is black. I said, you would never know. Where on television do you see it? Where? I've yet to see black people speaking Spanish. I've yet to see a television show surrounded by a black Latin family. I would love to see it. But by me not seeing it, I did not know it existed. And there holds the power. They know that. They want you to think Latin people look like this. These groups act like this. This is the power. And so here, going back to this article, and they talked about how I watched it was a documentary in college, and it talked about how people, Latin people and these actors, it showed actors that I knew of, like the girl from Fresh Prince, the little sister, her first language was Spanish. I think as of right now, that's the first person that stuck to me. I was like, I would have never known. You think of Cameron Diaz, we think of her, right, white woman. You don't really link her to being Hispanic. But then you realize, wait, her last name is Diaz. And yes, her first language, Spanish. Her family is Spanish, like from Latino, right? Yeah. And also, like the woman from Modern Family, apparently she has blonde hair, but she said she wasn't getting roles for the Latina character because she was blonde. So she dyed her hair, and what you have oftentimes is these Latina actresses, characters on television, their real hair color is different. Like, she dyed her hair darker. She was naturally blonde, but she wasn't getting the roles because that's not what a Latina looks like. They have dark hair, olive lighter skin, certain features, and that is what we put as Latina. Anything outside of that is not Latina. You're either white or you're black. And so, as you see, like Cameron Diaz, she went the whole white route, right? The roles that she plays, she doesn't play a Latina. She plays a white woman because she passes a white woman. Going back to the original topic, which was white women, or the race is what you look like, because race doesn't have to do with ethnicity. It's based on solely looks. It's not real, right? It's fake. You could literally be mixed. But if you or if you have the features, I'm forgetting the word I'm trying to say, certain features, then some mixed people could never tell that they were mixed at all. They just look like black, either lighter skinned black people or just black people. There are also mixed people who pass, they just look like white people, a white person, white features. Now, whether or not they are mixed, what does that matter? Because their race, it's just about the external. So when I was reading this, I mean, she would be considered a Latina. My question is, and I see what's going on here in the Twitter post, is not all Latinas are people of color. And I was like, I said, that makes sense. Because there are white Latinos. We see it in Cuba. Excuse me, I keep burping. Cubans, right? Argentinians is where she's from, right? And what does that mean? Like, what if you don't fall under or have this, the word's not phenotype, what is that word called? The certain features, words are leaving me, it's getting late. That has to do with treatment, right? And to say that all Latinas are treated the same or all have the same experience or are all a certain, that's not true, because we see in history that they have been, colonized, right? They've been invaded, right? And so over time, the ethnicity, but also the race, changed. So let me just read the chat real quick. Hi everyone, how are you? Hello, I'm doing all right. Let's see. We're just talking about actress Taylor Joy from The Queen's Gambit. It was referred to as a woman of color in the Vanity Fair article, and people were kind of, up in arms on it, like, hold up, wait a second. And we're kind of just talking on that. And so let's get you updated. Pretty good. On the internet. First time here instead. Okay, just reading the chat real quick. Well, hello. Welcome to the Woke Millennial stream. It says that's my life. It says I haven't watched the show, nor do I know her ethnic background. I'm horrible with the geography of South America, but you're bound to have pale people in there. Also makes this happen. Exactly. So what does that mean? And what I saw, let me read here. I can see the backlash against the women of color label, especially in the American perspective, where it's all kind of binary on the white, non-white scale. I mean, just call people by where they're from. She's Argentinian. I'd say that makes sense too. I mean, that's fair, right? I feel like that. Why was there a need to put on a POC? Especially, I'm more so referring to Vanity Fair and why they are the ones who did it. Apparently, she's self-aware, right? And she knows that, hey, though I'm Latina, I pass as white in this country, right? And I would imagine even in Argentina as well. And so what does it mean to be a person of color? Is it meaning that they're a marginalized group? Does it mean that they have to have certain features? For me, I would count people of color as people who have been historically marginalized based upon the features that they have in groups, if that makes sense. So that are non-white. Because our history in the world history, racism, colonization, based upon that, and how certain groups have been oppressed historically, systematically. And so here it says, one might say the term Latino is just as lazy as European, let alone person of color. Hold on a second, let me see. One might say the term Latino is lazy as European. You know, let alone person of color. I'm trying to think. Because we're all intersectional, right? Because we put labels on things so we can better understand, right? We use words because you know, they have a certain like meaning attached to it. And I think it's more the fact that we need to expand our minds on what that is, because and this is what this article is really bringing up. And let me just do so you can kind of see whom I'm talking about. Because we have to broaden it, like I did when I was younger, right? And I no longer thought that, okay, all Latinas they have this certain look, you know, olive-ishy skin, can be a little bit darker, tanner, depending, dark hair, right? I realized that actually a big part, substantial part of Latin America is black, right? Because they came from the diaspora, right? More during the time of slavery, cattle slavery, they were being sent to South America, the Caribbeans, as well. And so that is why. And so to say Latina, why are we primed? And I'm saying it's because television and media has primed us to think Latinos are they look this way, and thus they are considered people of color. I'm saying that narrows it down. There's intersectionality inside of that, right? There's black Latinos, white Latinos, and what you would say are Latinos. That sounds so bad. And I'm like, what would you like? What would you say? Like, it's just intersections to it. It says lazy, as in it doesn't specify anything besides conforms to the classification imposed by the people who are the supremacist elites. Okay, see, okay. Me saying that I'm European does informing anyone of who I am no justice in comparison to French or Moroccan. Yeah. I think it's just it makes it is a label and a classification. Does it help? Yeah, so if you say European, but also I guess being self-aware on what does that limit? Like, what is the majority thought when people say the terms European, right? You would think people with, you know, with certain features, right? They have certain culture, certain things you kind of would assimilate to that. Now, does that also make me like, does that give the best explanation? No, because there's intersections within Europe, right? Right? You have Italians, the Spaniards, right? In comparison to, you know, the Norwegians, Swedes. You would say that there is difference, of course, in culture, but as a whole, it's geographically from Europe, and so there are going to be some similarities there. But I guess what I was trying to say is that we as a society, and especially being primed by our culture and being primed by television and media, it has us thinking of people, they have to look a certain way. But I'm saying that ignores people who don't, but still are part of that category. And here in our generation, particularly, especially with the rise of the internet, we're seeing like there is more complexity, right? We're asking these questions, whereas before, right, maybe back in the 1950s, she would probably be seen as a person of color, but would be treated a lot better, versus now just would be considered white woman who's from Latin America. Does that makes sense. I don't know. It's an interesting topic. I wouldn't say I don't know. I'm just saying I feel like it's hard to say. Let's see what you said. Because what do you imagine when you hear European? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't help you. Because more often than not, you will be wrong. Depending on how it's being used. But yeah. When the label is unhelpful, more often than not, it's a pretty bad label. And Funny Spell replies saying, yeah, I feel like people want to celebrate accomplishments of multiculturalism, but white Hollywood is still very biased. So prominent roles still are given to whitewash people from different places. Yeah, I can see that. Which is why you don't see black Latinas. And if they are black Latinos, they speak English. You would never know that their first language was English, which is, again, I was shocked at the amount of black Latinos in Hollywood that I never would have thought grew up speaking Spanish in their black family. Because you think in your head, black people are this. Black people don't speak other languages. Well, black Americans. And particularly not Spanish. And why is that? And what does it erase of people's identities? But I would say that one label isn't enough, really. But because I think then by saying that I'm black, that is a correct label. Now, so you want to get more details into it. What is my ethnicity breakdown? I could say majority black. I have some Danish and some Native American in me. But does that count? I mean, yes, that was saying given more detail, but overall, I'm still there in that category. And so, if people want to get that deeper understanding, we should be being more detailed. But I just find it interesting because there are people who, would consider themselves to be black that don't really pass as it, right? Or they're mixed and they have features that aren't, but they would still be considered black, right? So this is very complex. Okay, so it says here, I'm not a big movie person, but yeah, representation will be horrible for longer than not. Representation will be horrible for longer than not. Gotta remember that historically propaganda always outlives the reality by a short shot. Outlives the reality by a long shot, not a short shot. People in Berlin were living jolly lives right in the middle of Germany, being absolutely demolished in war. It'll be the same with media. They'll keep pushing their nonsense long past the eventual conflict, turning it all over. And Funny Spell says, yeah, the labeling can be lazy, as you say, but then a wider label also gives people a stronger singular unity. I said, okay, that makes sense too. I remember that historically propaganda always outlives the reality by a long shot. Unfortunately, that's why we have to be wise, and we have to do something like change as we learn these things. As new generations come up, we have to actively make a change because the systems have been set up to hurt or to hide or to disenfranchise groups of people for the benefit, quote unquote, what's seen as of other particular groups in power. I'm trying to make a point in the character limit. Let me think here. Yeah, we're here. Take your time. But as we do, let me move on here. So I wanted to show article. What is it? I saw some things people were saying here in the chat I wanted to bring up. It says she identifies as a Latina, which is also not an automatic woman of color designation. It was Variety that made, I don't think it was Variety Fair, maybe it was just Variety. It was Variety that made the stupid comment. My gosh, my word, y'all. Sorry. Argentina went out of their way to be a racially white country. And you're like, seriously, of all the South American countries. Girl smacking her head. Here it says, sorry, it's not in the room. I'm just trying to read. Y'all read along too if you want to. Yeah. Yes. The very American confusion about Hispanic and Middle Eastern people who look white and consider themselves white strikes again. This one. Is that immediately reminded of this? You're from Africa. Why are you white? Exactly. There can be people from Africa, like from South Africa, right, who are white. That's the truth. And so we have to open our minds to accept that people exist. So yeah, I remember this. Let me read this. In the U.S., any form that asks your race and ethnicity, such as the census or employment survey, distinguish race, black, white, Asian, from ethnicity, Hispanic, non-Hispanic. I am white, non-Hispanic. Exactly. Incidentally, somebody also grew up in Argentina. No one calls him a POC. So there's a very good point too. So I remember doing the census, and it's crazy to me. Middle Eastern was considered white. I said, oh, there we go again. Just opening up more people considered white. Because if you're Middle Eastern, you're Middle Eastern. And I would say that there are Middle Easterns, like you would say the Armenians, right? They are considered white. They earned their whiteness a while back. But to me, I would consider them people of color because they're from the Middle East or Middle Eastern culture. But white people, they pass as white people, right? But I would say that there are some people from like Middle East who don't pass as white, and if you just saw them walking down the street, you wouldn't think, oh, hey, another white person. You would think, oh, that person must be from maybe a Middle Eastern country or whatnot. And you don't get the same. Those people who do look like that, right? Who don't look phenotype like white people, are treated differently. So why are they getting put under the label of whiteness when it came to the census? And so I meant there is that point. I always wondered why they'd say non-Hispanic. So I guess that's why, because they do make it they recognize that there is that distinction. There are white Hispanics and non-white Hispanics. I guess that's how they ungroup. So I'm like, can you be black? Yeah. Like white, ethnicity, Hispanic, non-Hispanic. So interesting. And that's because of the history, right? And how Latin America, too, has been very much not ups and downs when it comes to slavery, and it's had its time with enslavement and colonization and what births of that. But you get people from the same region that do come from different either cultural backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds, and people in the same families have different races. So let me just read. Y'all are talking here in the chat. Good old time. Let me catch up. So it says, okay, great discussion, by the way. It says, I'm going to assume some pre-existing knowledge here to make my point. We know that geopolitical labels, with time, turn into ethnic labels. Geopolitical labels turn labels because it's old enough to accurately encompass an aggregate of genetic mutations. It turns into ethnic labels because it's old enough to accurately encompass an aggregate of genetic mutations. I say I'm quarter Moroccan today. That's a country with a lot of variety in it. In the past, it was a part of the I'm sorry if I don't say pronounce this correctly. I'm not the best at pronouncing. Maghreb region, specifically populated by Berbers. So since Berbers aren't really a thing anymore, and we all similar enough, my ethnicity would be about a quarter Berber. Again, if I'm not saying that right, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see. Therefore, all these labels gotta remember what they stand for. Is it currently geopolitical or ethnic? Argentina has little to do with ethnicity because it's still a geopolitical region where people come and go. And then thanks, Funny Bone. Thanks. I'm trying. I could go about this stuff for hours because it's something I had to struggle with my whole life here. Tori, it's all good. Thanks. Well, yeah, thank you so much for sharing in the chat. And that is interesting. Geopolitical versus ethnic. I feel like I'm going to have to sit and really soak it in. We know that geopolitical labels with time turn into ethnic labels because it's old enough to accurately encompass. Yeah. Labels is old enough to accurately encompass, yeah, certain nations. That makes sense. I say I'm Puerto Rican today. That's a country with a lot of varieties in it. Yeah. In the past. So you Moroccan. In this app, yeah, you're talking more and it has to do with the ethnicity because the country in which you're living in you can't just say it's not specific enough. You're just labeling it by the country. This is so interesting. And thank you for taking your time to type. You wrote, way to think about it simply is to imagine that geopolitical labels turn into ethnic labels as the regions kind of stop existing or being called that anymore. So could you give an example? I feel like I understand what you're saying. It's just in my head I'm trying to think of a real-time example that's kind of a mainstream where you've seen the change. Hold on. Okay, so you said then racism, funny spell, says then racism complicates all that because the racists don't care about any of those things. Oh, that's true. They just know they hate who isn't them. I mean, yeah, they don't help with trying to distinguish people, different characteristics from different groups. This is totally, we've got to stop entertaining the idea of biological race because that's just BS. And that is true. It is true. Race isn't real. Race isn't real. That is why you could ethnicity, the way it's seen in the US, it doesn't matter because it's all about race here. And it does strip people from, or strip people of those intersections um, in who they are by just kind of just throwing over those huge labels, because not all, right, people from Latin America fall under the same category. It's not all black people fall under, not all Asian people fall under a particular category. And so, yeah, I think that, I guess what we're talking more about is how in this day and age, we're recognizing that and trying to bring up and, I guess not highlight, but those intersections in our identity to better get a clear picture of who we are and where we come from and why we believe the things we believe, or why we do the things that we do, right? Or why we look the way that we look, or why, you believe the things that you believe. Okay, yeah, okay, you have an example. You said, okay, so let's say France. When you think France, you think of somewhat Renaissance looking pale folk. Yeah, to an extent. You do. I mean, yeah, okay, so possibly slim brunettes. Thing is, France is still a geopolitical region, a country. Okay, so what you mean by geopolitical region, you're meaning country. All right, a country where people come and go. Yeah, what you mean by that is immigrating, coming, going, meaning immigrating to France, people leaving France. Give us a couple of more decades. We'll get even more brown than we already are. That makes sense. Therefore, you can't use French as an ethnicity because it's still in the process of forming itself. Huh. Let's say France stops being France one day and the region becomes like a part of a new country or whatever. 100 years from now, you'll be able to say that this person's ethnicity is French because it's not a. Sorry, hold on. It says from now, 100 years from now, you'll be able to say that this person's ethnicity is French because it's not a region anymore. And all people descended from the French look somewhat similar in some way. And so let me go read what Funny Spell says. Okay, that makes making more sense. He said, so like black people, it's an ethnicity thing because there's no geological history that they can associate themselves to anymore without DNA tracing or something. And then I'm talking about African Americans, of course, not elsewhere. This is so nice. Thank you for this conversation. It really is having me thinking. I'm like, yeah, because French. I'm going to read this back over to myself because I really do want to understand this and what you're saying. He says, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry. In that it takes time. I'm trying to think of another example too. So this kind of helps me, and then if I can get that's right, then that would kind of help. Because in 100, yeah, currently you couldn't do it, but over time. Okay, I'm reading. I'm really going to be talking about this and thinking on it. Hopefully, yeah. Probably after this stream too, because I like it. I mean, this I like how it gets your thoughts going and thinking about things in ways you didn't think about them, before. And which is why I'm glad I was able to bring up this article. Sparks an interesting conversation. So it says, fun fact, which might give some context to why I think about it the way I do. Here in France, we don't keep records on people's ethnicity. Don't archive nothing. It's been outlawed forever. Really? Oh, yeah. I remember them saying something about there was a soccer player, it was a black French soccer player, and they're like, we don't say that he's, or I think he was an immigrant, and they're like, no, he's French. And I thought that was interesting. It says that France does not keep records of people's ethnicity. Interesting. Yep, France as in a citizen, French as in a citizen of the country, not as in ethnic label. That makes sense. And I would imagine it would be somewhat harder to, would it be harder to discriminate? I would say it would be, because everyone would just be French on paper if you don't have to write on your job application, what race are you? What ethnicity are you? It's almost like, well, who the F cares? But, man, America's a trip. I wish that I wish things were better. Here's the funny spell. Dang, we got a state ethnicity on our driver's license. Yes, we do. That's interesting. Yeah, like I never knew that about France. Because it's such a race is such a thing in the U.S. Ethnicity, race is such a thing and so prevalent, exhaustingly so. But hey, look, sorry, I'm still thinking like on it. So also give her a follow. So yeah, follow the community. Thank you for being so in the chat. Hey, welcome. We do like to have these conversations. Again, I've just started to stream. This is the third week streaming, so we're trying to build. The goal is to reach 50 followers, so that way we get to the affiliates level here on Twitch. So thank you. Love it here. You guys are super cool and smart. Oh, thank you. You seem very smart and knowledgeable too. Yes, we do like to talk about, in-depth topics, fun topics, but just things that, talk about discussion. Oh my gosh, my words are getting tongue-tied. It is late here. It's 12. But, yeah, I want to talk about things that either we're not talking about more so in the mainstream, but are also topics that, are integral to our lives, and we can learn from one another and grow in that way. And so yeah, I'm glad to have a community full of people who want to learn and grow and have fun. But here, okay, so let me show you what you said. It says, well, racism is still a thing here. It's, well, yeah, everywhere. Lord, thanks, colonizers. I digress. So, well, racism is still a thing here. It's more fueled by religious prejudice, specifically Islamophobia. But it bleeds over as racism because if people see brown, they think Arab terrorists. I can see that. And that's, yeah, problematic too for people who are people of color, right? In France. I feel like here it is on race. They do use religion, but a lot of it is racism is the biggest, and then religion. Because I mean, they don't care. You can be a brown person and not what they, stereotypically people would say. Well, at least from Middle Eastern, brown person. And they could be as Christian as can come, but just by their look or, first meeting, they're not going to be treated may not be treated as such, right? Or they'll be put into certain boxes. But yeah, says not too long ago we still had Muslim free zones. Oh my gosh, that's upsetting. Was it France that had it where they didn't want the women who wore hijabs to wear, they weren't allowed on the beaches with their hijabs? That was upsetting as well. It says, and it wasn't until a few years ago that I wasn't comfortable splicing in Magharibi. I hope I'm saying it right. Magharibi into my daily French as I do in private. Man. And it says, oh, we have that here. It's called Wyoming law. That's a joke, by the way. That's funny. But I'm sorry about that. That's why I'm glad and I have hope when it comes to the millennial generation and Gen Z, because we're more open and in many ways have higher empathy, and we are recognizing people like they're intersectional. They're not just, can't just group people, and people, there's nothing wrong with having a difference, right? And people should be punished for it because it makes no sense. Racism makes no sense. When it comes to wanting to live in a world, a harmonious world where people thrive, humanity thrives, racism makes no sense. Need to hurry up and get over it. But as we see, even 200 years out from American chattel slavery, we see how little progress we've gotten to. But we're moving, right? And it comes through accepting people and understanding people and accepting the people's uniqueness and differences and coming together and wanting to learn more, and so that we can thrive together. It's not about trying to eliminate certain aspects of people, right? Instead, we should feel comfortable with it. I'm glad that you're able to speak, add in, and I think what you're saying is language into your daily French. And I'm glad that you feel more empowered to do so. And yeah, I fight for a world where people feel free, and people are free. So it says, oh, he was being funny. He says also law in Wyoming. I don't know if you're referring to what he was talking about. Anyway, I don't recall that one. Let me just switch this off the screen. That way they can pop up. You can see them better. So he said, I don't recall that one. Maybe it's not my daily wear, so it might have passed by me. It's a state where in the U.S. 95% white. So yeah, Wyoming is, I think, one of the smallest states or one of the whitest states. And it yes, he's more referring to, it's a law there that you're not allowed to wear a hijab on the beach, but he was being funny. So it says, totes, it's been a wild but educating experience. I'm only quarter Moroccan, but by genetic magic, I ended up looking very similar to my grandmother on mom's side. Example, the Moroccan of the family. It's, yeah, the Moroccan side of the family. And we grew up embracing the Muslim traditions more so than the Catholic ones. Well, both were present. I just ended up utilizing one experience more than the others for like a representative reason. Hold on, I feel like I missed that at the end. Well, both were present. I just ended up utilizing one's expressions more than the others for like a representative reason. Yeah, Magharibi is an Arabic dialect. Oh, I see. I see. So was your parent, like one of your parents parent was Moroccan, and so you look more, you got more of the Moroccan gene, or you, I guess it's more so what you're saying. And I ended up looking very similar to my grandmother. Dad's French was some other more Eastern stuff. Mom is half Moroccan, yeah. I see. That makes sense. So that's similar to me. So my dad, he's black, meaning that both his parents going back, were Black Americans, and so but my mom's side, she is mixed. So my mom is half. Well, okay. With ancestry, you can kind of then dive a little bit deeper. So actually, come to find out, my mom is, even though her mother is black and her dad is Danish, right? He immigrated over here from Denmark to be with my aunt, which again, that's just an interesting story because that was back in the 50s when technically interracial marriage was illegal, but not in Denmark. America was very racist. Over in Denmark, it wasn't at the time, and that's what got them, right? Go Denmark! And they're very accepting people. And so my mom, she's mixed. So, but like most Black Americans, right? Especially those who, were ancestors who were brought here because of things like slavery, right? And how people were treated. Oftentimes, Black people, because of the rampant rape that happened, they had child slaves, women's slaves, like America had slaves. And I muted out because I'm not sure what I can say since I'm streaming on YouTube. Hey, how are you? Trucker55. We're having a good old stream here. Good old stream. Talking about ethnicity, race. Yeah. And so, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, my ethnicity. So, going back to what you were saying. So, my mom, I would say she would pass more so as white. She has more white features from her hair, her eye color, skin. I mean, some people say, oh, you look like you're mixed with something, right? But for me, when I look at my mom, I see her, she's, I know she's mixed. I would say she looks a little bit more white. But similarly, that having, a parent that is mixed. And so here you said, IDK, how we know our geography here. I keep saying Moroccan and Berber. An even older label that might resonate with you guys is Moor. Berber and Moor are virtually the same people. One turned into the other. Oh, okay. Well, I know Moors. The Moors is what they would call Black people in the time of Shakespeare. But I know that sounds so bad. But back then, right? It says, yeah, Americans would know more. Oh, okay. So you would say that Moroccan and Moor. So you would say that. So you're Moor being black. Yep, it's the north western, coast of Africa. Okay, yeah. Good old West Africa. Oh, okay. Moroccan. In my head, when I think of Moroccan, I do think more Middle Eastern looking. But again, see, this is a problem with just kind of basing it off of what you've seen either on television or, all right, because is that the best representation? But yeah, but going back to it, What you were saying here at the earlier post. Yeah, how you grew up embracing. It's interesting with my mom's story because she grew up, like, I feel like my mom now, okay, when I was growing up, she would she considered herself, she would say she was mixed, but if she had to choose, she would say she was black. And I remembered being as a kid saying, well, Ma, really? I said, I wouldn't write you down as that. And she would say, no, like, she felt that she, like, when it comes to culturally and who she lined up with, right? She was born in the black community. And that makes sense, right? Because at the time when she was growing up, it was the one drop rule. She was considered black by white people, right? She was not white. She was black. And in the black community, of course, the black community embraced her, and she was considered what they would call a yellow bone, right? She would tell me that that's what they would call her. And so, but today you see how things have changed in that it's not about so much ethnicity, it's more about what you look like, right? So, which is what would determine race. And I would say that my mom would fall under a person of color. Well, no, she would fall under mixed phenotype. She would be white passing, right? And I would say how the world treats her, right? Because she is racially ambiguous to an extent. It wouldn't be the experience of a black woman, right? Particularly, right? So when I mean by black woman, there's those who have, certain phenotypes that would fall in and all that goes along with it. I would say that life experience would be a little bit different for her than, even though she would consider herself to be black, she would, growing up and considering herself to be black, those are different experiences. And so those things are important, and they are intersectional, and understanding who we are and how or why we believe or do the things that we do, and in treatment and things like that. So yeah, so let me read what you guys are saying. It says, well, Arabic. Hold on, let me look over real quick. Bounce over to YouTube just to make sure. Oh, okay. Just making sure not to neglect the YouTube chat. Okay, so you said, well, Arabic is the language, but like 2,000 years ago, a lot of the Persians just moved west into Africa, so it all got mixed together. That's why Coptic, Old Egyptian is hard to trace because Arabics took over. Let's pause on that real quick. I watched that documentary. Oh my gosh. And I said, that's exactly it. I said, Egyptians, those who built the pyramids, were black people. I said, there was, if y'all look on Netflix, there's a documentary. It's somebody's tomb. I forgot what it's called. Look it up. But it was that they found this tomb, and it was like one of the most reserved family tombs. The color's still there. I said, these people on the wall, no doubt, are black people. So they had modern Egyptians today who were in the caves looking, and doing the studies and the archaeology. I'm looking at this and I'm like, you don't look like these people. So clearly something happened. And I thought about it and it hit me. I'm like, Jakina, well, that makes sense. Because if you were to use that same logic, right, that, oh, the Egyptians of before look like the Egyptians of now, or were the Egyptians of now, then what do you say about America and Americans? So using that logic, you would say an American of today built, or the same type of people who built XYZ, like that, the culture of people who were still in America 2,000 years ago, let alone 8,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, the logic, it would all be messed up. That would be so inaccurate because it doesn't take into account the one, the colonization, but more importantly, it's the migration, right? The land, the people who were on the land at a particular time may not still be the same people that live there and inhabit it today. And it wasn't really until I watched that, and I heard people say that before, like, oh, Egyptians were black. And I'm like, okay, yeah. But they look different today. But I looked at that cave, I said, the people who built the pyramids were black people, period. And the fact that it has been pushed so much to make it not so, they literally had a movie called, what was it? The Gods of Egypt, and had the audacity to cast white people as the gods of Egypt. I said, what's wrong? Talk about the whitewashing. You know Egypt is in Africa, right? And you know those gods that they built thousands of years ago? Why the F would they have made them white? Were white people there? No. Why would they do no other no. It's just, again, racism trying to overwrite or replace images, just like they did with the Bible. Those are Jewish people. I'm sorry. Israel would be, is it Middle East? Middle East is a part of Asia. And yet whitewashed the mess out of it for their own gain, for power. It's disgusting, despicable. Anyway, I'll keep reading. He said, in Morocco specifically, as well as in Libya and Tunisia, again, I'm so sorry if I mess this up, Magharibi is the majority dialect. That traces to Berbers, who were called Moors by the Romans. Okay, yeah. And then he said, yeah, that's real. All the mixes inside me also. If I keep the Magharibi tucked away and avoid the sun, I'm just another white girl. Oh, I see. So you're saying if you don't speak it, and if you don't, you say you're inside, you would pass more so as a white female. So which would mean that you would be racially considered white, but not ethnicity-wise. You have that, Lord, it just left me. Moroccan. Yeah, you could tell more. Yeah. Again, makes sense. WYHTI. I don't know what that means. Funny spell. Okay, then you're going to say, that's the thing right there. Since Egypt is still a country operating today, people like Rami Malik, who look pale as hell, are called Egyptian. Because that's a geopolitical thing. If Egypt actually got destroyed completely a couple of thousand years ago, we could say Egyptian meaning ethnicity, and that mean people who look kind of like the pyramid builders. I can see that. His going back, tracing. I would say that too. Like I wonder if it's somewhat similar. So I know, like in America, when it comes to the Ancestry.com, 23andMe, it doesn't really, it's not good when it comes to Native Americans because they don't have enough of the DNA to really kind of track it back. So if you were Native American, either it just doesn't say it or it links people as Latin American. And I'd say, well, that makes sense because Latin Americans are Native Americans, or the Aborigines are, which is why you see Latinos have a similarity to Native Americans. It's just that they lived a little bit norther, but they, ethnicity-wise, are from the same geological space, like ancestor-wise, or a similar region. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, I mean, I can see that. That makes sense. Um, oh yeah, thank you. Funny spell. The name of that documentary was called Secrets of Sakar's Tomb. Sakar's Tomb. I said it was actually really good and very informative. I said, oh my goodness. I said, those are that's dreaded hair. That's brown skin, the nose, the, the facial structures. Can we not blaringly say, like, oh my gosh? I mean, it makes sense, but the fact that it has been pushed so much, you never see that image. Every time you see Egyptians, it's always that particular look where it's the like looser hair, olive skin, right? More what you would consider to be more Arabic looking. And so oftentimes I feel like Egyptian greatness and things isn't associated with blackness. And I feel like it was done so on purpose. Um Here he says white tea. Oh yeah. Wati was the name of the tomb, the person in the tomb. Anyway, it says the white came to Egypt from Greece in the first place. Cleopatra, yep. The single most popular name to come out of Egypt. I wonder why. Anyway, was just a Greek chick taking over. Exactly. And even then, the white back then was very, very tan. Still is. That makes sense. Still is. Ariana Grande gets backlash today for being tan, but she's literally Italian. I mean, yeah, you can't help people. I mean, that's just how they look. Yeah, because these tests are aggregates. Yeah, because these tests are aggregates. Take 1 million tests from France. Find commonality. If the next person's test has a lot of these commonalities, well, send back the results saying French. There's no actual basis in like mutation or whatnot. They just eyeball it. That's the late, arguably crumbling Egypt. That's the late, arguably crumbling Egypt. When the Romans were actually already built all over the region. When the Romans were already built all over the region, the olive skin and whatnot. Oh, yeah, I see. That's what they will show of that time and forward. But yeah, when I heard that, like the DNA test, I mean, I took it. But when I heard that they don't, because we were confused, because I was always told that we had Native American on my mom's side. I think it was my great grandfather or great grandfather was not Cherokee, Choctaw, but Native American, I'm to say. And when I got it back, I was expecting to see that we were, some piece of that in the DNA test, and they were like, nope. There wasn't even a space where it was to be determined. I think maybe 1% or maybe 2. There's a small percentage of other categories where it was like there could be a slight chance of 1% chance that they spotted another ethnicity, but Native American was not on there. And so then I was like, well, then how are they saying that how can they be accurate? And my mom was like, yeah, I wrote them, and they told me, yeah, we don't have that information, so it's not going to be listed. But you call yourself a DNA an ancestry kit when literally you're literally admitting that you do not have enough data to get a large group, especially people who are born in the U.S. or come from the U.S. have a higher chance, and if you hear people talking, a lot of people tend to have a little bit of Cherokee, right, or a little bit of Native American in them because of colonization, because especially with black people were put onto the same reservations with Native American people, and of course they married and had kids and things like that. And of course, white men were raping the Native American women. So there people have, but you don't see it. So it's kind of like, how accurate are you, and why are you not bringing that up and showing it more? So literally it can be inaccurate. And I would love for, I have a relative, my sister, her dad was full Lumbee Indian, and so I would love to see what her DNA test would look like, but she's all freaked out and it's like, I don't want to take it, the government. And so I said, okay, whatever. But yeah, I'm like, so what are you saying? Like, how trash is this test? So anyway, it says, yeah, because these tests are accurate. Take 1 million tests of cancer. Yeah, okay, so I read that one. That's the late. Arguably crumbling Egypt. Okay, yeah, I read that one. I never took it. Didn't need them to tell me what I already know. I probably know more anyways, lol. She's, yeah, funny spell. Save your money, lol. We didn't want to pay Native Americans to get that data. Yeah, there's that. And then there's a small pool of Native Americans still here. So, and they were saying how they couldn't be that accurate because they didn't have enough of a sample size, which is very sad. Thank you, U.S. genocide of Native people. That's the thing. The more of a scam than not. People don't know enough about what ethnicity consists of and why we look the way we look. If they did, these companies wouldn't have any business with the tests as they are. Wouldn't have any business with the tests as they are. Yeah. And also, too, I would say, particularly with black people or black Americans, and the reason why I say black Americans and I don't say African Americans, it's because that was purposely stripped from us. Our history, our ancestry, we don't know, and it was purposefully done. Whereas other people can say, hey, I am, a French, if you were American, French American, or I'm, Irish American, or I come from Argentina, right? Argentinian. Black Americans don't have that, especially those who are descendants of, people who were once enslaved. It's something they stole from us, and we shouldn't ever have to pay for an ancestry test. It's disgusting that we actually pay for them. It should be a gift given as one form of retribution, reparations, because it was stolen. We don't know exactly where our people came from, other than America knows it's from West Africa. We don't get West African history in America. They don't care. They're not trying to teach us nothing. They're going to strip us of our history, of our ancestor heritage, so we can assimilate whiteness. That's it. So, it's nice when I hear other people can say, hey, we're from this place, and this place, and this place. Note that that's a privilege to have, because there's a huge group of us, people, who that was ripped and stolen from us. Stole our history, our culture. We feel it. And so little things like an ancestry test, a little hope, right? So finding out that, have Nigerian in me, or Nigerian, a lot of Mali, the Congo. So, oh, who knew? But even then, you can't really get as specific. There are certain tests that do get more specific, that focus in on particularly African people of African descent, and can actually go to the tribes, like they can go back and see, but not with normal ones like Ancestry or 23andMe. They don't do that. But it is something really special. I feel like that a lot of people do take for granted, knowing their ethnic background. Because black people don't. And that's why we come together as black people. Let me read what you said. We didn't want to pay Native Americans. Okay, yeah. Said that's the thing. Okay, if we. That's real for sure. This erasure, which is global while being the strongest in America, results in the overcompensation that happens in Africa today. Overcompensation that happens in Africa today with the infighting and Africans versus Africans racism. No, America sure has helped to continue all the wars and conflicts in the continent of Africa. It's great to rep your ancestry, know your history, because it brings back the balance to the world. It goes wrong when you take that pride and start fighting the people on your side of the fence. Yeah. And we as people should be uniting together, and our real fight is against classism, the elites, the 1%. If the 99 had their way, we would have a great life. If we literally were a real democracy in America, populist opinion, we'd have what we wanted. But we don't. And we're made to seem that we don't know what to do, that you have to have these, elite people at the top, these politicians, to tell you they think they know more than you. So even though you want a livable wage, hey, this person knows better. This person who was put here by an oligarch because of lobbying, like money donations, got you there. But we could be better, and if we saw, we can unify on that. But yeah, knowing our ethnicities, like knowing our history, it just makes you understand a little bit more, right? Because we carry our histories with us inside too. Our DNA, it tells a story, and to be closer to that roots is powerful, which is why they did work so hard. It pinpointed that they had to erase and take away black people's identity from their countries that they came into from Africa. They had to break them. They were not allowed to speak in the native tongue. They were not allowed to sing in their native tongue. It was all done on purpose. Evil that was allowed to occur. Oh yeah, I guess I could show that. Let me read real quick. So this might be fun. I did want to show this. I'll probably show it in another stream too, because it is a little bit late here. But I'll show it to you. I think you might find it somewhat disturbing. My sister sent me a video. Well, actually, before I go into, let me read what you have wrote. Funny felt very true. Meanwhile, we got the Confederates trying to recruit in the South. Yes. You wait just a second. I'll show you the video. She recorded it on her phone. I'm about to put this on Twitter. Okay, so we gotta get the class war over quick, because we need to be prepared for the inevitable human extraterrestrial interaction. When the aliens crash land on Earth, we can't be busy deciding whether the US or Chinese president is gonna go meet them. We send everyone. He says, I can't even think about that. He says, I don't trust any government at the moment. And so, unfortunately, all the governments we have on this planet right now are states. We gotta get them back to just being governments. Mm. Well, yeah. So interesting when it comes, because, we hear scientists say, well, taking into account the amount of stars, right, and how big our universe is, the odds that we are just the only intelligent life in the universe is very low. Like, there's such a high odds that there are other life forms, intelligent life forms have been. And I find it so interesting because they did show that video, right, where it was released by the government of that, you know, thing, and it was moving so fast, and it went like it could move in ways that we never saw before. So there is proof. Also, too, there's too many stories. People can say, "Oh, they're lying," or "People are crazy," but I'm the type of person where you have to accept the truth at some point, right? And I've heard from people that I know stories that I would say these people aren't liars, like they lie. So why would they start to lie here? Especially if it's just us talking. So like it's not like you're on a TV screen or anything. And so, um, and just kind of been hearing about what videos are saying videos of what people have been, shooting on their phones as of lately. I'm like, y'all, I pray that if there are aliens, that they're nice and they're good and that they could save us from ourselves, God. um, who knows? I don't know. It's so hard. But yeah, keep eyes open. I can't even imagine, like, they have us so not thinking about that. Like, the majority of people don't even have a thought that there could be something from another, universe come, or dimension come to Earth. I said that would be an eye opener. Talk about something that would snap the human race into, if they saw huge ships there. I think that would be the thing that would wake everybody up. And I would hope that it would be like, yo, get your acts together. But anyway, let me read what you put. Unfortunately, all the government states, okay. For all we know, there might be a whole civilization somewhere super deep in the ocean. We still haven't gone and explored all of that. A whole different. It's a whole different world. And so I say that the truth reveals itself in all things and in nature. And I'm just watching these documentaries of the ocean and life and about dolphins and all the things that go on. I said, what a parallel. I said, it hit me. Here, there's a whole world happening in the oceans. They have no idea that there's a whole other world on top, right? It's only they may get a glimpse of it, like those fishes that jump in, or if they see it, but they don't interact and they wouldn't know. And what other worlds do we, or not worlds, quote unquote, well, yeah, worlds, where you see little interactions, right? And I think of things like, I talk about the spirit world, and where they kind of interact, but you don't have definitive proof, right? So a whale can be like, okay, I know I've seen these things that appear to like leave the ocean. I've only seen it once or twice. Or, whales have good memories, and they could. But how much could they predict about the human world they hadn't seen? If a whale's never seen a city, it doesn't know about phone. It doesn't know about politics. A whole world is happening, and there's other worlds happening at the same time, having no clue or very little somewhat interaction, or it does interact, right? Because we see how humans have overfished and stuff like that. But kind of that idea, and if that can be true, could that be true on a different level too, right? There's a whole other world going on around us we don't know. We can't see it. Or what we do see are little remnants. Could it be that, hey, you saw a ship go by, or somebody came in, or the abductions of people, that they talk about. We take fish out of the water and we put it back in right after we done. Like, it's just interesting to thinking in those different parallels. Anyway, little thoughts that I have. yeah, like some squid-looking people who never bothered to come up because meteors keep crashing, so they're just chilling in there. Well, hey, I hope that they stay to themselves and they thrive, because I don't think the human life is ready for it or would handle it well, especially those in power today. And who knows? Maybe they do. Talk about Area 51, the governments, and child, who knows what all they know. But it's coming out, or things are more so coming out now with the access to the internet, which of course you see now they're trying to rev up censorship of. Fathers, so they're chilling in there. And it says, yeah, and if, it's funny spell, yeah, and if there aren't any, then there will be. So we should get things set up so that we can help them if we are the first. Hopefully they want to help us if not. Funny spell, you're talking about extraterrestrial life. Then there will be, if there aren't any, then there will be. So, oh yeah, that's true. Evolution, I guess, is what you're talking about, meaning that there would be in the future of the universe or advanced species. Says yeah. Or if there's ever an exchange, I want to go. I'll be the resident dancer of our civilization, dancing on some alien planet. Bruh, right. God, if y'all have it better. I hope there like a certain test. I often wonder too if like the biblical, rapturing is indignant of, was Yeshua, who they call Jesus, but I refuse because his name was not Jesus. Jesus never heard the name Jesus. His name was Yeshua, so I call him Yeshua. So referring to like coming back, when it says that only a certain people make it, is it that they had to pass a certain criteria to be able to go to another planet or to be able to thrive? Because if you have these certain characteristics, or have been seen to, I don't know if they have a certain testing mechanism, but shit, let's go, take me. Because what I've learned so far about this earth, like the people who rule it now, and how much of a foothold, grasp they have in it with their power, right? Capitalism, how disgusting and how egregious it has been, and how much of a virus, speaking of viruses, has been, right? White supremacy, capitalism, to this planet, and the destruction that has come from it. If they're good, right? Let's see if there's even an exchange. Okay, yeah. Yeah, dancing resident. Funny spell says, I read an article today about how cuttlefish passed an intelligence test designed for toddlers. I feel like a lot of times animals are a lot smarter than we want to know them to be. Like, if that makes sense. Like, dogs can be so much smarter, but we haven't designed things for these animals, if that makes sense. Like, a phone is designed for a human, but what does a phone look, quote unquote, phone or device look like that would be designed for dogs? And so it's very interesting. About a month ago, I found that there is this certain device that allows dogs to talk. So you could actually, there's this dog, it was a on Twitter, look it up, dog that talks. And they're doing a study. You start off with these certain buttons on the floor, and they are indicative of certain things, like to go outside, right? Or I love you, thank you, or ow. And there's this dog doing sentences. I'm watching the dog. I'm completely amazed. And I'm like, I knew it. Like, dogs do have the potential to do it. We just don't care to do so, or don't want to dive in. Why? Because then that means that we'd have to be held accountable for the treatment of these animals or these creatures, right? So they're not trying to focus on that, right? So they're plausible deniability for why we treat dogs the way we treat them. But they have the potential to be and do much more. And I oftentimes think too, we're so selfish as humans. Other animals, they made it here too, right? In this world, this little circle in the universe that we know of, right? They're alive. Like, they made it. They have consciousness. And what we see is they're so unique, right? They made it just like we did. We evolved, and we're at this point together. Like, we shouldn't just throw them out or like, oh, those are just animals. I feel like our job as humans, right, to an extent, is to help our fellow, like, life living beings, creatures, to advance. Like, I also like imagine, like, in the future when we do get to go into other planets, or we start to colonize other planets and things like that, when we get to the point where we focus on helping other animals here on Earth reach their fullest potential, what does it look like to see a planet of dogs? Who says it can't be? Because they're here just along with me. I don't know how us as humans got here, but they're here too, and they have the intellect. And so, anyway, things I think about. Yeah, you should look that up. I should bring up that video. I'll try to do that maybe before another stream. Look up that, because it was really cool. And then the dog started asking, who is this? And the dog's looking in the mirror. And then the dog gets freaked out. The interaction is so interesting. So interesting. Other primates are in the Stone Age. Mm-hmm. They had a couple 100,000 years more. Couple 100,000 more years, which they don't. Oh, if they had a couple thousand more years, but they don't, they totally start building settlements. If humans weren't around to the current humans of today? This is, yeah, if they did before we got here. Oh, and those migratory birds that predict the intensity. Oh, and when a hurricane season will start better than the weather forecast. That was also a very interesting thing to see. So, okay, we may have to do this for a stream. Kind of bring this about animals and just how intelligent they are, and how we sleep on them all the time, right? Sleep on their intelligence. We oftentimes walk like this. Animals are dumb. That way I don't feel bad when I just let my dog run away or give it to the pound, or, you see starving cold animals, or justifies why we just mass murder animals every day, right? With the beef production, with chickens. But now we see in cows how cows have personalities. They say just like dogs, but they try to hide that from us. Why? Because socios run the meat industry, meat production. They don't want to lose money. They don't care about actually helping humanity or the earth or anything. They only care about money, something that they're invented, right? And they run on because it's capitalism. Disgusting. So anyway, it says, I give you points for using the older, more ethnic. Let's be cheeky here. Name of Jesus. We'd say Isa or Yasu. It is how he's named in the Quran. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. I have my mom and like other people, like, we say Yeshua. Because I'm like, oh, his name wasn't Jesus. Oh! And my thing is, I remembered when I first heard it as a kid growing up, because I did grow up in, quote unquote, raised in the Christian church. And when I heard that, I was like, well, one, my mom would say, because I'd have the little kid book, she was like, actually, they're more olive tone, like people who come from, Middle East, people who come from the region where it's Israel. And I was like, oh, so but why do they have all the characters in this book, brunettes and blondes, but I barely see any black people, which you would think there was more black people seen in around at that time in that region because it's just so close than there ever was European. But I digress, right? But again, there's the erasure and then the replacing and how they kind of assimilate and steal culture. I digress. And so um, I remember it being like, well, mom was like, well, his actual name was Yeshua. And I'm like, well, why don't we not call him Yeshua? And then they were like, well, time and history and the name, and it got changed. And so people just keep it, it's easier to say, I guess. They were saying that pronouncing the name Yeshua was off and no one could get a unified, this is how you say this important figure's name. Instead, they thought, let's just change it. Or it evolved, or certain people. I'm like, but now we're in 2000 and XYZ, right? Whether it been 2000, 2010, 2020, today, we know what it's supposed to say. We have the capacity to take on the truth. Why are we still going along with a fake, non-existent name? Like, Yeshua never heard the name Jesus. He didn't hear the name Jesus because it wasn't his name. But you would swear up and down. That's what I'm saying. It's just, miss me with it. And there's power in the name. And then I think, how can there be power? But there is power in the name of Jesus, right? I mean, I can acclaim to it. But what gives it power? Is it the fact that I link the creator of the universe to such name? And is it what gives it power? Is it because there's been so much faith around that name, right? Because words are powerful and there's power and unity, right? Where everyone agrees and that gives it power? Maybe. But my question is, but that if it wasn't the real name, then how does that make sense? What truth is there? And what is that also saying about truth too? And so my thing is, I prefer to go back to the roots, which is, or I've heard to be, was Yeshua, the closest way to pronounce it in the Hebrew. And it makes absolutely no sense why we continue. It's just you don't care about truth. They don't care about truth. I digress. This is my favorite thing is the word. Wait, my favorite thing in the world is when Dr. Cornel West says, the Palestinian Jew. Every time he mentions Jesus, just drop in the little bit of rhetoric every time. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's important to if that's just what you're saying, kind of bringing that to light. The Palestine Jew. Gotta reclaim it. Like, it has been taken and assimilated. It's just assimilated. I refuse to perpetuate it. But yeah, bringing that to light. Bring the fact that, hey, I'm not sure what it means by Palestinian Jew. It also gives people an opportunity to realize something. Look at Palestine today. That's Yeshua's place, right? Meaning that's where he was born, is now the Palestine. It makes sense. And it's to see what they're doing to the Palestinians is just, is it how ironic? How ironic? How ironic? Barely even there, it's holding on to existence. Yeah. What's been done in Palestine is, it's sad. It's so upsetting. It's egregious. The people and how they've been oppressed and how the voices have been hushed because America is allied with Israel. And interesting enough, in in church, especially, I guess I would say in the American church, they were always taught like Israel. We are on the side of Israel. God tells us to um, protect Israel, right? You'll be blessed. You bless Israel. And so I felt like they used that, and not saying, and they were saying, like, yeah, the Israelis, they are blessed people, and yeah, in that they made it seem as though because of all the biblical references there, that Israel is good, always is good. Like you always stand for Israel. Israel can never be wrong. Don't ever be on the side that isn't Israel, because then you're against God. I mean, that's essentially how it's framed. And so oftentimes when then hearing news of Israel or what anything Israel's doing, it must be good, right? And we're allied with them. We're here to protect them. Is everybody else against Israel? And it wasn't really until I got into college that I heard there was a different narrative. Like, hey, Israel is doing wrong to these people. Like, there's a whole like apartheid happening here. Like, these people don't have a say. Like, they're smushed to a small area, like the oppression, and it's wrong. And I can still say that I'm not. It's about the government, the current government of Israel, is the problem. And just to kind of see how they use that framing, that I wouldn't say undertones, but you would say knowing how people have been primed, right? A lot of America, Christian, right, gone to church, primed. We support Israel. It's a Christian nation, or we are a Christian nation. We support Israel, even if Israel isn't doing quote unquote Christian things. And that's why I feel like they purposely don't dive deeper. They're not really showing and telling the truth. If you say anything about Palestine, then they say anti-Semitic, or that, hey, Israel, you got those vaccines. How many people in Palestine have gotten them, or the Palestinians? You don't care about them? Oh, you said that was on their government, even though you all control. It's despicable to me. Disgusting, despicable. And I hope for better. I hate it's just sometimes just feeling a sense of helplessness, but then I'm reminded that, hey, no, it's as long as we're fighting together and there's unity and there's movement, right? As long as I'm doing my part in educating myself on the realities and of the truth, and pushing towards and supporting people, or supporting people, pushing messages that are going to help to inform people about the truth, that are going to help make this world better, is what I can do. And even though it may feel like a little bit in the big grand scheme, I can't just give up. And even though the truth might be hard to take in, we got to keep going and keep standing up and fighting for and using our voice when we can, and to share when we can with others, which is what I want this stream to be, a space where we learn and we grow. And we come up with ideas. How can we make this world a better place? It says we have a law where lawmakers can't say anything negative about Israel or they'll be punished. Oh yeah! That corruption. Yes. So I feel like it keeps moving and I'm missing it. Crap. Sorry, the chat. I need to look over more. If barely even they're holding on to existence, we have a law that requires to do or they'll be punished. As the U.S. is the sole reason Israel is even a country. Um, yes, and the UN very messed up. Yeah, it's the theocrats, ethno-theocrats, authoritarianism. That's the problem. The people are never to blame. It's the system and the ideologies. The anti-Semitic argument is so laughable to cause the majority ethnic group living in Israel isn't even related to Semites like that. I'm closer to a Moor than their political leader is to a Semite. But I don't scream anti-Moor when people curse down my Arabic or whatever. Just jokes all around. It's sad. We'll get there eventually. Oh, I only hope we'll get there eventually. But I have hope. I mean, if we survive, right? Like, if humanity survives with global warming, you know, I feel like I have more faith in the millennial and Gen Zers and the generations to come, that we will get to a better place. And that's what the people at the top right now are afraid of, because they're seeing these trends. But yeah, like, you can critique the government. The government. I love Jewish people. Period. I love all people. Period. So, I mean, no, you can't say, I mean, that's not the truth. But I will call out a government, like the U.S. government, that is horrifically corrupt, grotesque, many ways built upon lies, or it's hidden itself in lies, like America's for freedom, that we're a city on a hill, that we are about justice and liberty. You know, the best way for evil to get away with something is to cloak itself in that narrative, and then give a little bit of, right, push that propaganda, show it, then all the while nobody question it. They can go on evil, evil, evil. But you brainwash the people into thinking you're good. You brainwash the world into thinking, except those who actually can see the harm that's being done or afflicted, which is where you see people, marginalized groups, calling it out, people in other countries who are being affected by our warmongering government. Yeah, listen. So it says here, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. In the spirit of that saying, I ain't having kids. Exactly. Neither am I. Like, what's the point? What's the point? So doom them? There's no hope. Like, what hope have they given? And just looking and seeing the world that it is now, like, if I had to have a choice for life, why? So I can look at them one day and you're school, for instance, is why I usually kind of put there. I don't want to have kids because I don't want to put them through the education system. It's a brainwash system. It's a waste of time. It's a torture space. It's created in such a way that, one, they know majority of people aren't going to do well. It's set up to break people and to break young people into thinking that they're worthless or they're not adequate enough. Why? So that they can, people willing to accept lesser wages. Do you think you're valued less because you weren't smart like that other kid who made an A? Yeah, I can see why they're deserving of this, but I'm not. No, that's a lie. And then the thing is, going back to that about school, too, I refused to make a kid study for something, trigonometry. You know, I refuse to force them to learn trigonometry. I refuse to force them to learn advanced in chemistry or calculus. Why? Because truth and facts tell us that only a small percentage of Americans actually use it. but you have to learn it. You have to suffer through something that you know you're going to forget. If an adult cannot teach a young person something, why the F are they learning? Like, why? If I, an adult in the working world, does not use it, why are you being taught this? Unless you specifically, clearly are, I want to be a mathematician. I want to be a blah, 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 blah. But they know they force kids to learn things and to do things that they know is ineffective, but they'll force them to do it anyway and to feel inadequate when they don't do well and blame them. And all it is to produce self-doubt and people to feel that they don't deserve better. They deserve just working this low-wage job because I didn't know how to do well in school. I was bad at math. Is that not the biggest disgustingness of lie that our societies teach and allow people to feel? To hold up what? So they can have a continual flow of low-wage workers, because the U.S., I'm talking about particularly U.S., thrives on low-wage workers. At the expense of mental health. So I refuse. And I don't feel like there's any place where I can go in the U.S. where I have kids and then I don't have to put them in any of that education at all. Because even if why not homeschool? Because homeschool, there's still certain regulations they have to be taught. And let's not even go into history and the lies that they're trying to brainwash us into learning. Christopher Columbus. I remember. Christopher Columbus. Dressed up, did the whole stuff. This man was a murderer. They knew it, but they taught us that he was the first one to land here. An explorer. What a great guy. BS lie. They knew it. That's just one example of the lies we were taught in school. Let me read your comments here. It says, actually, I'm not going to actively sentence someone to suffer because the air is horrible. Fresh water is a luxury. And every summer is a degree Celsius hotter than the last. The ultimate labor strike. What do you mean by the ultimate labor strike? But yeah, like that too. So, in what? A hot earth, or where you have these dramatic weather changes? Oh yeah, a labor strike, not having kids, which is why they pushing so hard for to limit reproductive rights here in the U.S. They know exactly what they're doing, and I can dive into it even more. It's on purpose. They want an inflow of low-wage workers. And they want to... I'll go on that in another stream. But yeah. A labor strike. It is kind of a pun. Yeah, that would be interesting. Because why not? Well, I feel like if women did do it in mass strike, like, those who weren't going to have children anyways, because of what we see, like, going on in the world and in society, if we made it seem like we were going all together and are like, hey, well, I'm on a labor strike. I'm not having children. And it says a strike against you, the system. And if a lot of women came together and it's like, yep, we're sitting this out. I feel like we would almost, not to the extreme of The Handmaid's Tale, but they would rev up. Men would be like, or oligarchs. Oh, you thought that? Cute. Oh, abortions, illegal. Oh, the cost of them has skyrocketed. Oops, sorry, Supreme Court. Right. But, which is upsetting, but, so anyway, I mean, it's been done in a way that we all come together and those of us weren't. But they have been studies showing that our generations, millennials and Gen Zers, are not having kids at the same rates.
It says, I like to remind people, for purely historical reasons, how it goes down here in Paris. This is in regards to funny spells referring strikes. The last time the lawmakers had tried pushing a law that make it illegal to film and document the police, we set the national bank on fire. Fast forward 2 days, they withdrew the bill. Just a history lesson, as per me given to you. You know. So yes, I saw that. We Americans are weak. I see how quickly other countries strike. Meanwhile, people here are like, we still don't have stimulus checks, and most people are like, oh well, that sucks. And then Artificial Intimacy says, we did cheer you. We did cheer you on last year, though. You guys had the right idea, and you learned quick too, as in the tactics to use once it goes down. Yeah. You would think the way the American propaganda is that, oh, Americans, we go on strike. You think of things like the Civil War or the at the Revolutionary War, mass protests of throwing the tea into the rivers, or the women's movement. I said that's all propaganda, and the civil rights movement, things like that. But we, as a country, we don't protest like that, and they have it set up for that purpose. What does France have that we don't? Access to health care. I'm not sure if you all have a living wage there in Paris. And then I'm not sure if how work goes and how unified Parisians are. Like, if you just don't go to work that day, is it fine? It's not held against you? Is it because there isn't a high unemployment? Because here it's set up in such a way that, like I said earlier in the stream, before the pandemic, Americans couldn't face a $400 emergency. Like, they would be out. So, and because we're debt slaves here in America, we're wage slaves and debt slaves, and they know it, and they do it in such a way to prevent things like general strikes. Our oligarchs, because they know there's fear there, right? They know America's not a place. There's no rent moratorium, right? Rent's still owed. You don't get paid enough. A living wage. Prices have gone up. Wages have stayed stagnant. The healthcare, if it's linked to employment, right? Or not linked to employment and healthcare, but those who do, it's very expensive in the U.S. on top of that if you don't have health insurance. People, are you willing to risk that? Are you willing to risk not having enough groceries or food on the table? Most people aren't. It's not set up in a way where we can say, F you, government. We don't have unions. A lot of unions who are going to protect people's jobs to go and strike. People, it's fear. People live in fear. And it can be considered quote unquote justifiable fear. But it's almost like, what are we going to willing to do in order to make it better for ourselves? Right? We have, in many ways, have to take that leap. And I don't know, like other countries can, but we're not showed them. That happened in, what was it? 250 million people went and protested in India. We didn't see that in American news. Maybe it was just like a few segments out. They don't want to show us that. The Hong Kong riots, you saw that. It was online. They're not trying to show that. They're not trying to give Americans any ideas. The little slaves any ideas. But other people know how to protest. We don't. In many ways, it's hard because it's in a space where it feels like you can't. And also because we don't know how to take care of ourselves. Right? We don't know how to go into the forest and shoot our own meat if need be. I don't know what plants are dangerous or not dangerous. I need a currency. Um, all on purpose. We could be taught that in school. Things that you actually need to survive or actual skills needed to even live a prosperous life. We could learn that in school, but we don't. They purposely don't tell us. They waste our time and then tell us you need to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to tens of thousands, not hundreds of thousands. You gotta pay to play to get an education, which is equal debt. It said here, we internet helps everyone remember. Hold on. As into the tactics to use once it goes down. Okay, internet helps. Everyone remembers Hong Kong, and Parisians' protests are pretty much a meme now. These news are essentially a protest starter kit. People really want to know how to do an effective general strike in the U.S. I watch shows like Jimmy Dore. I don't know if you watch Jimmy Dore or know of him, but progressives over here, leftists, they keep on saying this, oh, it's going to be such a huge undertaking. I'm like, but it's worth it, and we need to get on it because people are dying out here and they don't care. They make money off of our deaths. I don't know if you were here earlier when I just went over corporate life insurance. But they're not trying to teach us, so. What I mean by they, like our government, schools, they're not here to teach. So people are out here trying to figure it out on our own and on organizations. And a lot of these organizations are in bed with Democrats. And again, that's just like being in bed with the oligarchs and the establishment. Internet helps everyone. Well, our healthcare is bomb. So nice. He literally put a needle in me and said it was surgery, and it's $500. I leave an emergency room with a $1,600, $1,200 bill. Ugh, okay, let's not go into. I can't stand our healthcare system. It's the absolute. It is from the pit of hell. It is evil intentionally, and just knowing that it really doesn't have to be this way really grinds the gears. And it's like, why can't we wake up? Why aren't we in the street? Literally, other humans don't experience the amount of stress and anxiety when it comes to our health. Anyway, sorry. Well, our healthcare is bomb. We'd still take a bill like Medicare for All, though. It's a phenomenal bill. And our wages are okay. I think our buying power is second only to Germany here in continental Europe. However, we still have ghettos. Here in Paris, the homeless population is huge. Maybe even Los Angeles huge. Ooh. I don't know the numbers, but it's absolutely gigantic. Then there's the anti-Arab settlement that creates a gap, you know? Not a big fan of Dore. The one guy I follow for North American news is David Dole from the Rational National. Yeah, I like David Dole or Rational National. Yeah, but we're kind of in the situation Hong Kong is in. We protest, but the government has such a stronghold on the news that they just bombard any protest as radical socialist takeover. And it says, let them. It's always been an information war. Both sides use propaganda. Yeah. Well, both sides. Meaning Democrat and Republican. It's a funny spell. We are also really spread out here in the U.S. It's harder to organize and galvanize toward the correct goal. Also, the police aren't afraid to beat the ish out of protesters, so people get scared. I mean, workers versus capitalists. Thing is, a lot of these workers are capitalists in the U.S. because that's our brainwashing. That's all we know. Everything else is wrong because America is the proponent of, or provider of capitalism, the spreader of it, creator, the poster child. And so if that is the case, and America is the best, and America is number one, then why get anything else but capitalism? Because capitalism must be the best. Um, David Dole. I I like David Dole. I would say that for me, and why I like Doors, because I see the Democrats for the Democratic Party for what it is and who they are, and I feel like a lot of people who are maybe progressives, they still are holding out on this hope that the Democratic Party can change, or that these progressives that are there, that they are good and they like worth putting our time and money and energy investing into them. And I don't believe that. They've had time to show who they are and who they're going to be, and we've seen who they've chosen to be. And the longer that we keep on being pulled along by these ideals that, oh, the progressives are good, or like that there's any saving of this party and that there's not needing of a big change, is the problem. And so that's probably why I really like Door. Um, and oftentimes people like to simp for Democrats. I'm not a simp for Democrats. Right now, like I said, they're not trying to help us in a pandemic. They're giving us excuses. No minimum wage is going to be included in this bill, but y'all promised it. No $2,000 checks. They literally were saying it all over the place. $2,000, $1,400, and then they're means testing it, which we talked about in the stream earlier. Oh, they care about the working people. They know the stress on the people. They don't care about it. They'll just tell you that they know, so you think that they're on your side for long enough. They'll keep stringing you and pulling you along with empty promises and incrementalism. And so I feel like we need more people to speak out against that and call these people out. Stop trying to be friends with everybody. Call out the truth. Hold them to account. They're in power. They're not meant to be your friends. They affect our lives. And I'm going to hold them to a way stronger, higher account. And so I like to listen to people who do also try to hold them to as high as account as I hold them to. But yeah, I guess really was the Force to Vote has revealed a lot for me personally. But people that I watch on or follow on YouTube that are leftists or progressives, I like the Humanist Report. Sad to see how that ended up with Force to Vote. But again, I can disagree with people and I still listen to them because, again, there's still truths to be heard, and I don't need somebody to be the exact same as me in order to take them seriously and to be united with them and to support them. So but yeah, Humanist Report, Rational National, I like Kyle Kalinske. I watched the Rising with Crystal and Sauger. Of course, Jimmy Dore, the Young Turks. Even though, again, the Young Turks irks my nerves because they don't call out the progressives. I feel like they should, because oftentimes they simp for her because Cenk was one of the founders of the Justice Democrats that got her in there. So his whole idea is, hey, get people who aren't bought by corporate PAC money. And my thing is, I thought that was a good idea too, and I pushed for it. I supported AOC. But then you realize that apparently just because they're not being supported or funded by the corporations doesn't mean that they won't still vote and be manipulated by those who are.
right? Like the Pelosi's. Mama Bear is what she called him, her. Um, but yeah. It says to do one of our largest political groups here. Oh, wait. Ah, yeah. Gotta love the capitalist Stockholm syndrome. That's funny. Um, right, right. That's what got us Biden. We don't want Medicare for all. We're afraid of it. The news televisions tell us that nobody wants it and that we love our health insurers. Oh, let's vote for Biden. We don't want minimum wage. We don't deserve it. A higher living wage. We don't deserve debt cancellation. Let's go with somebody who also is not going to give it to us. Stockholm syndrome. Anyway, one of our largest political groups here, apart from Democrat and Republican, are called libertarians. They think that less government regulation and more capitalism will save us. And then I'll keep reading before I give my opinion. Ultimately, we can't put our faith or hopes or responsibilities into any idols. Yeah. Can't simp for Bernie. Can't simp for AOC. Yup. Gotta push for actual representatives of direct democracy. Imminent recall voting app. Immediate? Recall? Girl, I can read. Immediate recall. I'm like, I know this word. I'm telling you, I'm tired. I need to eat. Immediate recall, voting apps on your phone, all that. You don't gotta look far to find these ideas. Even J. Cole mentioned it on his KOB album that he wants to send his tax dollars to specific programs right there on his phone. LOL. He mentioned he wants to send his tax dollars to specific programs. Mediate, recall, voting apps on your phone, all that. What do you mean by this? Oh, you can't see me highlighted. Immediate recall, voting apps on your phone, all that. Oh, you're saying kind of like how you think it would be better, and I concur. We should make it easier to vote, but they don't want to. Again, like I said earlier, that our lives would be so much better if we actually had true democracy. But we're told over and over again that American people are stupid and we don't know what's best for ourselves. Even though when given a, when surveyed, right, the majority of like Americans' ideas that we agree upon, populist ideas, would make our lives better. Do you think that Flint still would not have water if it was up to us, the people? Absolutely not. And that is why they don't want us to have our voices, or us to have power. Our voices to have power. So yes, I saw that too. Have you seen the thing where everyone has an AI representative that votes based on their preferences and conditions in life? And then funny one, I always tackle libertarians with Kant's rhetoric. With Kant's rhetoric. Sorry, my dog's over there doing something. Anyway, with Kant's rhetoric of there being freedom to and freedom from. Libertarians want to maximize freedom too, which ironically ends with predatory groups forming an authoritarian reality. Exactly. Therefore, libertarianism doesn't work the way people who believe in it think it works. Exactly.
If you maximize freedoms from, like freedom from oppression, you end up with communism, or how people have been calling it Krip- since Kropotkin. Lord, I'm sorry with words and saying them. Um, Anarcho-communism, or how people have been calling it since Kropotkin, which I guess is a person, famous person's last name. Anarcho-communism. I don't think I've heard of that. Well, I like those ideas, but God, it would be such a huge thing to change here. We'd basically have to rewrite the Constitution, which is set up so that it's really hard to do. OMG, yes. I'm so glad you joined the stream. You're so informed, which is true. I'm so glad you joined too. It's such a fun conversation. Thank you guys. Are due things. Immediate recall meaning that you can vote people out of their position on the spot. Let's just imagine those of us who are American. Like, did we imagine all of us? I don't think. Yeah, this doesn't happen in France. I wouldn't think so. Like an immediate recalling of Mitch McConnell, like getting him out, like getting out Pelosi like this, because she doesn't represent the people anymore. Almost like how it should be, or how they like to say it works, but really doesn't, because it doesn't. Our government doesn't represent the people. How many studies more need to be shown that it does not? It's proof. It's not. That was never meant to work for all of us. It's all been a lie propaganda. The branding. It's like it's never been a true democracy. And the idea that they like to twist that's what the founding fathers, I call them the founding oligarchs, the founding enslavers, intended is laughable. If they wanted it, they lived. It's not like they wrote the Constitution and then all just dropped dead. And thus is the reason why we have to have people to interpret how it was meant to be said. Like, these people lived. You saw what they pushed for. It'd be different if they were pushing for women to vote. They wanted all people to vote. No, they were perfectly fine with it only being white men who own land. When it says we, the people, they were talking about those people in the room. They were thinking of their descendants. They were talking about themselves in order to form a more perfect union. And they believed in the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That was for themselves. The oligarch, the elite, the rich at the time. Never for everybody else. Plausible deniability, because they know how to do propaganda. Back then, too. They knew how to capitalize on truth, and how they can hide their intentions under truth, or what appears to be good. Anyway, didn't y'all just send one of your ex-prime ministers or presidents to jail for corruption? I've been off the news ever since vaccination started, so maybe, couldn't tell you. I don't think we've sent a federal politician to jail in like 50 years. Yeah. They can do whatever they want. Peter Krop. I'm so bad for the snag names. Kropotkin, Russian author, coined the term anarcho-communism. Conquest of bread is his largest title. You have to look into that. I think she meant U.S. LOL. Yeah, just in general. I don't know a country that has immediate recall. I'd be shocked. America would try to come in. This place needs a little democracy. Yeah, well, immediate recall by voting. Any and everyone's capable of physical media recall. I meant, yeah, technically, people can get, you know, kicked out of their seats. You know, but usually it's either they do it themselves or they have to be voted off, like voted out. And I think some people have had that happen to them here in the U.S. and having to do with like sexual assault or that type of issue. But usually they like to just resign themselves. Yeah. Ooh, stomach, I need to eat. Oh my man, this has been such a nice stream. It's so nice to get to know you. Artificial intimacy. I'm like, it's 11:46 a.m. over here. I was just saying I'm gonna get a little tired, or I might need to bring over a snack. Like, what time is it in Paris? Like, I think it's like maybe 9 hours ahead or behind. I'm not sure. 8 a.m. Oh, okay, so it's the morning. Oh, okay. So you must have just woken up. Oh my god, I was a little late. So that would make it. So if it's 8, you mean it's 8:47 or it's about to be 8? Because if it's 8:47, then it's 7 hours apart. If not, it's 6. About to be 8. Okay. Yeah. Probably 6 hours apart. Funny, funny spell. Some people are off the deep end. They'll either come around or get caught in the crossfire. Can't save everyone. I meant some people know. Hold on a second. I feel like I missed something. Worst case scenario, just press the restart button. We're on our 5th Republic here. And yeah, on the liberation thing, yeah, I try to explain things like that, but they just believe freedom is, in general, is better in everything. Yes, it's literally they argue that there shouldn't be any gun laws whatsoever. It's so hard to explain that freedom is just a human construct. Yeah, people go off the deep end. They'll either come around, got caught in crossfires. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, the libertarian mindset makes no sense. It ignores the fact that if we're still using the system, right, currency, just the way that it is, if things just stop today and no more laws or government, the thing is, you would see monopolies rise up. The people who have power or currently have money today would be the ones that were in power and would have money and be in control just now with no regulation at all. So to me, it's like the argument makes no sense. Like, how can you imagine a better world? Like, they say, oh, well, if libertarians, if we privatized, you know, electricity, everything, and water, blah, 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 then Texas would have been better. Like, they would have been handled better if everything was privatized. I'm like, how? How? That makes no sense. No sense. You can't start from this particular way of being and then switch over like libertarian. Because what we see is that people who had power, if not regulated, especially if using money and still that still capitalistic nature, corruption is still there. Oppression. So, yes. You said another piece of rhetoric I use for, but I want my freedom. Oh, another piece of rhetoric I use for, but I want my freedom. I want to be left alone. Is reverse engineering how they got to that stance psychologically. Why are they oppressed with freedom? Obsessed with freedom, sorry. Why are they obsessed with freedom? They're compensating for being oppressed and forced into living under the system their whole life. They go from extreme to extreme rather than being logical. Logically, what they want to accomplish, I want to be left alone, requires freedoms from They want to be free from oppression. Exactly. That makes sense. I like it. That's a good way to put it. hmm The freedom to be, right? You don't have to do like I. Yeah. Since there's also libertarians who are just ultimately righties in their cores or in their core. They're diet fascists. They're diet fascists who believe lives are better and worse. Lives are better and worse. So they want freedom to catch up to people on the top today because they feel like they're just temporarily poor soon to be billionaires. Ain't that true? Hold on, let me read it. Fascists who believe lives are better and worse, so they want freedom to catch up to top today because they feel like exactly, and that's a lot of it. It's libertarian. I know, like this still love of money and greed. They're not seeing like the issue with it, and then this it feels like they were brainwashed, right? This ideal that, especially with the American ideal that American dream, you can start from nothing and can make it. Complete lie, garbage. Most wealth has been past generational wealth. Um, yeah, so they feel like no, we don't want things like socialism. We want to be able to have the yachts or have these big houses and things. Um, we don't want to pay taxes. Kind of missing the points. Exactly. And Trump has kind of strained the Republican Party, so there's a lot of younger people that want the same thing but different name. Huh? Oh, exactly. And Trump has kind of stained the Republican Party, so there's a lot of younger people that want the same thing but different name. What do you mean by that? You mean want the same thing, meaning freedom from? Or are you talking about libertarianism? Yep. And that was that funny spell. Yep. However, we've just got to remember we don't need 100% people to agree, 100% of people to agree with workers' rights for workers to win. True. We just need enough people on both sides energized enough about the situation to make an actual clash happen. Yeah, there has to be hope. There has to be a plan so that there's unity and focus. Also, unfortunately, for most people, that energy won't appear until their only alternative is starvation. And there's that too. So I had on a stream before, or I think it was yesterday's stream, where we were talking about this, like, well, what kind of protest, like, what do you think the people should do? And then the person had said how, people are self-interested. And I said, that's true. Americans are self-interested. And I feel like we're also comfortable. I said, it may have to, Americans might need it to get much worse for them actually to rise up and to do anything. Right? You see, yeah, people, where it's usually when people realize and have given up hope on the current system, they see it like it's completely failed them, and then they're more likely to take that leap versus, hey, I might be uncomfortable here, but is it worth breaking the system? It can still work, or they feel like there's hope tied to it. Yeah. And when people are comfortable, people don't want to move, especially your Americans. It says good old Roman truth. Give them bread and fight, they won't revolt. Bread and fights, like the entertainment, circus and bread, they won't revolt. Exactly. Exactly. I've read scientific articles that say you only need 10% of people passionate about something for change to snowball. Where the Roman Empire had bread and the Colosseums, America has fast food in the NBA, NHL. Man, America has so much circus. So much circus. Like celebrityism, like so many shows, reality televisions, like we're bogged down with entertainment. Yes, and we've made food cheap to the point we don't know how to make our own food. But who cares? Because we just go right out to the store. I mean, granted, if it's harder to get that because wages are being suppressed and prices rise, but hey, as long as you can still eat, is it, you know? And we just did an article. I don't know how long you've been on the stream, but we talked about a lot of good topics today, and we talked about how Jackson, Mississippi, it's a capital city in Mississippi, and no water. Last 3 weeks, no water. When you hear that it's a city that's 80% black, historically, like disenfranchised. They said these pipes are 100 years old. They bursted when the whole freeze came about. We don't hear it as national news. No. No. And so, sorry, I forgot where I was going with that. You know, like I said, I'm hungry. What was I saying with that? We just need to be like, what more do we take? Our government fails, but people still go along. Oh, and also, yeah, suppressing people's voices is also a big issue too. And as we see censorship rising up, so as you said, that 10% can create change. People know, and they try to suppress and give alternate not views but narratives, right? And try to twist words, twist the ideals, like, oh, they're coming to take your guns away. No, we all agree that there should at least be some regulation. Like, can we not have background checks? No one said all that, but you want it to go from background checks to it's all taken, they're trying to steal it all, right? Medicare for all means everywhere is going to be booked. No one's going to have access to a doctor. But we persevere through those lies towards truth. We know to be a better world and better way of living in life and how society could work better. Let me just keep reading. Have you seen the show Food Wars on YouTube? They compare fast food in the US and the UK. Sizes, prices, ingredients. Highly recommend. Also, arm all workers. That's an interesting idea. What's oh, I don't know if every worker should be armed. I guess more so on the fact that I feel like not everybody is good with having a weapon. Like, they could handle it. If we're talking about firearms. Then yeah, no, I heard about it. Exactly. It's biggest lies and excuses. Oh, if you raise the minimum wage, it's going to make the price of a burger go up, skyrocket. We choose a low-price burger instead of people having livable wages and living with respect and dignity. Biggest lie. They pay in Japan. I forgot. I would think it was a livable wage. I think it was like the minimum was $11 an hour in Japan when I was looking it up. And then you hear about how much they're paid in Denmark, which is like a lot more. I think it was Denmark or Norway. No, like you pay them more. And the price of a Big Mac did not go up. Ridiculous. I don't even think it went up $1 more than it is in the US. They lie to us on purpose because they can get away with it here. The politicians, they all go along with the corporations because corporations tell politicians what to do. They make the most money off of us in America, like, or in that regard. Of course, in other countries, they can pay lower. That's why these factories go over to other countries. However, when it comes to places like the fast food industry or industries such as, yeah, they prefer their profits. Why give you an increase in the livable wage? That means I get less profit at the end. I know you don't partake in it at all. You don't deserve that much. You just doing this, flipping burgers. Oh, those burgers are making me billions. I mean, keep doing it, but you're only doing it. Keep doing it. Again, this internalizing or making people internalize that they're worthless. All the while, the people at the top who are allowed to keep going benefit the most. Denmark, McDonald's, $22 an hour. 30 cents more for the Big Mac. I don't see McDonald's going under. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. They just would not have as much profits, and that's what they run off of. And American government allows these corporations, these multi-billion-dollar corporations, to continue to extort us, because that's what America has always been. We did not end slavery. We are not the freedom fight. No, we're the creators of, and this is its legacy. Slavery did not end. It merely evolved and grew. So that's the thing about weapons. The thing about weapons, the more right you go, the fewer people have weapons. The more left you go, the more people have weapons. Reason being, the paradox of tolerance is a thing, and that applies to workers not having any arms while their overseers, the police, have lots. You need to fight against oppression, otherwise you'll just be vulnerable to oppression. In the funny spell says in the U.S. it's it's ideologically opposite. The Republicans are the big gun holders, and Democrats historically have less. Yeah, that's true. I would say it would be switched. Forget Republicans and Democrats. Leftists need weapons to fight against the tyranny of the state. That's just political theory 101. And yeah, that's true. I feel like those are. I hear it when people say that. I feel like that, where is it, more on the lines of like Antifa mentality, and in the U.S. It says better yet, dust up on where the term left and right were even coined. Here in France, late 18th century. Yeah, well, look at that too. Have a little reading list after of the stream. But yeah, in the U.S. though, it's been more Republicans that have been like, we want rights, we want guns, everyone give guns. Don't try to check for no regulations by it. But I feel like that doesn't make sense, because again, what we've seen is that most Americans at least would like a background check on people, just so they know that a person with a history of abuse, or especially when it comes to domestic abuse, or if they have certain psychological issues, right? They may not. Certain people maybe shouldn't have a deadly, weapon readily available to them. And I feel like that makes sense. Common sense, gun laws. I don't know. I feel like if we do, then it would make our government level up even more on us than we already see. And what we see about the U.S. particularly, we
government and our military and how much money we spend on weapons, if we armed people, I feel like violence begets violence. And then I know, well, how is anything going to happen? I feel like as we evolve, that there are other ways that we can, change other than via fighting and weaponing up. But I'm right, like very much more towards on the non. I can't even say that non-violence because if you think back on the Black Panthers, right? They went in with their guns and they saw the importance of protecting the reasons why they saw the reasons why white community is able to treat black people and or black Americans like the way that they did was because they didn't have any weapons to protect themselves, right? And white Americans, particularly at the time, they have their guns, take them anywhere. But what you saw was how the reaction towards black people with guns and how quickly they shut it down. I remember they had the Black Panthers went into, I think it was in California, one of the law buildings. I said they passed a law so fast that you couldn't bring guns onto governmental places. But also, people didn't mess with the Black Panthers, and they weren't violent, right? But there was violence that happened upon them to some of the members, the leaders, as we have seen in recent showing. Oh, my stomach! I need to eat. Where am I? Okay. Oh, here. It says, I'll save you the read. Oh, thanks. During the hearing between the monarchs and the revolutionists, the monarchs sat to the right of the speaker and the revolutionists sat to the left of the speaker. Oh, okay, yeah. On the left, you had workers, the guys who just burnt the, I'm not good with names and I should, Bastelli, a few weeks ago. Wait, on the left you had workers, the guys who burnt the Bastille a few weeks ago, and on the right you had the I'm so bad at it. Will we see it? Okay. Borgios. Okay, who were surprised that the people were against them in the first place. Portuguese. Okay, Portuguese. Who were surprised that the people were against them in the first place. Well, the thing is, our status quo in the world is that we are already moving in the right, or to the right. Man, we are. The U.S. doesn't really have a leftist in the left. Incremental change favors the right. True. The only way the left progresses is through non-perfect solutions. A solution without sacrifice and drawback doesn't exist because the right has the upper hand. Black berets are a great reference. Them being shut down is evident that it's the strategy to follow, not abandon. Why? Because it's a strategy that worked. I mean, we have a left, they just roll over at every opportunity. So not really a left. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I said that makes sense. Yeah, cause popped in my head was thinking about, Black Panthers during the Civil Rights Movement and how afraid our government was, during that time of the Civil Rights. They went in and knocked out the leaders. And what happened? People are afraid. Those organizations don't exist today. No Black Panther Party. The most leftist thing to happen in the U.S. in a long time was the GameStop thing. Yep. A part of that. I said, oh, it's okay. I'm willing to put in some money if that means that they suffer. The oligarchs suffer. It was the game they play all the time. And they just played wrong. And there's nothing wrong with me liking GameStop stock. I liked it a lot. So, I mean, that was great. And I saw that too as a means of protest. And I was like, see, we need to be thinking in different, boom, boom, like not like in different sectors, right? There's if you can see it, call it out. We the people. We're just using the same rules and systems that you had to an extent that you said was okay. But look how quickly they disenfranchised. It was disgusting. We weren't allowed, we couldn't buy, like, we had to wait for money to be processed. Like, we could only sell the stock. What else? Oh yeah, I remember waking up and trying to buy it right then, but it was like everybody on the Robinhood app wasn't able to buy GameStop for a certain amount of time because of course they're giving leeway to the not mutual funds, investment bankers, what are they called, hedge funds, thank you. The hedge funds. So it was very upsetting. I'm still very upset. Lost some money, but hey, you only put in what you're willing to lose. So, and it felt very nice to strike the system back. So, it says, yeah, I had GME. Yeah, YouTube. Free market, except when 2 million Redditors like the stock. Exactly. So I hope that the more, again, people today, like, wake up. Like, this is such a prime time to see truth revealed and see hypocrisies, seeing things like falling apart or revealing themselves to be, or revealing themselves to see the truth of what they actually are. They liked it because it was their game. It's their little casino. The house always wins. They didn't like that they got caught and that it was, average Joes that made a lot of money. Right? When the government fails them, they thought of a different way and they came together with unity. Right? And together they had enough money to buy the stock because they liked it. Which I always thought was fun to say. I like the stock. What do you mean, GameStop? Nobody likes GameStop. I mean, you're right. It was ironic too, because GameStop was not the best of companies. Well, they rip people off. Buy a game, want to resell it. If you get a piece, a little fraction of what you first paid with it, and then their refusal to go online, it's just. I like the stock. I think there's hope. I thought there was hope in GameStop. Anyway, there's a hedge fund. Oh my gosh. The hedge fund managers were literally crying on the news. Oh my gosh. When you love to see it, look at you whining. You upset. You lost out. What? You didn't win the way you thought you would. You got outsmarted by people on Reddit. What? Anyway, they're like, this people should be using their money in other places, not the stock market. Anyway, why are you online? Go take a walk. Go have lunch with a friend. What are you doing on your phone? They literally tried to put it that way.
Um, Sorry, it says the hedge fund managers were literally crying on the news about how these crazy people are manipulating the stock market. Um, and he said, I think that with the vaccinations rolling out and Joe smiling at you guys every other day, the U.S. politics are just going to go to sleep for the next 3 years, 3.5 years. People will justify being asleep with that Joe. With that Joe is just bringing back the normal. So yeah, Sleepy Joe. If there's one thing I give Trump, he really good at insults. Oh my gosh, I don't like Trump, but one thing that will give me a good kiki, I love it when Trump goes in on Biden. It's the funniest thing. He would be going in on Biden. It's like an enemy of an enemy. And in that moment, it was like you could, I could really laugh. I'm like, you're right. Yes, Biden is a joke. He is sleepy. He was saying other stuff too. It was so funny. When he would talk more on Joe. But to go over to what you were saying, who knows? I feel like Americans are very disappointed. I don't think so. I think because the Democrat Party wants to lose for next election, people are not happy. Those who, because we were so hyper aware during Trump that, those of us who are still, they're active, paying attention, even that more so majority of people who at least want to know a little bit, right? They're seeing at an early time. I feel like if Joe did do some of the things that he promised, right? If he eliminated student debt, or if he even tried to push for there to be a lifting of the minimum wage, even if not to $15 an hour, but try to push for it to be in it now, I think people would then think, okay, I can trust Joe. I can trust Joe. But I believe that people are really doing like, huh? What? I thought it was supposed to be better. Like, not much has changed. And more so hold him to account. Because what just came out is that people who he promised, right? Biden, went around, especially went to Georgia saying, $2,000, $2,000. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. Just for literally like immediate checks. Okay, they got voted in, and then you said, actually, not $2,000. It's more like $1,400 because y'all already got money from that guy. I know not from our administration or anything, but sorry, did we not mention that when we were yelling out immediate $2,000 checks? Oh, sorry, we meant minus $600. So people are already upset at that. On top of the fact it's taken so long for people to just get those $1,400 checks, to add on to that, they're means testing it more than they did under the Trump administration, meaning that they have placed restrictions so that less people will get that $1,400. It's not like they're using the same formula that the Trump administration used to pass the $1,200 checks at the beginning and the $600 checks at the end, which people fought, right? Those same people, they said, oh no, we're going to use that same 2019 tax return, but if you made more than what it was, the cap was $80K, no check for you, no check, nothing. And so people are more aware because financially they have to be, right? We're not in a time where the economy is going decent. And so since it is a pandemic, people are more, I feel like, looking to Biden and say, hey, we voted you in to see results. And if we're not getting results, then like we're upset. And people are disappointed, and I feel like people really are looking and checking, and they're not really trusting the news as much either, the mainstream, which is why they're trying to censor a lot of smaller platforms and YouTubers or influencers, XYZ, commentators, journalists, because they see people can't be just controlled by the news. The oligarchs control the news, right? They run the Fox Newses, the ABC Newses, the CNNs, and people are no longer listening to what they want them to listen to or to believe and think the way that they normally have thought. And so they're trying to make a difference. So my hope is that people don't go to sleep. I felt that that was going to be the case at the beginning, but just seeing how, I didn't expect Biden to be so blatant, rightly obvious about not caring in losing the next 2 years. Like, why? So they don't have the plausible deniability for why they don't get the promises done. They want to have that excuse. They want to say it was the Republicans. They don't want it to be, oh, it was us, actually. And we just really didn't believe in it. Sorry. Still vote for us. It was that parliamentarian's fault. It was Joe Manchin's fault. So, I only hope, let me see. Sorry, guys. I've been writing. Let me read the chat. I think 30 days in, and he just bombed another country. There's that. People are upset at that too. People are upset that you don't see progressive people in Congress calling him out on it much, if at all. I think I saw Ilhan Omar say something. Nobody else has scrutinized him doing those illegal bombing of Syria. So the only positive thing of Trump's presidency was the energy he provoked in the workers. He was too far right for his time, a little ahead of his time in a way. Figures like him are just beginning to take foothold in the world. They'll cool down for a moment, but like Trump are destined to be the status quo as we're moving more and more right. Well, it's yeah. It's this. It brings me back to this scripture. It says, when the enemy comes in like a flood, the spirit of God or spirit of righteousness will rise up against it. And so so essentially what I mean by that is saying that as a stronger the right gets, the stronger the left will also get, and people will see. And I don't fear, that extremity. In many ways, it makes it more clear to people who have been in the dark, right? To see, hey, we don't like this, but I mean, there has been radicalization, which again, I forgot a while back. I was supposed to show this video. I want to show this tonight. Let me send it to myself. That way I can show you. I'm saving it. And then I'm going to send it to myself. So 1 second. Here. And also too, why I am doing this. So our goal is to reach 50 followers. We have been streaming. This is the 3rd week. And our goal is to reach 50, so that way we get to the affiliates level here on Twitch. So if you like the discussion and you like what you're hearing, you're thinking it's interesting, hit the follow button. And that way you'll be notified. And yeah, you'll be part of our community and watch it grow. So just want to throw that out there really quick. Let me see. Hold on. I just have to go into my phone now. All right. I'm going to share it. Actual signs. Okay, so here, real quick, before I do forget, I do want to send here this video. Let me read real quick too. Where did I last leave off? Yeah, more and more, right? I wouldn't trust Joe to braid my hair, let alone handle my debt or healthcare. But he got elected, didn't he? How? I don't know. Um, what healthcare? Shoot. Exactly. Well, I made half of my usual income in 2020 compared to all the other years. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year. Is what the government stimulus like for the people there? Um, Businesses got money to up top up the salaries, assuming the business is qualified. Sorry, assuming the business qualified. What if you were fired? The unemployment was temporarily strengthened. Interesting. So you're meaning that they met the salaries, or like a certain percentage of the salaries, people who were already working at the time? And is the unemployment still strengthened, or did it stop? And is there like how much did the government help or add to the unemployment there? Because I know in the U.S. it first started off with $600 a week, but then, of course, they couldn't let that stand. People were making too much money not working, and that was putting pressure. Literally, it came out for why they don't want to raise it to $400 a week. Here in the U.S. is now $300. Is because they're saying businesses don't want to compete with the wages of unemployment. This is America. So now it's $300 a week. They says we don't give benefits to our slaves. We can't make them feel comfortable. We can't wake them up and realize, hey, life could be better, and that you're getting paid an unlivable wage. No, get that out. We can't let that stand for too long. Gotta cut those benefits off. That's the U.S. It says they say that as long as it's a global pandemic, they'll continue with the financial aids. Must be nice to have that peace of mind. They cut off our unemployment. They sell us we'll get 600, then they cut it to 300, then they will say 400, and they say that's too much. People are struggling. They don't care. They don't give us our money. They put means tests. They don't give $15 an hour. They don't help with student debt cancellation, and there's nowhere in sight that it looks like Medicare for all. The best country in the world. So real quick, I just want to show this video. I feel like topics has changed. Let me pull it up. But, because it is getting late and I am hungry. So it's like 2:30 in the morning here. Here, going backward. I need to mention it. All right, so let me move over the screen. And shameless plug. Did I not send that to myself? It should be in my messages. Actually, before I do that, let me just over here real quick. 1 second. Huh. Did it not send?
Y'all look at that Confederate flag.
One second. We like a night owl. Right. I am a night owl. I'm trying to get better with my my sleeping schedule so that way I can stream a little bit earlier, but I tend to more stream in the evenings. But I feel like I kind of want to get started a little bit earlier, which I guess would be your nighttime from France. Let me see. Messenger. I'm gonna send it to this person. Let me see. Thank you for bearing with me. This video is interesting. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. The phones. Ah, if I can get them. Is the streaming community large in France or not? IDK what qualifies as large, but so I can hear myself echo. IDK what qualifies as large, but yeah, there's plenty of French streamers. It's largely guys though. Like I feel like the ratio of guys to girls is even higher than from the English streams, right? I'm like here in the US, I'm pretty sure the ratios is more guys to female streamers and even users on Twitch. So hey, but we females, we're here. We women, we stream. So hold on, let me mute myself. Okay. So here's a video that my sister, she does Instacart. So, right, girls get the job done. We come to represent here on the stream. So, but yeah, my sister, she sent a video. She works at Instacart. And so Instacart essentially is, you know, like people order groceries online or want to buy different things that have to just be groceries. Like even people, you know, from Instacart will go to Best Buy if it's electronics, things like that, like, can pick it up. And so she does that, right? She's an Instacart driver, and it has taken her to, you know, out of the city realms. And so while she was in rural Georgia, I think this is around Ringgold, Georgia, she sees this and she calls me and is like, Chiquina, oh my gosh, they're out here recruiting. The KKK's out here recruiting on these streets. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, that's not funny. It's very upsetting, but it's like, to me, I find it's more pathetic. And yeah, pathetic. Like 2020 people, you really need to feel, you know, the right pride, right? And so I wanted to show it here on stream. I'll probably show it maybe another time too. Okay. Let me unmute it and play. Oh.
Confederate flag. Y'all, look at that Confederate flag. Look at that shit.
That's what we have to deal with in America.
Let me turn up my brightness.
What do you think?
Look at that racist ass shit.
Hold on, she'll get closer. I'll try to pause it.
Shit.
So the sign says, join now. It says, I think that's, yeah, at the top it says Confederate Veterans. Let me see if I can get a better view. Yeah, Sons of Confederate, defending his story since 18 something. And then it says, yeah, here. No shame. Join now. Sons of the Confederate Veterans. Again, mind you, Confederacy ended back in 1865, I believe. Yeah, to an extent, right? And here we have this big old sign, join now. And then it says, we will assist you in finding your Confederate. I don't know what that says. Let me see. Ambassador. She's like, they're recruiting out in the daylight for these, like, this is what people will have to deal with still in the U.S. This is America too. It's 2021, people. 2021. It doesn't surprise me. You going down to these places, Confederate flags everywhere. No shame. In many ways, Trump has emboldened them. Emboldened. They used to be hidden in the dark. You can't just have this kind of KKK recruitment with no shame and this out. But they changed the names for it. It's called Confederate Veterans. How can you join? Wasn't they, okay, again, this is all propaganda, because Confederacy, wasn't it, against America, their rating of America? Again, of course not, because that's okay, I won't go into all that. But yeah, so I wanted to show you guys that. It says also, bless your sister for being our reporter for the day, right? Thank you, sister. It says, if anything, it should show the left that the other side is prepping up. Yeah. Gotta match that energy on our side. Yeah. Good needs to rise up, right? The righteous need to rise up. You see that there's a wrong and evil. Have to take a stand. We have to fight and push for more, for better. Because people like this, they ain't afraid. Right? It's getting emboldened. And so, yeah, I was like, oh, thank you for being a little reporter. Also, I was like, I need to post this on Twitter. And I probably will eventually. Just to show people, like, hey, yeah, y'all, this is just one place. One place. Imagine if it was just there, she's driving by. Oh, but America's not racist. Whatever. Like, this is what they'll say, like the Republican Party. Oh, they're not. Oh, cancel culture. They're just in their own heads. I mean, January 6th should have been a warning enough. Well, yep, that's true. Honestly, I just feel like you even need January 6th. You saw the rallies. And you saw them out in numbers. People came out to vote. It doesn't automatically mean that these people all are for and would support, Confederacy. And no, I'm not saying that. I won't group everybody in. But there are some racism that people are okay with. And don't mind their politicians. Like, they literally, with CPAC, Trump was on there, again, with the immigrants and racism. And making this us versus them mentality framing. What do you think would have happened if they found AOC on the floor of the building, just walking to the restroom? If I'm going to be honest, I feel like this will sound more so on conspiracy side, theory side. But for me, I believe it does. I have to rewind. Knowing we have an FBI here in this country that tracks extremist groups, law enforcement. Granted, a lot of law enforcement is on the side of some of these white supremacist groups. However, it was not a secret that their plan was to go to the Capitol on the 6th. Stop the vote or something like that, stop the steal. They knew. They knew. Now, do you think that they would not inform the politicians that there would be this big mass of people coming into DC on that day? Of course they knew. Told to go in anyway. Did they think? I believe that they knew that they were going to be okay. And also, too, they ended up being okay. So I say all that to say. But for me to think that Congress people didn't know that this was happening, didn't know that it was going to happen. They came into work anyway, knowing that Capitol Police was not increased. Why didn't they increase it? You cannot come to me acting like it was brand new. They knew. And they purposely, willfully, like, what happened? A lot of the Capitol Police called off that day. They did not have the National Guard ready. I feel like very much intentional. And they like to make it seem that they were, how to explain it? There was a lot of people there, like 100,000 people. And to hear that there was, yes, every death is it was tragic. No one should have died. It shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have beating anybody. No violence. What was that? Hold on, let me see. Sorry, I saw something in the chat. And so to me, in hearing AOC's story and then coming to find out she wasn't actually in the quote unquote Capitol, and then I looked into it and seeing what Capitol or what building she was in, and that building was not broken into, and that they were evacuated. This all seems very puff piece. They wanted this so that they could have this possible deniability for Trump, try to get him impeached so he couldn't run again. And to demonize and to also possible deniability to ramp up censorship. Nobody was hurt. Praise the Lord. AOC was not in imminent danger. It wasn't like this. It was a sneak attack. You couldn't tell by the way that it's advertised. And they weren't prepared. Again, no, coming from a country, this was literally near the Capitol. Literally a country that spends so much money on its, what is it? Its weapons like defense. There was no defense. National Guard, where are you? Police, where are you? Nobody? Come on now. Come on. And no politician got hurt. If this was already planned ahead, is what I'm saying. They were allowed to break in. And then they still haven't found the people with the pipe. B-O-M-B-S. I'm not sure what words I can say, but yeah. Investigations. Why didn't you all warn? Like, it just all didn't make sense to me. They say, oh, it's because they had to be, we had to be looking into them for as a threat beforehand. If people didn't have a history of violence, then granted, we didn't see that their history of how they would target activists, people of color who haven't done anything. They were perfectly fine with going in and stopping them or preventing certain things. But this,
everyone just seems brand new about, like it happened out of nowhere. Literally, they were calling for people to go. I remember seeing the advertisements. Churches calling, go to march on the Capitol, or for that certain day. It was, yeah, a whole thing. You cannot convince me. So I'm going to read what you're saying here. I just feel like they made sure AOC wasn't anywhere in harm. Going back to what if they saw her walking in. Oh, well, they literally had a FBI informer in the group who was one of the leaders they knew. Exactly. That's the unscientific approach. Unless we have evidence pointing to that they got briefed, then we can't assume they got briefed. I don't think they know that it would get so bad. And then it says, government administration is also compartmentalized. It's more than likely that some knew, others didn't. Some live tweeted in favor of the assault. Some live tweeted in favor of assault. Oh, you mean Mallory? Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, well, she live tweet their locations during the attack. Oh, yeah. I see where you're coming from, and I disagree with the conclusion. The information available, processed logically, didn't yield that conspiratorial result. Trump was talking a lot about how it wasn't a real, like, that wasn't the true vote, and what are they gonna do about it? Type rhetoric. You would think, if nothing else, that people in charge of security that day would have said something. You have these people from these groups, right, where we've clearly seen right-wing extremists kill people in the country. And so to me, I'm like, it just doesn't make sense that even on the end of the security, nobody. I'll keep reading. Not on that scale. Was there conspiracy involved? Yes. Yes, but that doesn't mean the entire staff knew what was up. I mean, that's true. That's the point. You don't tell people who don't need to know or who can't know. We have evidence that some people knew and were actively helping it happen. As for AOC personally, given her past experience and her being aware of who she is, if I were in her position, I would expect the worst, just like she did. Did she? She didn't have to go into work that day. Right? It doesn't matter what her specific building wasn't technically broken into. That's the conclusion bias. Or look it up. Also, everyone brush up on logical fallacies. She is the perfect person to feel as threatened as she did in a situation even vaguely remote to what happened. I hear it, and let me switch over. Oh, see, when I do that, then I don't. Oh, I see. It wipes the chat off. I'm still reading. I'm still reading him. Where was it? She's person. I guess what's the question? Like, if you're asking what do I believe happened if someone found her in the bathroom, who knows? It didn't happen. The building she was in didn't get broken into. You would think people who had it out to get would have aimed for the place in which she would be at, but it didn't occur that way. And yes, we can look at it after fact. Am I saying that she faked fear? I can't say I wasn't there, right? I can't say that. But my thing is, I'm not going to sit here and, oh, AOC. However, you lived. There's people going through worse in America today. You're a representative. I get it. You went through something traumatic. Thank you that it's not, you weren't hurt. Keep it moving, right? Don't spend all this time just, me. Yeah. Next, you're here to fight. Like, I'm glad you're fine. Make sure you're safe. Make sure that it doesn't, doesn't happen again. Caught off guard. I guess that makes sense. Like, I don't know what more to get when people are put, because I read on Twitter after, it was like the trauma, this kid was shot. I don't remember exactly how it was put. It was put pretty well, and it's probably because, again, I haven't eaten. It's like almost 3 a.m, which kind of makes it a little bit hard to recall, but do your job. That's all I'm saying. There's people, I guess you want empathy and sympathy. That's fine. Yes, you get it. I'm glad you're okay. You should never be put in that position where you're feared for your life. But to think that there are people who are going through much worse on a daily basis, right? There's kids growing up, let's say it like places like Chicago, where there's a lot of violence, right? Due to the lack of upward mobility there, right? Systematic oppression. These kids are sitting here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the community. Yeah. Hello, Zach. Chap. I think I said that right. And Pekinator. Hey, welcome to the community. Right now we're kind of going over what's happening with AOC there, with the riots. We're just gonna catch up before I keep on talking. I'm trying to read the super chats. Some of them have already, not super chats, Chiquina, chats have disappeared. Okay, for AOC, I would expect, it says, as for AOC personally, given her past experience and her being aware of who she is, if I were in her position, I would expect the worst, just like she did. It doesn't matter what her specific building wasn't technically broken into. That's the conclusion bias. Look it up. Also, I think I read this, but also everyone brush up on logical fallacies. She is the perfect person to feel as threatened as she did in a situation even vaguely remote to what happened. Then Funny Spell said, yeah, I think there's a lot of misinformation. I think it doesn't matter where she was either. They were in danger because those people were crazy. Of course, it doesn't matter. She could have been in the cafeteria a block away and feel just as threatened. That's what our brain is wired to do, especially if you're a survivor of past mortal danger. At the end of the day, debunking her story is the very last thing anyone should be concerned with. That's victim blaming. I don't care. Her story in and of itself is her story. Like, if she, people's experiences can be subjective, right? I don't know how she felt, and she could have felt scared. That would make sense. There's a lot of people at the Capitol who, don't, and very evidently said they didn't like her. But I guess it's more of what do you expect me to do from that? Other than acknowledge her fear and hope that, security is better. right? And that the government's doing their job to protect and inform politicians beforehand. My thing is, I just feel like, hey, it was very out there, and you would think that somebody in her court, like in the staff, would have mentioned, hey, we should probably look out for today. There's going to be a lot of people here, Trump supporters, and they've been talking some craziness, and they might do some crazy things. Now, do I know that happened or not? I don't have any evidence, but all I know, if it's something that it wasn't a secret. But I mean, she can feel fear. She could want change. I mean, now, I mean, other than, I mean, because at the time you don't know. I mean, like you said, possible deniability. She did. We'll give her benefit of the doubt. She didn't know. And people. Okay, I'll keep reading. I think it might come down to experience. I don't know. I don't know. I understand her reaction and how she moved publicly after it happened. I do the same thing. I'm also not surprised that people are spending this much energy dismissing her account and her experience, because that's exactly what happened every time these things happen. Yeah, and then your rhetoric of her having lived and that there are worse things people go through, that's an angle from the right which doesn't take into account relativity of the subjects in the psychological sense. And then Zap Chat. I've known about AOC since they went on to Twitch. Still, right. I've known about AOC since they went on to Twitch. Oh yeah, she's come on Twitch. Still don't know if AOC means something or a name. Haha. I'm Aussie. Hey, Australia. So fairly out of the loop as for the person, but I'm on Twitch a lot. Hey, yeah, I understand. AOC, it stands for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and because at the beginning when she started her rise up in the political career, people it caught on to just abbreviate, so we just call her AOC. But yeah, but people also expect her to go to work and vote despite what's going on. Where I find issue with your reasoning is that every argument you've put forward has been an assumption, not a data point we do have. Not a data point we do have. This is the exact train of thought people utilize when they say that maybe if you don't wear the skimpy dress that evening might have went not as traumatically for you. Come on, girl. And then I think she's also slightly harsh on her since the force to vote thing went on. She kind of abandoned a great idea that could have gotten for Medicare for all a floor vote and just didn't. Yeah. So I guess that it kind of goes along with it. I hear you. I'm not saying, though, she shouldn't have done it or trauma. No. I mean, again, people broke the law trespassing. And the thing is, in their protest, out of all the things, right, that's going on with the U.S., they didn't go in there to protest the Capitol for health care or for a UBI during this time. It was Donald Trump and them not believing he won. So, no. I mean, again, people shouldn't be or fearing of their lives as they go into work. I have that empathy there, and I'm not blaming her. I'm just questioning. I have questions, and I feel like they make sense. I have questions that have not been answered. But we can say, do I believe it happened? I mean, clearly she said it happened, right? She was in fear. I'm not believing her. I'm just asking, what more do you want from me? Like, on that matter. Like, it happened. I'm glad she's safe. She has every right to go on her stream and tell her story. I'm not saying she doesn't get to tell her story. I don't believe that anybody gets to say how traumatic or less traumatic it was for her. I didn't say that it wasn't traumatic at all. I'm just saying I have questions, and I have questions for people not only in Congress but also the security, what the FBI, like there's a lot of weird things that went on with that time. And so I guess that's more so what I'm hitting on. And then what I'm saying traumatic wise, my sympathies and my fights are for people who are, how to explain it, going back to what Funny Spell was saying, Medicare for all vote and just didn't. My sympathies are for people who were put in situations they couldn't escape from and don't get help. They don't get to vocalize their pain. They don't get to walk into a place of power and sit here and say, hey, we need to make these law changes, and then you see, things get done. You're not allowed to bring guns on the floor of Congress anymore, right? You have Marjorie Taylor Greene whining and saying it's like voter suppression because they have to get, this screen for weapons before going into the halls of Congress, right? Whereas there's people, the work people, we still, when people face traumatic events, what is there to help them, right? If you're put in places of power, right? If let's say someone was injured, right, or traumatically shot, or something horrible happens, I'm going to feel more. That's all I'm saying. It's not that I don't feel it at all. Of course I have empathy there. I don't want people to go through traumatic events, even if I thought it on the outside it looked not traumatic, but I wasn't there to experience it. So how am I to say how traumatic it was or wasn't, right? But what I'm trying to say is that I recognizing the position that one's in and how much more time I'm going to spend on it. Yes, still, but you're a politician, right? You'll have your securities, right? There was security that actually helped you out of there, right? And got you to safety, whereas people are put in places, in situations where they're not able to get that safety or that freedom or have that out, or who are traumatized but don't get the mental health help that she has access to, right? People going through way traumatic don't have a livable wage, don't have access to affordable health care, right? So it would be different if she was like, I'm going to use this experience and I'm going to push it to fight for Medicare for all, because people who go through trauma, they need help. They need, a place to go to get healing, right? Change it into something actionable that people, not just, I bet, if you're just going to tell your story, just tell your story. If changes need to be made, make the changes. But note, relatively, people and Americans who you represent, are supposed to be representing, right, are going through trauma every day. And we don't have $14,000 a month jobs that pay us with benefits and speaking fees, $100,000 speaking fees. It says, but people also expect her to go to work. Oh yeah, okay, I read that one. Come on, girl. Okay, yeah. It doesn't matter. She's a congresswoman. It doesn't matter. She's a congresswoman. A woman's workspace was broken into, and she felt scared for her life. It reminded her of a past assault. She wanted to share her experience as form of therapy, and maybe to encourage others to share their experience for their therapy. I'm not asking us to do anything except acknowledge and validate rather than dissect it. The reason I'm saying I'm not surprised is because I've been through that dissection. That's why people stop sharing their stories. Funny spell. If you like what... Okay, he's not reminding people. You're right. If you like what you see, yes, hit that follow button. If you like hearing, what you're hearing. hit the follow. Our goal is to reach 50 followers on Twitch. That way we can get to the affiliates level. So yeah, if you like what you're hearing, you want to be a part of the stream, if you want to know when we're going live, hit that follow button. It will be much appreciated. But continue on from there. I'm not saying you don't have empathy. I'm saying that the amount of energy the people have collectively spent questioning her is the problem in itself. It's a symptom of us still not knowing how to react when women open up. I hear it. I just feel that it, yeah. Doesn't matter if you make 30K or 300K a year. If you're assaulted, you're assaulted. Yeah, I hear you. I'm not saying that she shouldn't tell her story of when she was assaulted. I'm just saying that technically she was not assaulted during the Capitol. She was in fear of the Capitol. And thus, and then, I mean, she felt that that was the time to open up about her story. I don't believe, like, she could tell her story whenever she wants to, and if that's her form of therapy, she can do so. Now, whether or not I think it's the right time to do so, it doesn't matter. You see, it doesn't matter. And I'm not trying to say to disvalue or discredit her experience. If she says that she experienced assault, I believe her. I believe women. It should have never happened. We need to be fighting for a country, right? In a world where women don't have to go through those experiences. So yeah. But fear is what I'm saying. I'm not talking more so when the assault that she opened up about. In terms of fear, there's so many, like, fear of their life, right? Fear of their livelihood. It's only so, politicians, and I'm just talking about fear. I'm not talking about being a woman. I'm not talking about it. There's one of the most privileged people in our country, and they're shaken a little. Should it have happened in that way? No. Or shaken a lot, right, from the situation. No, it was scary. I mean, that's all I can say. I'm like, yes, she was afraid. I don't know what more I can get from it. And no, we should not devalue her experience or what she talked specifically when it came to her opening up about the assault. I take it seriously. You know, I'm not sure exactly how what the statistics are when it comes to, it's egregious, it's despicable, the amount of women who've experienced assault. And we should be working together and figuring out how to make it so that that stops, or people who do it are held accountable. I'd much rather see a politician using that narrative and that story constructively to do something to help the majority, right? They're put in that place of power to do so. That's all I'm saying. People can say all they want to say and share, and hopefully it does impact in it, or it helps them, right? But also to what are we going to do? What are we going to do about it? It didn't seem like there was much there for it, like of a plan, or like, all right, AOC is going to move us, like, to do something, right? It will help use that story and galvanize women together for what? So we can get the help that we need, or that, hey, we do an egregious job when it comes to policing and solving the rapes in this country. Rape kits are way back what is that, backstalled, but like backed up. They have so many cases they haven't gotten into at all. They're focused on the war on drugs. They don't care about, like, we should be focusing on things like that. And that's where I feel like, if you really, like, something I can do other than just saying, hey, we should listen to AOC's story. But it's more like, okay, her story, there's millions of others.
what can we do together to make something happen, using it for something that will actually help the people, the working people, on top of sharing. It says, what are you passionate about? Curious, since I find my way here through the educational tab. Hey, so things that I'm passionate about. I do like to talk about a majority of things, or a plethora of things. I like talking and going into depth on political matters. I love to think and talk about historical truths and uncovering the lies that we were taught, and then, hey, nowadays we see, actually, that was a huge lie. I love to talk about, like, theology is fun, philosophy, the education system. I come from an entrepreneurship background. I majored in communication, minor in film study and in entrepreneurship. And so I love talking about films. We'll probably do some reviews here on the channel, like of shows, because I do love to dive into the nitty gritty when it comes to shows. What else? What am I passionate about? I do love fashion, and I do like, yeah, fashion, makeup. I don't know how much I'll talk about that here on the show. But yeah, let's see. Other topics, of course, social issues. We'll be bringing those up. I particularly, as of now, I feel like specialize in corporate-owned life insurance, which is something that is not being talked about in this country enough. And what people don't know, and I'm talking about, U.S., is a majority of corporations own life insurance policies on their employees and ex-employees. So even if you worked for, let's say, a company 20 years ago, and you only worked there for 6 months, it was one of those Fortune 1000 companies, more than likely they took your social, took your personal information, cashed that in, and added you to the pool of life insurance policies. And I believe, and again, because it is true, I believe that's why COVID has been mismanaged in the U.S. They're not talking about how much money has been made off of those 500,000 Americans that passed away. And so I show articles. I like to bring them up on that particular topic. I mean, I can switch over, but it's going to drop all these chats if I do. But if you follow the stream, and again, you will hear about corporate-owned life insurance. I bring it up. Receipts. So, what else? Oh, games. So, what games do I stream? I've been streaming Sonic. I like playing Sonic. I know it doesn't have a lot of people who like to watch it, but it's that old game, right? It gives you a throwback. Like, it was one of the first games that I played, and, I didn't really have many games growing up, and my siblings, and Sonic was one of them, and so I like to play that on stream. I like to play Super Hot. I'm going to get a capture card soon, so that way I'll be able to stream playing Zelda. I've already pert near completed it. I have over like 400 so hours now, probably closer to 500 hours in. I just like exploring the world, and I'm like, I don't want to beat the boss yet. But I was like, it might be fun to try to do hard mode here on stream. So that's something to look forward to. And I want to stream more up and coming games. I have currently a Switch available to me. So the Switch is the gaming platform that you use, and of course, online games. So I hope that helped. If you had any more questions particularly or any questions about what I said, you always throw it in the chat. But yeah, I think I covered it. So going back, I guess, to it, artificial intimacy. That's the point I'm making. We're finding technical excuses to debunk her story in her account. That's the rights playbook. I'm saying, like, I wouldn't say if it is. I feel like they have a more maniacal purpose for doing so. I'm not trying to undercount her story. And honest to everything, okay. I say all this, and I know. I saw clips of it. I could not, like, I myself could not watch. To watch. I think it was like maybe over 40 minutes or so. I don't. I know it sounds sad to say I don't care, but at the time I did not really. I mean, I heard, of course, she's telling of her experience, and come to find out, she opened up about sexual assault that she experienced. But I did not like watch all of it all the way through to really know what she said, because I feel like, okay, like, and I know you could say, well, oh, it sounds like the right, but I'm not from the right or coming from it from that perspective at all. It's more from I want to make sure that my emotions aren't being emotionally manipulated, and again, kind of, if there were actions that wanted to take that would help people after such stream, fine, I'm here for it, right? I hear you went through something traumatic. Let's get some solutions. Like, you told your story. I'm glad you were able to tell your story. I don't feel like I'm making excuses for her, or for, I mean, I don't, what the right decided to do and discredit her and all those reasons, I'm not here for. However, being a person not on the right, a person that I don't like get my news or watch, my news from there. I just had those questions about the event. Certain things did not make sense to me. But again, I'm also self-aware enough to know that I don't have access to everything. I can't be everywhere. I'm not omnipresent. So then I think, well, how much of this is worth my time and investigation, or how much is it worth my emotional spiel over people, right? That at the end of the day, if we're solely just talking about what happened at the Capitol, she was fine. Other than traumatized. Like, I'm pretty sure maybe some others were as well. She said traumatized. I believe she was traumatized. I don't know what more to do. I hope she gets the adequate, if she needs help, I hope she has access to it, right? But I had to think about people who are in less privileged positions. It's what I'm saying. Or put my focus on. It says, what we're doing, however, is utilizing... Uh-oh. Sorry, I need to read a little bit faster. Okay, sorry, y'all. That's the point I'm making. We're finding technical issues to debunking her story in her account. That's the rights playbook. I understand that what you're saying. Most privileged people, a lot of money. Most privileged people, a lot of money. I get it. What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. What all these factors contribute to is an environment, a filter, a chance. What all these factors contribute to is an environment, a filter, a chance. It doesn't contribute to an absolute. What that means is that while less likely, these people will experience these traumatic experiences just like traumatic experiences just like you can. You bleed, she bleeds, Biden bleeds. True. Once it happens, it hurts all the same, no matter who you are. I just a level of self-awareness too is what I'm asking as well from people who do hold places of power. Because while yes, things can be all as traumatic and can be traumatic, right? We do all bleed the same. I get it. But not everybody gets to have that transition out of trauma in the same. People don't have access to it, right? I'm going to sit here and think about, hey, or more so the group of women who will get traumatized and abused, and no one hears their story. No one's fighting for them. No one's crying out for their AOC, or like them like they do in AOC, or pushing as hard. And I think, well, what would be the best solution for women where this happens to on a big scale, right? I may not have gone through it, but I know others do, and I feel like there needs to be. And if it's the people who are supposed to be pushing and championing for these policies and can actually make a difference in women's lives, not that have experienced things that they have been experienced to as well, you would think that they would have even a closer tie to it. So let's use the trauma and use it constructively. Think about those two, right? Who don't, nobody knows. Little Curly Sue down the way assaulted every what are people who at least experienced that and can empathize even closer, right? What are they not doing, or what are they doing when they have are placed in places of power? And if I see that they're not really doing much with it, and it's more on a pathos, then that's what it is. I'm going to say they could do more, and why not? If they clearly realize that something is an issue, why are you not fighting for it like it is? And so that's why I hold AOC to account. When it comes to that, when it comes to actionable things to do, it has nothing really to do with experience or lack of, when it comes to trauma and things like that. And I empathize that she did go through that. Hope that makes sense. Not to mansplain, but I think artificial intimacy is her opening up, is the way she is using it to help people. Is her opening up is the way she is using to help people. I think maybe what she's trying to say is using opening up as a way, I mean, to help others. And then artificial intimacy says, what we're doing, however, is utilizing classism in a bad way by taking these factors and using them to diminish the result rather than focus on the result and react to it. Since she's rich and powerful, then she just Since she's rich and powerful, then we should just move on from her therapeutic live stream and focus on voting for Medicare for all. That's not how that works. I don't know how else is it supposed to work. Okay, we can do things that help the people and not respond to AOC's trauma by saying, suck it up and go to work. The two are not mutually exclusive. True, but my thing is, I'm still waiting. AOC, I'm still waiting. Because if you're... I don't know what, that's why I keep saying I don't know what you mean by just not saying suck it up. It'd be different if she was assaulted that day. But clearly she's had this before. Like, she felt that she was able to go in and to do the job in which she was elected to do, to fight for the people. Like that, I don't know. What all I can do is expect her to do her job. And if she feels like she is incapable of doing her job, then somebody else should take that place. Like and I said it to every politician, male or female. just so I can continue reading through. Not mutually exclusive. The two are not mutually exclusive. Sorry, I mean, is saying that her opening up. In her opening up is saying that her. Oh, is saying that her. Using it to help people. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Funny spell. And it says the correct response is AOC. Okay. Cool down. We'll continue doing the good work and you join back in once you've taken the time to cool down. And if she metaphorically asks for time off in a month because she needs to process it again, that's also fine. Let me scroll through. I'm just going to try to read and go back. Zap Chat says true. Robot emoji. That's cool. Being like a polymath style educational stream. I promote that. Wait. Shoot. That's cool. Being like a polymath style educational streamer. I promote that. Also, that movie series Saw was all about how corrupt life insurance is. Really have to binge to see it though. Personally, I love jumping around topics and connecting dots too, especially grounding stuff back to soil and plant. Hey, well, you're in the right place. And let's see. It says conclusion bias. That's what it all comes down to. And funny spell, but that's slightly what aboutism. And then artificial intimacy. It's also putting responsibility on her relative to her privilege, rather than relative to her objective being. I said it before, I'll say it again. We can use her experience as a kick in the good direction while not pressuring her to not process her own experience like she should. It's our responsibility, not hers. She's the victim in this situation. Funny spell. I think they could use it as leverage in the people's eyes. Like, look, these are the people denying you health care. They invited people to kill us. Who are you going to put the power in? It wouldn't be different. That's why I'm mentioning confirmation bias for the third time. We might just have this conversation another time and do a better job at coming to a logical conclusion. Conclusion, not confirmation. Sorry, my bad. Wait. Conversation. Wait, logical conclusion. Conclusion, not confirmation. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Wait, I meant conclusion bias, not confirmation bias. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I mean, and it can be you feel differently on it. I mean, I feel like to me, it's not too much of a issue. I feel like it's for Americans though, and I mean just based upon being here in the U.S. and talking to people about or just hearing how people are feeling and seeing like what maybe if it had happened at a time where people weren't going through a pandemic, people weren't suffering, there isn't confusion and mass deaths, then I feel like maybe people would have handled a little bit differently. But it being is so that in the U.S. all our little hope we have is in our politicians. And so to hear, it's harder, and I hear you, right, to treat people like people. But I feel like in a time where there's so much need and our politicians are doing so little and have done so little, we don't like to hear and say, well, the politician should take this X amount of time off because of a traumatic instance. You know, people who work 9 to 5 jobs, who experienced trauma, who had to wake up the next day and go to work still and didn't have any support or anything, it's harder for them in a time and seeing it all happening around them for people to say, and it could be wrong, right? It's hard. I feel like, but it's the position and the time that she's in. And I mean, what else can we do? And I feel like, again, she's had time. I mean, I don't know if she's called for a time where she's would like off for it. But I mean, I hear you. I understand. I hear what you're saying. And that empathy there you have. Oh, my stomach. Oh, it's like cramping feelings. Usually happens when I haven't eaten much. Okay, so I don't Haitian sons. Okay, you said I like Dr. Seuss. What happened to him? Dr. Seuss got me dancing in GL. And then funny spell, it was a little earlier in the stream, yes. But basically, some of his books aren't going to be published due to slightly I wouldn't say slightly racial bad imagery. Some of the books that were pulled, I feel like there was a variety of the severity of it, which we kind of talked about in the stream. Right, what you said there. And then how racist was Dr. Seuss? Dr. Seuss got bars, though. I do love Dr. Seuss. He did have those bars. And I mean, you also have to consider that the man lived 100 years ago in America. Here, objectively, and I'll just read through this, and then I'll answer I could go a little bit more on the Dr. Seuss. You kind of sum it up for you since you weren't here. Here it says, objectively, it's not a big issue, but it's the mental precedent that counts in this situation. Dole has a great take on the response people had to AOC. All of the arguments anyone ever has nothing to do with the object logic of it. COVID, different building, she's alive, none of that matters. In the propaganda at the time, to put one book, it says the propaganda at the time, but one book did seem pretty bad referring to Asians. Yeah, it was bad. And the visuals of black people, the only 2 images you see of black people in Dr. Seuss were like gorillas. Yeah, it was a trip, some of them images. So I'm glad that they were able to take away some, or to take that down. I'm just sad, like, if you all go back through today's stream, I read McGilligock's Pool. Literally, when I heard them say that they banned it, I was like, not McGilligock's Pool, not McGilligock's Pool is my favorite Dr. Seuss. Boom, McGilligock's Pool on the list of books not being published. They're taking away 6 books. And what we saw is that, like, what I was able to look up, because I looked up why, and I really didn't get much, but I'm pretty sure it's this one picture of the Orientalism. Like, it talks about Eskimos, and there's like these fish that look like you would say Eskimoan. And I kind of talked about how with the because there's been so much remake in that Dr. Seuss and the people that run the Dr. Seuss empire to what they've already had, right? So you've seen movies, it's been readaptated. If the book in and of itself and the words of that book were not racist, why don't they just come out and redo those pictures? Right? Can you not just edit the fish? But if they felt for it to be out, I don't mind either. You know, people don't, if it was offensive, it was offensive. Like if something is offensive, if it makes people feel more marginalized, if it doesn't promote a healthy ideal of oneself, like kids who read it or see it, then it doesn't need to be there. So I guess that's what boils down. If it means, I mean, I read the book already. Like people don't read it, it's no loss. We have hundreds of thousands of millions of children's books, right? It just so happened that I really liked Miguel Gospel and I liked the meaning behind it growing up as a kid, and so it was kind of sad. But if it has to be, well, whatever. So here, why did they barely find out now? Exactly. See, good question. Why is it now? Why did they choose to? Was it? Ah. They said it was. They were doing a study on it, and they were studying 50 of Dr. Seuss's books, and it showed that like out of the 43 times people of color were mentioned, 43 characters had stereotypically racist or what's seen as more Orientalism type racist, whether it be features or talked about in such a way that was discriminatory or racist, offensive. And they felt that since Dr. Seuss has been linked so much to reading, right? Reading across America, literally the same day of Dr. Seuss's birthday is the National Day of Reading. And so what the study was there to do, and what I guess the foundation, the Dr. Seuss enterprise that currently is, you know, a part of publishing his book since he's died, right? They felt that it doesn't promote what they feel like Dr. Seuss legacy like wanted, I guess, or like a healthy image for children to be reading. So they just said scrap it. And as you see, it was March 3rd, but now it's March 4th. But it was March 2nd, so that's why it was a topic and why I guess they were bringing it up, and it's kind of got that news going. Okay. So, yes, but that's slightly what about, or at the woke millennial. Yes, but that's slightly whataboutism. What do you mean by slightly whataboutism? It says, I understand the sentiment you express, but what I'm saying is that these sentiments we have to discard if we want to win. Wait. We have to discard if we want to win. They're holding us back from utilizing logic. Funny spell. If you like what you... Okay. Yes. Again, thank you, Funny Spell, promoting the channel. If you like what you're hearing, hit the follow button. Again, our goal is to reach 50 followers here on Twitch. And we're currently on week 3 of streaming. So thank you all for the support. And yeah, we'd love to have you in our community. Also, just current news articles spread the word more. Just current news articles spread the word more. Yeah. You must be hungry. We've been keeping you here long. I am. I'm like, I brought me my some fruit as a snack, as I have not picked up any snack to eat. But yeah, I am getting hungry, and I feel like it's hard for my brain to keep focused. But yeah, no. I think to myself, well, yeah, watermelon. But then, you think, sir, I'm the type of person, I love watermelon. F that, F stereotypes. I don't care. You are more so ignorant if you think that, oh, hey, people like watermelon. Like, it's a stupid, yes, people like every fruit. And I particularly love me some watermelon. And I devour some watermelon. I love the summer. I love when it's nice and sweet. No shame. Just a refreshing one. While here. Just, top fruits.
I also come from Florida, where come here, Chi Chi. Hey, and say hey to Chi Chi. She is my sweet dog. But where watermelon, like they grow watermelon, it's Florida. Grew up on it, love it. Anyway, I haven't had a chance to take a bite of the watermelon, but I'm also loving the conversation too. So, but I probably will head off soon. Mm-hmm. But oh, just before that, let me say, hey, hi. She's like, you have been on this computer for so long. You've been so good, Chi Chi. Look up. She's like, what's going on? What's going on? I like to show her in the stream. Usually she'll be on my lap. She's a lap dog. Mm-hmm. I would have never thought in the world I would have gotten a Chihuahua. But I say that she's mixed with a little bit of Dachshund. She's not like normal Chihuahuas. Yeah. Doesn't have that annoying bark. She don't shake like that unless she's like cold. Maybe a little excited, but she's very smart, chill. You know, Chi-Chi, I was thinking we should do some emotes of Chi-Chi. It says, must be okay. Sugar water. I don't get the hype for watermelon. Exactly. It's natural sugar, right? It's natural sugar and it's refreshing. Source of water. That's why I love watermelon, especially a good watermelon. Do they have like? Do they naturally grow in France? Doggy. Watermelon. Maybe in the South, that's where we have most of our fruits. I just never think about it. Like, where else does watermelon grow? I know in tropical regions, like I said, Florida is where they grow watermelons. But yeah, no. What else do I love? I like watermelons, grapes. Like a nice, good, firm grape. I don't like squishy grapes, particularly with my with my fruits and the conditions that they're in. But yeah, watermelons, grapes. What other fruits? Pears. Certain fruits I feel like are sometimey, and certain fruits that I feel like I can eat all the time. I like a lot of fruits. So I feel like it'd be easier to say the fruits that I don't like, but yeah. And also I feel like this watermelon's easier on the stomach too because it is mostly water. Funny spell. She's like, thank you for being here so long, and she likes passionate people even if there's a difference in thought. So thanks for the comments too. Yeah, thank you, Funny Spell, for articulating that. It's true. Yes, thank you for being on here so long. It's been so fun. For sure, you guys are fun to hang out with. Pears are borderline disgusting. Ah! What fruits do you like? Like, wait, what fruits do you like? I will say pears. Pears can't, like, you gotta find the right pear. Something told me you're gonna say banana. Number one fruit by far, no competition. See, I'll give it to you. Bananas are good. Bananas are good. I feel like I have to be in the mood for a banana. Gotta be in the mood. I like my bananas to be sweet. I don't like where you have the green, because then they're firmer and they're not as sweet. A nice banana with a little bit of the brown on it, given the right time. It's a good fruit. Peaches are probably my second. I can go with a good peach as well. Yeah. I mean, I have bitten into some peaches that are not good, whether they're too hard or they're not sweet. But a good peach, just, it's juicy. I can't wait till the summer to find a good peach. Green apples.
I hear that with green apples. They may not be my top on the list. Apples are okay. Like in general, they're kind of just an average kind of go-to fruit, if need be, right? Um, you like the sour, I guess, taste of them, the green apples. I have to have like, I like a little bit of tart, but I don't think I could just pick up green apples and just eat them. It's easy to find an underwhelming apple, but but when the apple hits, it hits. That's true. That is true. I've had some very delicious apples, and I've had some very rough apples. Or like the ones where they're so soft and then it's grainy, or like when they're really hard. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. There's so many types of apples, but you're right. When you get that good apple, it does hit, I will say. What else? I feel like I'm missing a fruit that I'm just like, Tina, you always eat this fruit. I'm like, I'm not saying it. What is it? Well, okay, if it comes to me, it comes to me. Because I'm like, I'm not that big of a fan of strawberries. I like strawberries, but they're like kind of like my in the fruits. Because again, it can be a hit or miss. But I guess if we're just talking about on average, because any fruit that it hits, like I like it, right? Like I've had some delicious strawberries, but maybe like blueberries. Blueberries are okay. Blackberries are okay. Cherries, when they're good, they're good. Blackberry. Cantaloupe. A good cantaloupe. Yes. A good melon. The green melons. Those are also nice when they're good too. But anyway, all this talk of fruit. Speaking of which, fruits are kind of a lottery in general. With veggies, you know what you're getting. That's true. I never really thought of it that way. But you're right. There's more consistency when it comes to vegetables than it comes to fruit. With the taste. I mean, you can come across like a bad tomato once in a while, like a kind of not the best cherry tomato where it's softer. But for the most part, that's kind of what you're gonna get. Like you get a tomato, that's a tomato. There's not like, oh my gosh, this one tomato changed my life. No. Yeah. But okie dokie, y'all. I think it's time to wind down this stream. I'm having so much fun. But I'm like, I need to get sleep. It's about to be 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm like, if I want to be up, what's today? I may. Well, those of y'all who are listening, if you're, hit the follow button. That way you know when we're coming on live. Usually I like to go live throughout the days of the week. Last thing, vegetable go. I was this close to saying potato, and then I had to realize, that's a starch. I love potatoes. Favorite vegetable? I'd say I'm just gonna list it out, and then I'll try to order it. Broccoli, green beans. So I would say corn, but nah. I mean, corn is good, but... Hey, you said broccoli. You're so funny. Funny spell. You said a pizza. Your favorite vegetable. By the way, pizza is a veggie, according to U.S. school lunches. That is true. It's the tomato sauce. Which is hilarious because technically a tomato is a fruit. But, pizza I bake is pretty much a vegetable. Hey, you have to put a lot of vegetables on your pizza. I like vegetables on pizza too. I at least need one beet, a pepperoni,
or something. But what do they call it? The margarita pizzas. I've had one of those in a while, but those are actually good meatless things or meatless pizzas. But yeah, I would say I might have to agree. Broccoli. I really like broccoli. I really like green beans. Um, broccoli, green beans. I would say I like mushrooms, but that's a fungus, I guess. Fungi. I guess we won't count that if we're not counting potatoes, which isn't a vegetable anyway. I mean, but I'm good with corn. I'm good with carrots. Growing up, I didn't like Brussels sprouts, but now I can take them. Asparagus. Growing up, I didn't like it, but now I'm okay with it. Broccolini. I tried that like a couple of years ago, and I was like, okay, broccolini. I thought it wasn't real. I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, it's a little long broccolis. Cauliflower is a sleeper. Wait, does that mean that you don't like it, or that it's or that we're sleeping on cauliflower? Like cauliflower is just kind of like a sleeper hit. Like a sleeper hit. You mean people are sleeping on it, but it's hitting? Yes. You don't expect cauliflower to be this good. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, I like cauliflower. I just haven't had cauliflower in a long time. And like, but I feel like without seasonings, I mean, but I guess all of the vegetables without seasoning. Like, I'm not good with just plain broccoli. I can't just and be cool. No, I need some cheese, some ranch, some salt, some pepper. You know, zhuzh it up. It says you don't expect cauliflower to hit. It's good. Season your food, kids. Get ethnic with it. Exactly. It's all about the seasoning. It's all seasoning changes lives. I'm telling you. It'll change a meal from this to this. Yeah, if it's seasoned well, I'm here for some cauliflower. And salt and pepper, butter. I meant bare minimal, right? Sleeper equals people don't expect, but it's good. Thank you, funny spell. Explaining the lingo. But yeah, I would say I like cauliflower. People sleep on it. Carrots. I like carrots. I like carrots. I would say. I guess it just depends on the meal. With me, I would say I don't like lima beans. Right? Like carrots, you can just snack. You just put them in. Honestly, I could eat a carrot by itself. Like they're sweet enough, they're good. Like I don't have to have ranch or something go along with it. A good old carrot. But yeah, no, I don't do lima beans. Now, so that was always something that as a kid, like growing up, I wanted to be a person that if I didn't like it as a kid, like I want to try to like it. So like I said, like certain things, like I didn't like as a kid, but I'm like, let's go at it again. Let's try, right? And hey, I ended up liking, like I said, Brussels sprouts, pretty decent. Asparagus, pretty decent. Lima beans. Like, they'd have to be really, again, it's the seasonings. But my experience, people, just not lima beans. Peas. They're okay, not my favorite. I like the peas that are in the pods. Like, they look like little, okay, how do I even do the shape? I don't think I can do the shape with my hands. But the little looking smiley face in the pods. Peas in the pod. Those are the ones I like. And need to be cooked. But just plain peas. One veggie that's disappointing is spinach. You expect it to have taste, and then it doesn't. Ooh, the spinach. Dried spinach. I feel like I think I'm thinking it wrong. Collard greens, spinach. They're all in the same family. Collard greens,
Black people call it greens. Like it's a family gathering must. Like especially 4th of July. Eat them collard greens or the greens. But yeah, no. It says goes better in dishes. Yeah, I would say spinach goes better in dishes. I've been eating smoothies from Smoothie King. I like having spinach. I'm like, I like kale, but the smell of cooking kale, and like I haven't tried kale in. I feel like kale has more of a pungent or taste than spinach. So like you can like mix spinach and things and it's fine. Versus kale, you can kind of taste the kale has this distinct kind of taste and them thick roots at some points or not stems. I guess it's the stems. It's just texture, no flavor. Yeah, always smash it with garlic. I always smash it with garlic. Oh yeah, are you talking about cauliflower? Yeah, I always smash it with garlic. Are you talking about spinach? Okay. Mhm. I haven't tried that garlic with the spinach, but I feel like I don't really cook with spinach. I feel like where I usually see it is in smoothie mixes. But yeah, garlic. I love garlic. Yeah, I guess garlic would be put in. Would garlic be, yeah, considered a vegetable? Yeah, or an herb. I feel like it'd be. What is garlic? Spinach, garlic, onions, shrooms. That's something you can put into anything when it's done together. I hear that. Those are good. Took a while too as a kid. I did not like onions. Now I like them. I didn't like the crunch like taste as a kid, but now I'm good with some onions. Adds a little zhuzh to the meal. Again, shrooms, spinach, garlic. Onion soup. One of our national dishes here. Bomb. Absolute bomb. Oh, that sounds so nice. I really haven't had onion soup. So I'll try to keep that in mind. If ever I go to Paris, I'll keep that in mind. Onion soup. Onion soup. I don't think I really have ever had onion soup. My mom, growing up, we weren't an onion soup people. We really weren't much as just. What I mean by, I would say plain soups, like we didn't do tomato soups or like cream of mushroom or just soups that didn't have something in it. It would be like soup with chicken broth that has potatoes, carrots, chicken. Yeah, along those lines, like meaty soups. Not so much kind of, I guess the term would be thinner soups. But I want to try. Hey, sounds kind of nice. But yeah, this has been fun. I'm trying to think. Any other vegetables? Also, I would say like, so I studied abroad in Japan when I was in college back in 2014, I think, or was it 2015? Yeah. Cabbage soup. I like cabbage. I will say yes. Good old cabbage. Throw that into the soup. I'm here for it. But one of the things too that I realized was that in Japan, like they have different vegetables. I mean, of course, but when you're there, you're like, oh my gosh, this different vegetable. I've never seen this vegetable before. And like I miss these certain Japanese vegetables. Was it the Japanese sweet potato? I don't. It's so bad. I should have remembered more. But I like the vegetables in Japan. And I realized just how many vegetables that they don't normally use in foods that I was used to, right? Like, I'm trying to think. I didn't see much. Green beans are not a thing. I
I don't really think we ate things with carrots in them. No broccoli. It's just interesting to see how in other countries, what vegetables do they eat? What, how do they cook them in their foods? How do they taste? It's one of those things that I like to experience, when going to other cultures that I feel like we miss here in the U.S., especially if you don't know to seek them out. But yeah, I miss those Japanese vegetables. They were good. It says that's cause of the depression. Wait. Oh, that's opposite of what we did. Interestingly, we take the essence of a vegetable and just go to town with it. Mm-hmm. Now we like to have a good old medley of different things. That's because the Great Depression, they just put everything in soup. Oh well, cabbage soup. But yeah, that's it. Yep. That's true when it came to the Great Depression in the U.S. And there was the food shortages and stuff, and people relied on soups, but what would you call them? Goulashes, like where you just kind of put a lot in. They're actually pretty good. Scraps. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Anyways, kind of put things together. Like beans, beef, ground beef. You kind of just throw it in a pot. You have your tomato base, maybe. You put your meat. So you kind of get everything in one, and kind of you can cook it all in one pot. Yeah. It was rough times back then. Hopefully we're not looking into rougher times in the future in the United States. But yeah, Great Depression time. They talk about that government cheese and like the powdered milk. Anyway, gotta love capitalism. But yeah. But okie dokie. It has been fun. Anything else add into the chat before we go? I cannot believe I've been on this chat for 8 hours. 8 hours! So, I feel like this is the longest I've been on the chat. Let's take the opportunity and let you go to eat. Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited about to tear into some food before I go to sleep and be knocked out. So I guess I want to end the stream by saying thank you all so much. Those of you guys who contributed to the chat. It has been a great stream. I look forward to talking to you all more in the future. Thank you for all those of you who have followed today. I appreciate it so much. It just feels, the hard work is paying off, right? And thank you for helping to, make this or grow this community. And again, we like to talk about different array of topics, and I typically stream on the weekdays, and give or take maybe some days on the weekend, but for the most part I stream during the weekdays. And I look forward to talking to you all again and seeing y'all soon. And until next time, I guess our next stream either will be tomorrow or I'll be knocked out. We'll see. If not Friday, but look out for me to be streaming tomorrow. But if not Friday. So anyway, I say all that to say, let me give you guys a last look at Chi-Chi. Just thanks for the stream. Stay safe, everyone. Yeah, everybody stay safe, right? During these harsh times. Say hi to Chi-Chi. Say bye, Chi-Chi. Okay. Alrighty. I say all that to say. Also, too, you can follow, of course, the stream. Goals to reach 50 subscribers. I repeat myself and say this every time, but hey, our goal is to reach 50, so we get to the affiliates level. Also, if you would like to follow on Facebook is The Woke Millennial, and on Twitter at
woke millennial underscore. Right, and that way you can, hey, follow us on multiple platforms. And yeah, until next time, I will talk to you guys later. Bye, guys.